Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. She didn't understand why the female star said that to her. She didn't follow the female star all the way, but they happened to be waiting at the same gate. The female star was aware of it, but she purposely said it to embarrass Gu Ning. Even though Gu Ning was prettier than her, she was the female star. This woman was really arrogant and conceited. "Miss, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. I didn't follow you, but we happen to be waiting at the same gate. I have no intention to take a photo with you nor ask for your signature. By the way, I honestly don't know who you are," Gu Ning said in a low voice. She didn't want to argue with the female star in public. "You." The woman, on the other hand, was mad and her eyes were full of viciousness at once. Jelly, the agent of the female star, whose name was Hu Jelly, opened her mouth to stop her. As Hu Jelly's agent, she knew Hu Jelly's personality very well. Hu Jelly was selfish, conceited, self-centered, and always thought that she was better than others. She was only willing to be Hu Jelly's agent because Hu Jelly was beautiful, had potential, and was willing to listen to her. She wasn't a famous agent, so she couldn't often work with obedient artists. Hu Jelly was unwilling to give up, but she had to listen to her agent's warning, because her image mattered most. Gu Ning also closed her mouth as long as Hu Jelly stayed quiet. However, someone was reluctant to be quiet at this moment. Nobody knows who you are since you fully covered your face. And even if you show your face, Goddess Gu wouldn't bother to take a photo with you. The girl, who finally saw Gu Ning's face and was sure that she indeed met Gu Ning in real life, stood out for Gu Ning. Her voice wasn't low, so she immediately attracted a lot of attention. "You!" Hu Jelly was furious. Gu Ning, however, was surprised. Although she didn't think that the girl should have done that, it wasn't a bad thing because she also disliked Hu Jelly. "Oh, isn't she Hu Jelly's agent? I think I see Hu Jelly too. There is something going on. Let's go there now." The girl's voice attracted onlookers and 2 paparazzi. These 2 paparazzi came here not to take photos of a star, but to fulfill a task somewhere else. However, it was a good thing for them to take some photos of Hu Jelly. Hu Jelly wasn't a big star, but she still had some fame. Without delay, the 2 paparazzi walked to Hu Jelly with their cameras on. Hu Jelly's agent saw that and changed her attitude in an instant. "Nonsense. Jelly just feels exhausted right now, and she isn't in a good condition, so she refused to take photos with you. You can't blame Jelly," and even begin to attack her. She blamed Gu Ning and the girl for it. "What did you say? I don't know who she is, and I have no interest in taking photos with her." The girl argued and felt aggrieved. "Fine, just stay a distance away from Jelly. She needs some space, alright?" The agent put on a resigned look. It seemed that she was innocent and people began to have sympathy for her. Since Hu Jelly was a star, it was understandable that ordinary people wanted to take photos with her. It was impossible that a star would take photos with fans of his or her own accord. "You!" The girl was mad when she saw that onlookers began to have sympathy for Hu Jelly's agent. She felt quite aggrieved but didn't know how to argue back. Because this girl stood out for Gu Ning wouldn't watch her being taken advantage of and do nothing. Nevertheless, before Gu Ning opened her mouth, she was interrupted by someone else. "Goddess Gu?" The popular Goddess Gu on the internet this year. The 2 paparazzi got excited once they heard the name Goddess Gu. They had only seen Gu Ning's photos on the internet, so they weren't sure whether they really met Gu Ning in real life. Hu Jelly's agent turned to look at Gu Ning in great shock. "Goddess Gu? What Goddess Gu?" She had never heard of Goddess Gu before. The girl looked proud now and raised her voice. "She is exactly the famous Goddess Gu. She's well known for her talent, kung fu skills and bravery on the internet." The girl was Gu Ning's fan, and she felt proud of Gu Ning when someone finally recognized her. Many people began to pay attention to Gu Ning now because they had heard a lot about her. "Jesus, she's Goddess Gu. I heard that she's a very successful businesswoman now. Oh, no wonder I felt she looked so familiar. She's even prettier than her photos." Hu Jelly and her agent didn't know what to say nor do now that so many people started to compliment Gu Ning. The 2 paparazzi said with excitement, "Miss Gu, it's so nice to meet you. We didn't expect that we could meet you here. It's our honor. We've heard a lot about you. Gu Ning became famous because of her abilities. Thanks. Gu Ning smiled at them. Oh, Miss Gu, can you tell us what just happened? Paparazzi asked. It was obvious that he already sided with Gu Ning. Hu Jelly and her agent had a premonition at once, and wanted to stop him but didn't know how because they were in a public place right now. Well, I just happened to be waiting for the plane at the same gate as this lady, so I followed her along the way. She probably mistook me for a fan, Gu Ning said. She didn't bother to criticize Hu Jelly, and she had no interest in making a bitter complaint. Nobody was an idiot, and many people realized what really had happened after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. Since it was just a misunderstanding, why would they argue over it? Who caused this trouble? It must have been Hu Jelly, but why would she do that? People's sight fell on Hu Jelly with curiosity and suspicion. Hu Jelly was mad again, feeling humiliated, but her agent gave her a glare of warning. Although people believed Gu Ning when she said that she wouldn't ask for Hu Jelly's photos of her own accord, it wasn't common that a star would refuse to take photos. Therefore, many people were confused. Hu Jelly's agent explained at once. We were constantly followed by some fans earlier, and it's quite bothersome. We didn't know that Miss Gu was going to wait at the same gate as us, and we mistook her for another fan. Jelly has been very busy recently, so she doesn't have much patience now. After that, she apologized to Gu Ning. Miss Gu, we're so sorry for the misunderstanding. Please forgive us. Saying that, the agent even bowed to Gu Ning. Since Hu Jelly's agent already apologized, Gu Ning couldn't continue to blame her. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart, Gu Ning said. She looked very kind and decided to forgive them. Hu Jelly's agent made an apology and Gu Ning chose to forgive them. So onlookers stopped paying much attention to this drama. Within seconds, they all walked away in different directions. The two paparazzi also stopped asking about it further. Nevertheless, they would definitely report this news given Gu Ning's fame and popularity. Most importantly, it wouldn't have any bad effect on Gu Ning, so there was nothing they needed to be worried about. Although the problem was solved, Hu Jelly was still annoyed because she was even more jealous of Gu Ning now after finding out that Gu Ning was an important figure. Hu Jelly and her agent sat further away from Gu Ning afterwards. When they were all gone, the girl stayed and suddenly got nervous. Goddess Gu, can I take a photo with you? I really like you. Sure, Gu Ning said with a smile. With Gu Ning's permission, the girl cheered up and took out her phone at once to take photos with Gu Ning. Thanks, Goddess Gu. The girl thanked Gu Ning afterwards. You're welcome, Gu Ning said. I should thank you for your brave act earlier. It's nothing. I knew the woman did it on purpose because she's jealous of you, the girl said. Gu Ning was a little surprised by this girl's sensitivity. Oh, Goddess Gu, I haven't told you my name yet. My name's Kaixia and I live in the capital. I just wrote the National College entrance examination too. And I heard that you're going to study in the capital university, so I plan to apply to the same college as you. If you don't mind, we can exchange our numbers, Kaixia said. She was very polite and had good manners. If Kaixia planned to apply to the capital university, she must be an excellent student as well. Why not? Gu Ning was willing to get along with kind people. She was a businesswoman, not a star, so she didn't care about it too much. However, Gu Ning already had the idea to register a new number. She would have 2 phone numbers. One for work while the other one for private life. Only her good friends and family would have her private number. Kaixia couldn't be happier when Gu Ning agreed to exchange phone numbers with her, which meant she had a chance to become Gu Ning's friend. She couldn't wait to add Gu Ning's phone number. Hu Jelly and her agent left the crowd and her agent blamed her in annoyance. You almost caused yourself big trouble. I've told you to keep a low profile many times. Couldn't you listen to me for once? Although Hu Jelly was unhappy with her agent's criticism, she understood that it was indeed her fault. In addition, Hu Jelly's agent said what she did for her own good. We don't know what the 2 paparazzi will write about this drama, but it'll affect you without a doubt. Post an apology on Weibo later and follow my guidance. Simply say that you were followed by fans all day, and you were tired of it. You mistook her for another fan and lost your patience. It's a pure misunderstanding. Do you understand? Jelly's agent said. Jelly was reluctant to apologize to Ning, but there was nothing else she could do now. I understand. Jelly had to agree. Jelly's agent didn't talk further about it, but took out her phone to search for more information about Ning. She directly typed Goddess Gu and clicked the search button. When she read the news about Ning on the internet, she was greatly surprised and felt scared in retrospect. Although she had had a feeling that Ning wasn't simple from other people's reaction earlier, she was still surprised by Ning's influence. Read it yourself. Jelly's agent threw the phone to her in anger. She was really mad at Jelly this time. If Jelly didn't learn to behave herself from now on, she would be in big trouble sooner or later. Hearing her agent's tone, Jelly panicked a little and started to read the news about Ning. She was shocked as well. It turned out that Ning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm, and Fenghua Entertainment. She had heard of all the above companies, but she didn't know who their bosses were. Jade Beauty Jewelry was very popular these days, and many famous actresses were fans of the company. Even she had bought several sets for herself. The formal gowns from Charm were also well known for its high quality and special designs. She was involved in the entertainment industry, so she paid a lot of attention to entertainment companies, and she knew that Fenghua was growing rapidly this year. Its first film Infinite Horror brought great fame to many Z-list actors like her. She had also had the idea to do an audition for an Empress of Military Blood, but she didn't have enough time for it and missed the chance. She was even disappointed about it. Although an Empress of Military Blood didn't get much publicity now, many insiders believe that it was highly likely for it to be a huge success, because Infinite Horror was a great example. To Jelly's astonishment, the person she had argued with today was the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. She was finally frightened and asked her agent, "Yan, will she harbor a grudge against me?" Given Ning's social status, it couldn't be easier for Ning to pay her back. She worked in a small entertainment company now, which was barely comparable to Fenghua. Jelly's agent frowned worriedly, but she didn't think that Ning was a mean person. "I don't think so. It isn't a big deal, and it won't do her any good if she's going to get revenge on you for it." However, she wasn't actually that sure about it. Jelly deeply regretted what she had done now. She wished that she had listened to her agent earlier. Before long, it was time for passengers to board the plane to City Q. Ning picked up her bag and went to board the plane. Kai Xia, on the other hand, had to wait for a while for the plane to the capital, so she only watched Ning walking away. After that, she posted her photos with Ning to her WeChat moments, leaving many of her friends envious of her. When Ning walked by Jelly in the plane, she felt that Jelly was looking at her in fear. There was no need for Ning to make a guess, because she knew that Jelly must have learned a lot about her from the internet. In fact, Ning didn't think that it was a serious problem, and she had no interest in getting revenge on Jelly. Just like Jelly's agent had said, it wouldn't do her any good if she paid Jelly back. When Ning was flying to City Q, the two paparazzi released a piece of news on the internet. A Z-list star, Jelly, mistook Goddess Gu for one of her fans and refused to take photos with her. These two paparazzi weren't mean, so they simply portrayed what had happened at the airport. Nevertheless, it was still very obvious that it was Jelly who caused the drama. Ridiculous. How could Jelly mistake Goddess Gu for her fan? Does she think everyone in the world is her fan? Right, Goddess Gu didn't ask for her photos, but she already refused. Goddess Gu is much more popular and famous than Jelly. There is no way that she would ask for a Z-list star's photos. Right, even an A-list actress is working for Goddess Gu now. I think Jelly must be jealous of Goddess Gu's beauty, so she said that she was a star on purpose. This internet user was very smart and guessed correctly. I agree with you. It's just a guess. Well, I've seen Jelly in real life before, and her attitude changed when she saw beautiful fans. I think it's highly likely that she was jealous of Goddess Gu. Can't agree more. She dislikes taking photos with fans who are prettier than her. Hu Jelly was a Z-list actress, but she still had many fans, and her fans showed up to defend her at once. Do you have to criticize Jelly and ignore Guning's behavior? I don't think Guning is very polite either. It's just a misunderstanding. Be nice, guys. Jelly works very hard, and it's understandable that she makes mistakes sometimes. People all make mistakes. Hu Jelly's fans and Guning's fans began to argue with each other on the internet, but Guning had many more fans than Hu Jelly. Other internet users, on the other hand, didn't think that it was a big deal and it wasn't worth much attention. They blamed the paparazzi for it, because the paparazzi had released the news on the internet. However, everyone knew that paparazzi always wanted to see as much drama as possible in the entertainment industry. This news didn't become one of the hottest topics on Weibo, but it also gained a lot of attention. When Guning arrived at CityQ, it was already 4:30 p.m., so she directly took a taxi to the Huangdeng Hotel where Gaoyi and Xiaoya stayed. The second Hu Jelly and her agent arrived, they turned on their phones to check the entertainment news. Once Hu Jelly opened Weibo, she saw many messages and comments about her. And although she was mentally prepared, she was still very angry. She was afraid of Guning now, but it didn't mean that she wasn't jealous of Guning any longer. Post your apology on Weibo now. Hu Jelly's agent was angry. She was surprised by the amount of Guning's fans and their influence. Besides, many internet users were exposing Hu Jelly's dark history, which would damage her reputation. They had to deal with this crisis as soon as possible. Hu Jelly was an actor with some topics, but they were actually publicity stunts arranged by the company she worked for. For example, there was news about her secret relationship with an actor. There were photos of her being with another man on the internet as well. Those pieces of news were made to help her get attention from the public. As long as she had people's attention, she could get a chance to play a role in a show. Therefore, celebrities loved and hated the paparazzi. They loved the paparazzi because the paparazzi helped them gain attention, and they hated the paparazzi because the paparazzi exposed their dirty secrets as well. Besides, the paparazzi loved scandals far more than good news, and they were more willing to report bad news. After organizing her words, Hu Jelly posted an apology on Weibo according to her agent's guidance. Hu Jelly, I met many fans at the airport of City B today. They're very lovely and enthusiastic, but I've been working very hard these days, so I wanted more rest and declined to take photos with them. I feel sorry about it, and I also need to apologize to Miss Gu for the terrible misunderstanding. I mistook Miss Gu for one of my fans, so I said that I didn't want to take photos with her. Please accept my sincere apologies, Miss Gu and those who care about this accident. Once Hu Jelly posted it, it had a great effect. People stopped criticizing her and her fans defended her as always. Although it was indeed Hu Jelly's fault, it wasn't serious after all. People made mistakes, so it was understandable. Moreover, Hu Jelly already posted an apology, so there was no need for other people to keep blaming her for it. Although some internet users still thought that Hu Jelly was hypocritical, they also stopped attacking her. Anyway, fewer and fewer people paid attention to it. Guning didn't care about the comments on the internet, and she directly booked a presidential suite with her black card at the Huangdeng Hotel. Normally a black card was bound with a presidential suite. Once Guning walked into her room, she sent a message to Gao Yi and Xiaoya. She didn't call them because she was afraid that they might be in the middle of the mission. Gao Yi and Xiaoya had almost finished their missions when they saw Guning's message, so they came back at once. About a dozen minutes later, Xiaoya arrived and reported what she had found to Guning. 5 minutes later, Gao Yi showed up too. Gao Yi slipped into the factory of Corydalus makeup last night and took photos of the production line of the fake cozy. Because Corydalus makeup didn't have surveillance cameras around the production line of the fake cozy, Kay hadn't found anything useful when Guning told him to investigate the other day. Besides, Corydalus makeup was secretly producing fake cozy, so not many people were aware of it. It's been a few days. Why are they still so quiet? Guning felt like it was a little strange. Not many people paid attention to the quality scandal of cozy now, especially after Cozy posted an official explanation on Weibo. In addition, there were too many pieces of news being released every day, and only a few of them could attract people's attention. Therefore, if Corydalus makeup stopped attacking Cozy, the quality scandal would be ignored by the public. Although it indeed affected the reputation of Cozy, it wasn't serious. Even internationally famous makeup brands had received many negative comments. Different people had different preferences. As long as customers bought from direct sale stores, it was impossible for them to buy fake products. Since Corydalus makeup remained silent, Gu-ning decided to wait and they left to dine together. However, right as they walked out of the hotel, Han Wenling called Gu-ning. Gu-ning thought that Han Wenling probably knew that she was in City Q now, so she called her. Full W current novels on NOVLB. In.com. Han Wenling had left a good impression on Gu-ning, so Gu-ning picked up her call. Miss Han. Gu-ning was very polite. Even though they had conflict before, they were kind of friends now. There were many kinds of friends actually, for example normal friends, close friends, business partners and so on. Han Wenling and Gu-ning were friends in business. In other words, they might help each other in business. Miss Gu, I just saw a piece of news and saw that you are in City Q now, Han Wenling said. Yeah, I come to City Q to deal with something, Gu-ning said. Are you free now? Since you're in City Q, can we dine together? Han Wenling asked politely. I am free, but I'm afraid I'll waste your time, Gu-ning said, because she knew Han Wenling was also a busy businesswoman. No way. I'm free all day. To be honest with you, Miss Gu, my niece is a big fan of yours, and she really admires you. She begged me to bring her to meet you after knowing that we're friends, Han Wenling said. In fact, Han Wenling heard from her niece that Gu-ning was in City Q now. Hearing that, Gu-ning was amused. It wasn't appropriate for her to reject again. Well, I don't think I should say no to that, Gu-ning said. She was free tonight and was on her way to dine outside anyway. Since Han Wenling attached importance to her arrival, she didn't mind sharing a meal with her. Great, Miss Gu. Are you staying in the Huangdang Hotel? Han Wenling asked, because she knew that the Huangdang Hotel was owned by Gu-ning's family.
Yeah, Gu-ning said.
Please wait for a while. I need to make some arrangements and I'll call you again later, Han Wenling said. Sure. Gu-ning agreed. After hanging up the call with Han Wenling, Gu-ning went back to her room with Gao Yi and Xiaoya. It wasn't late now actually, it was only 5:30 p.m. It was still a little early for dinner, so Gu-ning didn't mind waiting for a while. Han Wenling didn't keep Gu-ning waiting for her for long, and arrived at the Huangding Hotel in 20 minutes. After that she called Gu-ning. She had booked a private room before she made the call, so she decided to go there together with Gu-ning, who was her guest tonight. Han Wenling didn't call Gu-ning until she had parked her car. In order to not keep Gu-ning waiting for her, Han Wenling called the Han family chauffeur to send her niece to the hotel, and didn't go home to pick up her niece in person. Therefore, Han Wenling only came with her secretary. Been a while, Miss Gu. Han Wenling stood up the second Gu-ning walked inside. She was the heir of a famous business group, but she was very polite to a girl who was much younger than her. If Han Wenling's secretary wasn't aware of Gu-ning's background, she would have been shocked. On the other hand, the waiter who recognized Han Wenling but didn't know Gu-ning was greatly surprised. Although Gu-ning's social status wasn't as high as Han Wenling, her ability at such an early age had already won Han Wenling's appreciation and admiration. It was not only Han Wenling, many other influential figures also respected Gu-ning. Only those who were jealous of Gu-ning or conceited people would be impolite to Gu-ning. Han Wenling also had great pride in herself, but she wouldn't show that in front of someone who was really outstanding. Hi, nice to see you again, Miss Han. Gu-ning smiled at her. Have a seat, please. My niece is on her way here, she should be here in a minute, Han Wenling said, and Gu-ning went to sit next to her. Please. Han Wenling then turned to invite Gao Yi and Xiaoya to seat themselves. Miss Gu, you can order whatever you want, Han Wenling said before giving the waiter a glance to tell him to give the menu to Gu-ning. Thanks, Gu-ning said and ordered some of her favorite dishes. Han Wenling also gave her order. When the waiter was gone, Han Wenling asked Gu-ning, Miss Gu, I heard of the recent bad news about Cozy. How is it now? It won't end easily, and I think my enemy will take action again. Actually, I come to City Q to deal with it, Gunning said. She was very honest. Oh, I understand.
Han vänlig noded.
Since Gunning came to City Q to deal with it, it meant that her enemy had to be in City Q. I believe that you can handle it very well, but please feel free to call me if you need my help. The Han family was the top family in City Q after all. Han Wenling saying that also showed her attitude towards Gunning. Sure, Gunning said. Full W current novels on NOVLB. In.com. A short while later, someone knocked on the door and a girl who was about 15 years old quickly walked inside. Once her sight fell on Gunning, her eyes lit up with excitement. Oh my! I finally get to meet you, my idol. She ran straight to Gunning and grabbed her hand. They didn't seem to be strangers at all. Ruhan, mind your manners.
Han Wenling snapped her.
Sorry, I'm too excited. Han Ruhan let go of Gunning's hand right away and apologized. It's fine.
Gunning smilet.
She didn't mind it at all and thought that Han Ruhan was very adorable. Although Gunning didn't like to have physical contact with strangers, Han Ruhan was simply a teenage girl who was young and full of energy. In addition, Gunning wouldn't show any annoyance for the sake of Han Wenling. Han Ruhan didn't forget to take photos with her idol. However, she couldn't stop talking and cheering when Gunning was by her side, which annoyed Han Wenling. She directly pulled Han Ruhan back to her proper seat. Han Ruhan pouted with dissatisfaction, because she didn't think that she had taken enough photos with Gunning. During the meal, Han Ruhan kept talking with Gunning about different topics, and Gunning stayed patient. Han Wenling was afraid that Gunning might feel bothered by Han Ruhan, so she told Han Ruhan to stop after a while. Han Ruhan closed her mouth once Han Wenling criticized her, but she began to talk with Gunning again the next second. Although Han Ruhan had the closest relationship with Han Wenling and their family, she was afraid of her aunt the most. Except for her grandfather, her aunt was the most important member in the Han family. If Han Wenling criticized her once, Han Ruhan would normally stay quiet, but today was different and she lost control of herself in front of Gunning. Gunning understood Han Wenling's worries, but she didn't care about it. So she stopped Han Wenling from criticizing Han Ruhan. Since Gunning didn't mind, Han Wenling gave up because she also knew that it was useless. Han Ruhan was really talkative and she almost talked about everything with Gunning during the meal. Because Gunning stayed in the Huangdang Hotel, Han Wenling directly left with Han Ruhan later. When Han Wenling was gone, Gunning went back to her room as well. Gunning surfed on the internet to see whether Coridalis makeup had taken the next step, but it hadn't yet. Since Coridalis makeup hadn't taken any other action yet, Gunning had to wait. She wasn't afraid of what it would do, but was afraid that it might not do anything. That night, Gunning had a call with Lung Xiaoting. Although Lung Xiaoting went to deal with Luca in person, it would take a few days for him to get the final result. Because Luca was a foreigner, he needed to communicate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It might take 3 or more days. Lung Xiaoting didn't go back to the Lung family after he was back in the capital, because he was afraid that he might lose control of himself and beat Lung Xiaojia. At 10 p.m., when most people were having fun on the internet, the scandal about Cozy broke again. It was Wang Zhonghong who made the news about Cozy one of the hottest topics on Weibo. He recorded a video with his phone and posted it on Weibo. In the video, he admitted that there was indeed a quality problem with Cozy's products because Cozy wanted to make more money and didn't care about the quality. He said that Cozy made a different packaging for the fake products, so that it could blame surrogate shoppers if the dirty secret was exposed. Wang Zhonghong said that he couldn't stand it, so he chose to expose it. He was nobody on Weibo, but he had mentioned several great influencers. With Zhuang Chuanhao's support, he soon got a lot of attention on Weibo. Since he worked for Cozy, most people chose to believe his words. Didn't Cozy just post an official explanation? Is it a lie? I can't believe it. I feel heartbroken now. I supported Cozy last time. It's undeniable that real Cozy products are really effective, but I disdain the way Cozy makes money. It's crazy. I won't buy Cozy anymore. Me too. At the same time, some people still kept their reason. It's just his words, and nobody knows the truth yet. I wonder whether he really works for Cozy. Even if he really works for Cozy, he could have betrayed Cozy. Business competition is cruel and complicated. Anything is possible. However, the majority lost confidence in Cozy this time. Seeing more and more people began to criticize Cozy, Gu Ning wasn't worried at all. Instead, she watched it as if she wasn't involved in it at all. The official Weibo account of Cozy also stayed silent, which made more people think that Cozy felt guilty. Wang Zhonghong chose to expose it at this time because most people were off work now, so it was more convenient for them to make big news. What they didn't know was that Gu Ning already had control of the official Weibo account of Cozy. She could post anything whenever she wanted. Ning Changkai was focusing on the news about Cozy all the time, so he was aware of it once it became a hot topic on Weibo. Although he was mentally prepared for it, he was still full of anger. He didn't know whether Gu Ning noticed the news or not, so he called her at once. Gu Ning told Ning Changkai to relax and watch the drama. She didn't think that it had gained enough attention, so she called Kay and told him to make it more noticeable on the internet. Since Gu Ning had spent days on the investigation, she was determined to cause a sensation. At 11 p.m., Cozy was on the top of the list of the hottest topics on Weibo. Zhuang Chuanhao was very satisfied with it, and he believed that Cozy was doomed to fail this time. Right at this moment, Gu Ning logged in the official Weibo account of Cozy, then sent out a post. Cozy. Wang Zhonghong is indeed a staff member of our company, but he has been bribed by someone who aims to attack our company. We've already warned the mastermind behind this scheme and given them a chance to stop it, but they refused to accept it. The truth will come out in 10 minutes. Actually, it was a lie that Gu Ning had given Corydalus Makeup a chance to stop the scheme, because she was determined to take revenge. However, this post failed to change the majority's attitude. Most people still thought that it was an act. When Zhuang Chuanhao and Zhao Wei read the post, they talked with each other about it at once. They didn't believe that Cozy could punish them. However, they were also worried about what Cozy had found out about Corydalus Makeup. Anyway, they also needed to wait for 10 minutes. Is Wang Zhonghong reliable? Will he betray you? Zhuang Chuanhao asked Zhao Wei. Although Zhao Wei had made a promise that Wang Zhonghong was reliable, Zhao Wei was still worried. Relax, Wang Zhonghong already left City B when he posted the video on Weibo. Cozy can't catch him, Zhao Wei said with confidence. However, did things really unfold in the way he wanted? Great, as long as they can't find Wang Zhonghong's words could only be real, Zhuang Chuanhao said and felt relieved. They didn't think that Cozy was able to find out it was them if Wang Zhonghong was gone. Staff members of Cozy were very angry at Wang Zhonghong. They worked in the factory every day, but none of them had seen fake Cozy products. It was quite obvious that Wang Zhonghong had been bribed by someone to frame Cozy. If Cozy was ruined by Wang Zhonghong, they would also lose their jobs, which was the last thing they wanted to see. However, they weren't important figures in the company, and nobody would believe them even if they denied Wang Zhonghong's words. In that case, they could only rely on the company. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning sent out several successive posts. Because the amount of characters of each post was limited, she had to send out several posts to present all the proof she had found. There were call records between Wang Zhonghong and Zhao Wei, the sales manager of Corydalus Makeup, the reason and evidence of their cooperation, the contact records between Zhao Wei and the surrogate shoppers, the voice recording of Zhao Wei's conversation with Du Gang, the evidence of the internet water army hired by Corydalus Makeup, the video of Corydalus Makeup making fake Cozy products, etc. After reading those posts, everyone was shocked. It turned out to be a nasty scheme. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes now. Cozy was indeed framed. I can't believe my eyes either. I believed Cozy all the time, and it didn't disappoint me. This is a disgusting, unfair business competition. I think those who have criticized Cozy should make an apology now. I agree. Facing solid proof, no one dared to attack Cozy again. Afterwards, Internet users all began to criticize Corydalus makeup under its official Weibo account. Shameless Corydalus makeup. I won't buy Corydalus makeup anymore. Cozy is my new choice of makeup products now. Zhuang Chuanhao should be put in jail. The people attacked Corydalus makeup and Zhuang Chuanhao harder than what they had done to Cozy before. When the quality scandal of Cozy broke, most people were simply disappointed in Cozy, but what Corydalus makeup had done was completely unacceptable and illegal. Zhuang Chuanhao and Zhao Wei were shocked once they saw the post sent out by the official Weibo account of Cozy. They couldn't believe that Cozy could have so much evidence about their dirty secrets. Neither Zhuang Chuanhao nor Zhao Wei could accept it. Zhuang Chuanhao was the boss of Corydalus makeup. If Corydalus makeup was in a serious crisis, he would suffer a great loss. Zhao Wei only worked for him and could change jobs later. However, Zhuang Chuanhao decided to find himself a scapegoat. Unfortunately, before he could really do that, Cozy sent out another post and Zhuang Chuanhao became the target this time. It pointed out the crimes Zhuang Chuanhao had committed, including bribery, tax evasion, financial fraud, etc. Zhuang Chuanhao was stunned right now. He was doomed to be put in jail. Shortly after it erupted, 5 policemen went to Zhuang Chuanhao's home and arrested him. "We're from the Public Security Bureau. You're charged for bribery, tax evasion, and financial fraud." The leading policeman showed Zhuang Chuanhao his certificate, then handcuffed him. The reason why the policeman showed up so soon at Zhuang Chuanhao's home was because Han Wenling helped Gu Ning. Before Gu Ning sent the posts, she called Han Wenling and asked her to arrest Zhuang Chuanhao. Because Gu Ning wasn't influential in City Q, and the police might not take action as quickly as she wanted. Therefore, she turned to Han Wenling for help. Zhuang Chuanhao was a successful businessman in City Q after all, and not many people were willing to act against him. Gu Ning was from another city, so the police wouldn't side with her. Gu Ning also told Han Wenling why she wanted to catch Zhuang Chuanhao before the police left to arrest him. After knowing the reason, Han Wenling agreed without hesitation and called the police for Gu Ning at once. Given Han Wenling's social status, the Public Security Bureau took action right away to deal with it. In addition, the person Han Wenling asked them to arrest had indeed broken the law. Han Wenling told the police to arrest Zhuang Chuanhao after Gu Ning sent out the post on Weibo. Zhuang Chuanhao knew that it was useless for him to struggle, so he didn't struggle at all and left with the police. On the internet, many internet users were still discussing it. Most of them were impressed by Cozy's response, but someone felt it looked very familiar. Why do I think this way of dealing with trouble looks very familiar? I must have seen it somewhere before. Why? Don't others handle things like this? I don't know, but I think not everyone can collect all the important evidence within such a short time. I think Goddess Gu often uses this way to solve problems. Oh right. It has happened before. Could Goddess Gu also be the boss of Cozy? Although I agree that Goddess Gu is really outstanding, I don't think that only she is able to deal with things in such an efficient way. It's a little annoying when her name is repeatedly mentioned. Many people agreed with this opinion, but a lot of Gu Ning's loyal fans got angry. Annoying? I think you're simply being jealous. It's just a guess. No one said that it is definitely Goddess Gu. If you don't like to read positive comments about Goddess Gu, you can directly ignore them. There were many of Gu Ning's loyal fans, so nobody dared to leave negative comments on Gu Ning anymore. Someone, however, couldn't stand it and argued back. I do hate to see your Goddess Gu on Weibo all the time. She's causing a sensation almost every day. You only focus on her advantages. How about her shortcomings? Once Gu Ning's fans saw this comment, they began to retort. There is nothing wrong with the fact that we're Goddess Gu's loyal fans, and we love to talk about her on the internet. It's none of your business. Goddess Gu isn't causing a sensation every day. She's very kind and gentle, and she's the victim every time. Don't you know that outstanding people will easily attract jealousy? Many internet users mentioned Gu Ning on Weibo and asked her whether Cozy was owned by her. Although it was a little inappropriate to ask that question on the internet, they were too curious about it. In fact, someone had asked Gu Ning the same question before, but Gu Ning had ignored it last time. However, this time was different and it was necessary for Gu Ning to explain it now. Gu Ning chose to tell those internet users the truth, but not because she thought that nobody would dare to scheme against Cozy again after knowing that she was the boss of Cozy. No matter how successful a businessman was, he always had enemies. Even the Tang family's business group had encountered many unfair competitions. Nevertheless, a business with powerful support was still different from one without support. Given Gu Ning's current influence, ordinary businesses were unwilling to have conflict with her. If Zhuang Chuanhao had known that Cozy was owned by Gu Ning, he wouldn't have done what he did. Gu Ning was much more influential than Zhuang Chuanhao after all. However, it was too late now. Because Gu Ning had no intention to keep it a secret any longer, she replied when she saw her fans' question. Gu Ning. Many people have mentioned me on Weibo and asked me whether Cozy is one of my companies. I think I need to give an official answer right now. The answer is yes. Cozy is owned by me and is a subsidiary of Colane. I have to say that I felt terrible when the fake Cozy event happened. I didn't want to make it a serious problem and I've talked with those who planned this scheme. I hoped that they could stop, but they didn't, so I had to take action to protect my company and the innocent customers. Colane and Cozy will never produce unsafe or unqualified products. Please buy our products from legal ways. You can talk to me if you find any problems with our products. Although Gu Ning wouldn't produce fake products, she was worried that her staff members might be bribed by her business enemies again. So she had to take the production seriously. The second Gu Ning gave the explanation on Weibo, it became one of the hottest topics. To everyone's surprise, Cozy was really one of Gu Ning's companies. Even though many internet users thought that Cozy might be owned by Gu Ning, it was only a guess. There was nothing about Gu Ning in this news after all. In addition, not only Gu Ning could deal with things efficiently. Therefore, although many people had the idea that Cozy was owned by Gu Ning, they weren't very sure about it. When Gu Ning admitted it on Weibo, they were all shocked. No way, Cozy is indeed owned by Goddess Gu. OMG, I'm so excited now. Since Cozy is also Goddess Gu's company, its products must be of high quality. I knew it. Only Goddess Gu is able to collect so much useful evidence within such a short time. Where are those people who scolded us for talking about Goddess Gu every time? It's true that Cozy is one of Goddess Gu's companies. I feel so proud of my idol. Why are you all talking about Cozy? How about Colane? Its medicines are very popular too. Oh right. I almost forgot about Colane. My family loves this brand so much, because its medicines are very effective. Both of them are owned by Goddess Gu, so they have to be very good. I think Goddess Gu probably has more companies than we already know about. Goddess Gu is so awesome. I wish I could be as half successful as her. I agree that Goddess Gu has more companies that we don't know about yet. I'm so curious now. Me too. I wonder whether High-Speed Tech is also one of Goddess Gu's companies. Probably, but Goddess Gu isn't willing to talk about it. Speaking of High-Speed Tech, isn't tomorrow the release conference of Battle in the Sky? I can't wait for it. I'm curious to know Goddess Gu's ID in the game. I'll go download it once it's released. Me too. They still focused on Gu Ning when they talked about the news. There was no need for Kay to play a trick to make Gu Ning and Cozy become one of the hottest topics on Weibo in a few hours. Han Wenling paid a lot of attention to this news once she knew that Gu Ning had given a response. She wanted to see what evidence Gu Ning had found. Although she was aware that Gu Ning already had evidence in her hands, she was still surprised when she saw Gu Ning's post. To be honest, even she couldn't promise that she would be able to collect so much evidence within such a short time. It would probably take her at least a whole week. Gu Ning definitely didn't collect all the evidence on her own, because Kay had helped her a lot. And not many people could do what Kay was able to do. There were many hackers in this world, but Kay was among the top 10 in his country. Moreover, Gu Ning also had help from Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, who were extraordinary at martial arts. Han Wenling also had many skilled helpers, but she lacked the kind of subordinates that Gu Ning had. Zhao Wei and Du Gang were also arrested by the police. The police took Wang Zhonghong away too. To be specific, Wang Zhonghong was sent to the Public Security Bureau by someone. Since Guning already knew that Wang Zhonghong was the betrayer, she wouldn't let him get away with it. So she had arranged for someone to follow him. Once the scandal broke, Wang Zhonghong was taken under control and sent to the Public Security Bureau. Han Wenling called Guning later and complimented her on her efficiency. Han Wenling admired Guning and was also a little jealous of Guning, but she had no intention to become Guning's enemy. Instead, she wanted to learn from Guning. Although Guning was much younger than her, she didn't judge a person by age. She knew that Guning couldn't have overcome the crisis without other people's help, but it was very normal. A successful person must have outstanding abilities and the awareness of teamwork. Leadership skills were very important on one's path to success. If someone had leadership skills, she or he would know how to select skilled people to work for her or him. On the other hand, if someone didn't have leadership skills, she or he wouldn't be able to find skilled people to work for her or him. With Han Wenling's reply, Guning was sure that this problem was completely solved and that it was impossible for Zhuang Chuanhao to get away with the crime. No matter how rich Zhuang Chuanhao was, he wasn't comparable to the Han family and the law. After having the call with Han Wenling, Guning called Leng Xiaoting and told him the final result. Leng Xiaoting wasn't surprised, because he knew that Guning was able to deal with it very well. At the same time, he also felt happy for Guning. Leng Xiaojia didn't know about what was happening to Luca yet, because Master Leng didn't say anything about what they had been through in City B. And Leng Xiaojia had no idea how Luca would hurt Guning. Luca had promised that he would send her a message once he succeeded. So since Leng Xiaojia hadn't received a message from him yet, she knew Luca hadn't finished it. Nevertheless, she knew that it would take some time, and she needed to be patient. Besides, Guning was with Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng 2 days ago, so Leng Xiaojia hoped that Luca wouldn't take action at that time. Although Leng Xiaojia didn't know how excellent Leng Xiaoting was at fighting, she was afraid that Luca might be caught. Even though Luca didn't know her identity, she had a guilty conscience. As for Cozy's quality scandal, Leng Xiaojia paid attention to it from the beginning to the end, and she talked about it with her friends in a WeChat group. Her friends weren't aware of her grudge against Guning, and they kept complimenting Cozy in the WeChat group, which annoyed Leng Xiaojia. She couldn't wait to see Guning in big trouble. However, what Leng Xiaojia didn't know was that her scheme was already exposed, and that she would soon pay for it. In addition, Leng Xiaojia had to admit that she was impressed by Guning's efficiency too. However, she didn't think that Guning was able to make such a perfect counterattack alone, so she believed that Leng Xiaoting must have helped Guning. She hated Leng Xiaoting, but it was an undeniable truth that Leng Xiaoting was very outstanding among their peers. In order not to see positive comments about Guning again, Leng Xiaojia directly told her friends that she had a long-standing grudge against Guning, and that they had to stop talking about her. Knowing that, her friends were surprised and stopped complimenting Guning at once. Although they were Leng Xiaojia's friends, Leng Xiaojia's family was much more influential than theirs, so they always listened to her. Only Shi Yanyan, who had a close relationship with Leng Xiaojia, was aware of her grudge against Guning. The others didn't dare to ask further about it. Some of Leng Xiaojia's friends began to hate and badmouth Guning once Leng Xiaojia told them that she disliked Guning. The majority, however, didn't change their attitude towards Guning, and still admired her. They were Leng Xiaojia's friends, but they weren't close. In fact, they were each other's connections and were bound together because of benefits. Therefore, even though they listened to Leng Xiaojia, it didn't mean that they would give up their own judgments. If it was a serious matter, they would also refuse to listen to Leng Xiaojia. Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue were also paying attention to the news about Guning. Ever since Bailey Zongyang found out that Guning lived in Century City, he told Bailey Zongxue to move there, so that she would have more chances to make friends with Guning. It had been a long time since Bailey Zongyang met Guning for the first time. They had agreed to share a meal together, but Bailey Zongyang didn't have the chance to call her yet. Guning was too outstanding, and he had worries that his impolite behavior might alert her. As a result, Bailey Zongyang hoped that he could run into Guning again and invited her to dine together. This time, he finally had a reasonable excuse to call Guning after finding out what had happened to Cozy. He planned to call her tomorrow. Guning is unbelievable. She has made a perfect counterattack, Bailey Zongyang said. Before Guning sent out those posts, he already knew that Guning could deal with it very well. However, he was still surprised when he saw the final result. Unfortunately, she's just a mortal, or I'd think that you two would be a perfect couple, Bailey Zongxue said. In Bailey Zongshue's eyes, Guning was a gorgeous business talent and an extraordinary kung fu master. She admired her and had a good impression of her. But there was a rule in the cultivation world that a cultivator couldn't marry a mortal, or the cultivator would be expelled from the cultivation world. The child of a cultivator and a mortal would lose the talent of becoming a cultivator. Everyone in the cultivation world was born with the talent of becoming a cultivator. If accidents happened and some children were born without it, they would be kicked out of the cultivation world no matter how powerful their families were. If cultivators were allowed to marry mortals, there would be more and more children without the talent of becoming a cultivator in the cultivation world. In that case, the cultivation world would be ruined one day. It was an unbreakable rule. About 20 years ago, a girl who was born in one of the 4 most powerful families in the cultivation world fell in love with a mortal, which annoyed her family, after which she was killed. Didn't you always think that Dongfang Ziyu is the best? Why do you suddenly think Guning is better than her? Bailey Zongyang asked. I have that opinion after comparison. Although their levels of martial arts aren't comparable, because one is a martial artist while the other is a cultivator. Guning is much more outstanding than Dongfang Ziyu if you compare their appearance and abilities, Bailey Zongxue said. Because Bailey Zongxue didn't know that Guning had magical power, she believed that Guning was weaker than Dongfang Ziyu. However, Guning wasn't weak at all. Bailey Zongyang agreed with his younger sister, but he had no intention to chase Guning because Guning was immortal. Oh, is Cozy really that effective? Bailey Zongxue was curious. She was very young and her skin was very good because of her cultivation, so she paid little attention to skincare products. And I've also seen many positive comments about Colaine. It seems to be as effective as magic medicine, Bailey Zongxue added. Haven't you done a lot of study on medicines? You can buy some yourself to carry out a study, Bailey Zongyang said. Right. How could I forget about that? I'll buy some to study tomorrow morning. Bailey Zongxue got excited. The next day, more people were attracted to the news about Cozy and Guning, and they were surprised too when they learned that both Cozy and Colaine were Guning's companies. Many people had called Guning out of concern these past few days. Bailey Zongyang was included. Although Guning lost her patience after receiving too many calls about the same thing, she still stayed kind and answered his call. In the capital, Bailey Zongxue went to a store of Colaine at 9 a.m. She bought some pills and ointments. When she went back home, she opened the packages of medicine right away but smelt something familiar, which surprised her. There was magical power inside. Bailey Zongxue couldn't believe it. Since Colaine was Guning's company, Guning must have magical power too. An idea dawned on Bailey Zongxue that Guning could be a cultivator as well, or she must have a valuable object filled with magical power. Thinking of that, Bailey Zongxue called Bailey Zongyang without delay. What's up? Bailey Zongyang asked. Zongyang, is it convenient for you now? I have something important to tell you, Bailey Zongxue said. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang put on a serious expression. Yeah, I'm in my office alone. What happened? I just bought some Colaine medicine, and I found magical power in them, Bailey Zongxue said. What? There is magical power in Colaine medicine. Bailey Zongyang was shocked. Colaine was one of Guning's companies, so the magical power must have something to do with her. Guning was either a cultivator or had a treasure with magical power. However, Bailey Zongyang didn't sense any magical power from Guning, so she must have a kind of treasure with magical power in her body. If she was an ordinary mortal, how could she get to know about magical power? Also, if Guning was aware of the existence of magical power, she must have found out his real identity. Bailey Zongyang found it was too difficult for him to accept. He didn't believe that Gu Ning was a cultivator nor that Gu Ning could sense magical power. In that case, there must be someone else behind her back. Bailey Zongyang thought that it was much more reasonable. Are you sure? He asked. I am very sure, and you can check it for yourself when you're home today, Bailey Zongxue replied. Bailey Zongyang didn't have patience to wait for such a long time, so he left the company at once. About 20 minutes later, Bailey Zongyang arrived at his home. Bailey Zongxue was surprised when Bailey Zongyang showed up so soon. The second Bailey Zongyang was back. He asked Bailey Zongxue to give him the medicines. Once he opened them, he indeed smelt a faint trace of magical power. Is there magical power in every kind of medicine produced by Kolain? Bailey Zongyang asked. Yes, Bailey Zongxue said. I think we should conduct an investigation on Gu Ning. Bailey Zongyang squinted his eyes. He had no hostility against Gu Ning, and there was no conflict of interest between them either, so he never had the idea to investigate Gu Ning before. Gu Ning could be his friend, so he respected her. Nevertheless, the situation was different now. He wasn't sure whether Gu Ning was his friend or enemy now. If Gu Ning really could sense magical power, it was highly possible that she had already found out his real identity. It wasn't a big deal, but he was afraid that she might do something else to hurt him. He approached Gu Ning of his own accord, but he had to conduct an investigation now, otherwise he would be too worried. As long as they weren't enemies, he would still be willing to make friends with Gu Ning. Bailey Zongyang was reluctant to have a strong enemy after all. Gu Ning probably wouldn't be happy about it, but he was left no choice and he could only be as cautious as possible. Although Zhuang Chuanhao and the other guilty people were already arrested, Gu Ning, as the victim, still needed to go to the Public Security Bureau to deal with it. Therefore, Gu Ning stayed in City Q for the time being. She needed to sue Zhuang Chuanhao in person. That morning, Gu Ning was busy preparing all kinds of documents and evidence. As for her lawyer, Gu Ning gave Chen Songyi a call, so the lawyer of the Shengning organization would fly to City Q in the earliest flight. She could hire a local lawyer, but she preferred to use her own lawyer who was more reliable. Cost a lot to hire a good lawyer after all. Her lawyer arrived at 11 a.m., after which they went to the Public Security Bureau together. The Public Security Bureau was already aware of Gu Ning's background, so all the policemen were very polite to her. Actually, they were her fans. They had read a lot of news about Gu Ning on the internet, and they knew that she was a billionaire. Not many people could be so successful at such an early age. When those policemen greeted Gu Ning, she kindly smiled at them. Although Gu Ning was very kind and gentle, they still could sense her air of power. Gu Ning was the founder of a large business group after all, so she had to show her influence. If she didn't show her influence, other people might think lightly of her. However, she couldn't do it too much or other people might have a bad impression of her. She didn't want others to be scared of her, but she must be held in awe. Gu Ning met the policeman who was in charge of the case and handed over the documentary evidence before she left. Once she was gone, those policemen began to talk about her. No wonder people call her Goddess Gu. She's as beautiful as she is outstanding. Right, both she and her parents have my admiration. I wonder how her parents have educated her to be so outstanding. My kid only knows how to play games all day long. I think she's very excellent herself. Her parents must be super proud of her. I wish my son could be as half outstanding as her. Gu Ning's lawyer stayed to deal with it, while she left for the capital. It was already 3 p.m., so she had missed the release conference of Battle in the Sky. The release conference of Battle in the Sky would be held at 2 p.m., and many internet users began to download it once it was available on its official website. However, because too many people were downloading it at the same time, the website almost broke down. The connection speed is too slow. There are too many people downloading it at the same time. I've succeeded in downloading it. I'm jealous of you. Me too. Many internet users were complaining and cheering on Weibo. High-Speed Tech was very happy to see that its new game was so popular, but other game companies were displeased, especially Tianhe Technology. Tianhe Technology just released a new game at the beginning of that year. And although it didn't cause a sensation, it was getting more and more attention from game players, but Battle in the Sky suddenly showed up. Games which had been released for a long time normally had loyal players, and players with high ranks in the game wouldn't be willing to abandon it. Unfortunately, Tianhe Technology still needed more time. In the development department of Tianhe Technology, the project manager was angry and hit a table with great force. Why was Battle in the Sky launched right now? Our game has just gained some attention, but we're in a very dangerous situation now. The project manager clenched his teeth in anger. Battle in the Sky is very popular at the early stage, but we don't know what will happen in the future, a game designer said. They sensed a great crisis, because Battle in the Sky was attractive and addictive. Even they couldn't wait to play it. I want to hack into their system to ruin the game program, but I'm afraid that they're at a higher level than us, and I don't want to be exposed, the manager said. Actually, he had always had that idea since he learned that High-Speed Tech was going to release Battle in the Sky, but he didn't dare to take action. It's not a good idea, but do we have to accept this result? Another game designer asked. What else can we do now? Alright, it's meaningless to complain here. We're not the boss and we can't make the decision. The project manager stopped their discussion. Others had to close their mouths because it was purely academic. Many internet users began to play Battle in the Sky once they finished downloading. Although it was a new game, most of them were game lovers, so it wasn't hard for them to get familiar with it. So after playing for a while, the majority were familiar with its rules. At the same time, the new game also attracted many new game players because it was very addictive. The game required a high level of skills, so many of them lost after a short while, and they went to leave comments on Weibo about it one after another. Battle in the Sky is the best game I've ever played. I agree, and I can barely put my phone down. It's so enjoyable. I mean, everyone should try it, because you'll regret it if you don't play it. Many people showed off their user experience on Weibo, but some still hadn't finished downloading yet. Oh, I'm so envious of those who have already played it. I can't wait to play it. Some people also had doubts. Really? Is it that fun? I admit that its ad is very exciting, but I don't think it's better than all the other games. You'll know after you try it. Right, don't rush to deny it, or you'll regret it. On the internet, a lot of people were talking about Battle in the Sky. Within a short time, Battle in the Sky became one of the hottest topics on Weibo. Because of the popularity of Battle in the Sky, more and more internet users were attracted to it. Not everybody liked it because different people had different preferences. Some game players thought that it was boring and gave up after playing it for a while, but they didn't leave negative comments about it. It was indeed a high-quality game, but just not suitable for them. Some people also complained that Battle in the Sky wasn't fun at all, and that they liked another game better. Anyway, about 90% game players liked Battle in the Sky. Guning arrived at the capital at 6 p.m. and saw missed calls and a message from Kay once she turned on her phone. Kay called her about an hour ago, but she was in the plane at that time and her phone was turned off. Guning read Kay's message at once and Kay told her to play the game if she was free, because it would be great advertising for it. Guning was definitely willing to do that and sent a message back to Kay. After walking out of the exit, she saw Lung Xiaoting standing in the arrival hall. It's already done, and he's been sentenced to death, Lung Xiaoting said to Guning. Great.
Guning noted.
Luca had bad luck and encountered Guning, who wasn't weak at all. If he hadn't taken the mission from Lung Xiaojia, he wouldn't have lost his life. However, he asked for it. On the other hand, Lung Xiaojia was still waiting for his reply. She had no idea that Luca was already sentenced to death. Guning was reluctant to go to the Lung family's house right now, because she didn't want to see Lung Xiaojia. She was afraid that she might lose control of herself and Master Lung would find out about it. It was time for dinner, so Guning along with her 2 bodyguards went to dine together. On the way, Guning took out her phone and started the game. She played several rounds and won every time. She took a screenshot and posted it on Weibo afterwards. Guning. A very enjoyable game. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? I'm not available online all the time, so it depends on your luck. She didn't hide her ID in the picture, so everyone got to know her game ID. Once she sent out that post, it caused a sensation on Weibo. Some went to add Guning as their friend, while some simply left comments below. The Future Queen? What a great name. It's very suitable for Goddess Gu. Some people found that they couldn't add Guning as their friends, then came back to Weibo to complain. I can't add Goddess Gu as my friend because my level is too low. My heart is broken now. Goddess Gu is so unbelievable. Her level is so high. In the game, only players of the same level could add each other as friends. The game was divided into 7 grades. Primary grade, intermediate grade, advanced grade, God grade, holy grade, heaven grade and infinite grade. Each grade had 100 levels. Guning was in intermediate grade now, so players in the primary grade couldn't be her friends. I think Goddess Gu must have played it for a long time, or she can't reach such a high level within a day. I think so, and now I'm starting to believe that high-speed tech is also Goddess Gu's company. I had the same thought as you. Many internet users had mentioned Guning and asked her about it, but Guning didn't reply. Guning didn't reply at all, but they weren't mad because she had too many followers on Weibo, and it was impossible for her to reply to every question about her. If she had anything she wanted to say, she would directly send out a post so that everyone could see it. Social media influencers all behaved like that, so everyone was already used to it. It's possible for it to be Goddess Gu's friends' company. Right, many of Goddess Gu's friends also repost her posts when she needs promotion. I agree. After that, more people chose to accept this guess. Even though high-speed tech was really Guning's company, not many people were aware of it. It's not important. I just want to add Goddess Gu as my friend, but her level is much higher than me. Right. I want to play with her. Me too. Goddess Gu must have done it on purpose, so that more people will download the game in order to be her friend. I think I'll play the game all week to catch up with Goddess Gu. Many people believe that Guning did it on purpose. It was true that Guning did that on purpose because too many people wanted to be her friends once she made her ID public. She couldn't deal with so many people alone. Therefore, she directly reached a high level so that only skilled players could be her friends. It was easy for Guning to reach a high level, but it was very difficult for many other people. As a result, only a few game players could become Guning's friends. In addition, she could attract more people to play the game. She wasn't forcing her fans to download and play the game, and it was still up to them whether they wanted to play the same game as her. They were free to say no. If her fans really disliked this game, they wouldn't download it even if she forced them to do so. Her fans had reason. After sending out the post, Guning also sent a message to Chu Peihan and her other friends in the WeChat group. She suggested they play it when they were free. Since Guning recommended it, they absolutely wanted to give it a try. Except for Yumixi and an E, the others were all game lovers, especially Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping. How Ran, Chu Peihan and Su Anya played games sometimes. All of a sudden, Guning thought of something important and called Yumixi right away. Yumixi was surprised when she saw Guning's call. Ning. I forgot to tell you something important. Do you want to work as an intern in the finance department of my company this vacation? It's in the city center of City F, so you can go home every day after work. What do you think? Guning asked. Although Yumixi was kind of her staff member now, she wouldn't force her to do anything. They just finished the National College entrance examination, so most of them wanted to relax, which was understandable. The situation would be different after they entered university. Many college students chose to work during their vacations to earn some money. Some did it in order to lighten the financial burden for their families, while some wanted to learn some skills before they joined the workforce. Sure. Yumixi was very happy to hear this news. She had been helping her parents in her family's small restaurant these days, and seldom gathered together with her friends. Yumixi's parents had rented a small store outside Jehua Garden, and made it a small restaurant. Yumixi's father was good at cooking, so the restaurant was quite popular, and they could make about 20,000 yuan per month. Great, I'll inform the company before I call you again, Gunning said. She also hoped that Mixi could start working as early as possible. Gunning called Nguangyao later and told him her plan. Nguangyao agreed with alacrity and said that Mixi could report for duty before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Afterwards, Gunning called Mixi again and told her the time. When Mixi knew that Gunning arranged for her to have an internship in Shanghua real estate, she was surprised because it was Yi's family business. Although it wasn't owned by Yi's family now, Yi's father was still managing it. Therefore, none of them were aware that Gunning was the real boss of Shanghua real estate. The second Mixi found out, she began to think that Gunning might have a relationship with Shanghua real estate. Gunning's company wasn't in City F, but Gunning knew Yi's father, so Gunning arranged for her to work in Shanghua real estate, which would be convenient for her to go back home after work. This was Mixi's thoughts, so she didn't ask further about it and accepted Gunning's arrangement. After the call, Gunning arrived at the hotel and went to dine with her bodyguards and Lung Xiaoting. When they walked outside after finishing dinner, they heard a female voice from a private room with the door ajar. It was Lung Xiaojia's voice. Gunning's face changed, but she was still able to stay calm, but Lung Xiaoting was full of anger. It seemed like he would break into the room any second, so Gunning pulled him away at once. Even though they were going to take revenge, they couldn't do it right now. Gunning had no intention to let Lung Xiaojia know that she was going to punish her. If Lung Xiaojia found out, she would undoubtedly tell Master Lung. In that case, Master Lung's relationship with her would be damaged. Lung Xiaoting calmed himself down when they walked away from the private room. They went straight back to Century City. Gaoyi drove the car and Xiaoye sat in the front passenger's seat, while Gunning and Lung Xiaoting sat in the rear seats. Lung Xiaoting held Gunning's hand tightly along the way, and he was still very mad. Gunning didn't want to see him in a terrible mood, so she opened her mouth to comfort him. Xiaoting, I'll handle it properly myself. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. Fine. Lung Xiaoting agreed, because he didn't want Gunning to be worried about him. He paid a lot of attention to it, because Lung Xiaojia had schemed against Gunning several times already. However, because of Master Lung, they had to tolerate it for the time being. Lung Xiaoting was mad, and felt sorry for Gunning. If Gunning had no relationship with the Lung family, she wouldn't hesitate to punish Lung Xiaojia as she wanted. It's still early. Why don't we have a walk on the antique street? Gunning said, trying to distract Lung Xiaoting. There were several antique streets in the capital, and all of them had a long history, but they were rebuilt and became tourist attractions now. Now, no matter if it was day or night, they were always crowded. The night view there was extraordinarily beautiful. Gunning had a special affection towards ancient streets. Lung Xiaoting understood that, so he agreed. Why not? He smiled at Gunning. After that, Gunning told Gaoyi to drive to the antique street. When they arrived, it was just sunset. Because it was a tourist attraction, there were many visitors and shops. Lung Xiaoting and Gunning walked separately from Gaoyi and Xiaoye, because they were both couples. Lung Xiaoting and Gunning walked down the ancient street hand in hand. When they passed by a fortune-teller's stand, an old man called Gunning. Hey miss, do you want a fortune-telling service? It's very accurate. No thanks. Gunning didn't like fortune-telling because she thought that it was a trick. Come on, have a try. The old man was unwilling to give up and stood in front of Gunning and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting frowned with dissatisfaction, but he said nothing. Even though the old man was annoying, he hadn't done anything to hurt them. I don't believe it, Gunning said. Well miss, I can tell from your face that you've suffered a tribulation about a half-year ago, which completely changed your life, the old man said. Hearing that, Gunning got nervous. The tribulation was the car accident which led to her rebirth, and everything began to change after she woke up. It wasn't a secret, but she wasn't in City F now. Gunning had many thoughts in her mind, but she stayed calm on the surface. It isn't a secret that I was in a terrible car accident about half a year ago. People who know me are all aware of it. Have you found information about me on purpose in order to deceive me into paying you money?
Gunning sighed.
Ridiculous. The old man was annoyed when Gu Ning said that. It's free. I don't want your money. Sorry, I'm not interested. Gu Ning refused. However, she knew that the old man was very serious, which alerted her. If the old man could really tell her fortune, it would be big trouble. Gu Ning decided to avoid him. Therefore, she pulled Leng shouting and walked away. Miss! The old man was unwilling to let her go. But Gu Ning and Leng shouting walked away fast, and he had to give it up. He was impressed by Gu Ning's physiognomy, and wasn't in the mood to open his stand now. He saw many unusual things from her face, but he didn't have a chance to see her face clearly. Nevertheless, he was sure that the girl's life was very special, especially after the tribulation. She could have been killed in the tribulation, but she survived. Her life had a complete change afterwards, and she became a totally different person. It seemed like a person that had two lives. However, it was impossible for a person to have two lives, so the old man couldn't figure it out. The old man was disappointed that he failed to tell Gu Ning's fortune, but he wasn't in despair, because he had a feeling that they would meet again. He believed in fate. Gu Ning was relieved after walking far away. Leng shouting understood that Gu Ning was worried and wanted to avoid the old man. He didn't want to interfere in her own things, but he was afraid that it might hurt Gu Ning, so he asked, Ningning, why are you avoiding him? Hearing that, Gu Ning panicked a little. She absolutely couldn't tell Leng shouting that she had been reborn before. Well, I'm just afraid that he might see my jade eyes. Leng shouting nodded, because it was indeed an important secret. Right, you must be careful from now on. If anyone else knew about it, Gu Ning would be in danger. Even though Gu Ning wasn't weak at all, he still felt anxious when there was someone who wanted to hurt her. I will, Gu Ning said. She disliked trouble and would do everything to avoid it. Once Battle in the Sky was released, it was becoming increasingly popular. More and more people were attracted to it after only one afternoon. Those who wanted to add Gu Ning as their friend but failed because their levels were too low crazily spent a lot more time and energy playing the game. They ached to be Gu Ning's friends to play around against or with her. As for other people, they were simply addicted to the game. Gu Ning went back home at 9:30 p.m. Leng shouting stayed in Gu Ning's house that night. Although Leng shouting didn't have to fulfill a mission these days, it didn't mean that he could stay outside and be free all day long. He still needed to go back to the military base tomorrow. Actually, he was supposed to leave today, but Gu Ning was going back to the capital, so he delayed the departure time until tomorrow. He had nothing important to deal with, so it wasn't a big deal. Leng shouting hadn't stayed alone with Gu Ning for a long time, and he missed her so much in bed. So because he had to leave tomorrow, he had sex again and again with Gu Ning that night. Ningning, I don't want to leave you. Leng shouting hugged Gu Ning in his arms. He wished that they were an ordinary couple who could stay with each other every day. However, he couldn't because of his job. I don't want to leave you either. Gu Ning hugged him tight. She was reluctant to leave Leng shouting, but she was more mature than him, so she didn't feel too sad. Leng shouting was deeper in love than she was in their relationship. However, it didn't mean that she loved Leng shouting less than Leng shouting loved her. What Leng shouting could do for her was what she was also willing to do for him. The next day, Leng shouting left after lunch. Gu Ning also went to her company for work later. As soon as Gu Ning walked into the hall, she saw Lu Xiao walking outside with an angry expression. Lu Xiao was struck dumb for a second when he saw Gu Ning. Oh, hi boss. What's wrong? Why do you look so mad? Gu Ning asked. Xiaichu was injured during the shooting of her music video, Lu Xiao said with his eyes full of worry. Gu Ning was aware of Lu Xiao's affection towards Xiaichu, so she knew that he must be very concerned. How is she now? Is it serious? Gu Ning asked with concern as Xiaichu's boss. She broke her leg and she's in the hospital now. I'm on my way to visit her, Lu Xiao replied. I'll go with you, Gu Ning said. Sure. Lu Xiao agreed. After that, they went to the hospital together. At the same time, Tang Haifeng had the reply to the engagement date for Leng shouting and Gu Ning from Zhao Yiru, but it wasn't delightful. Tang, although I'm not an expert on Xuanxue, I think I still need to be honest with you. I don't think Shouting should have the engagement this year from his date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope. It's better to delay it, Zhao said. Well, I trust you. Since you think it's better to delay it, we can delay it. It isn't a big deal. Tang Haifeng thought that it wouldn't make a difference whether Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were engaged this year or next year. Tang Haifeng then told Leng Weihua about it. Although Leng Weihua also felt a little disappointed, he accepted it. He believed in superstitions to some extent. However, what they didn't know was that Zhao Yiru actually found that Leng Xiaoting was going to go through a tribulation, but he didn't know how serious it would be. He only knew a little about Xuanxue, so he wasn't very sure of the result. In addition, even if he saw something terrible in the future, it didn't mean that it would certainly happen. One could be well prepared for it to avoid the danger. Because the shooting set was a little far from the hospital, Xiaichu was still absent by the time that Gu Ning arrived. Before they saw Xiaichu, they ran into something else. Doctor, please help me and save my younger brother. I'll give you the money later. They heard a female voice begging the doctor. Gu Ning and Lu Xiao found a young woman pulling a male doctor at the door of the outpatient department, and she was crying loudly in despair. Miss Peng, please stop. According to the rules, if you can't pay the fee, I can't do the surgery. To be honest with you, your younger brother probably won't recover even if he has the operation, the male doctor said. Please. The woman was unwilling to give up. Miss Peng, would please let me go? It's not easy for me to make the decision, all right? The male doctor said with a resigned sigh. I feel for this girl, but she doesn't have enough money. It's impossible for the hospital to cure her younger brother. The poor can only wait for death. Money is really important nowadays. Onlookers also sighed with sadness. The hospital wouldn't treat a patient without money. Gu Ning agreed that it was a little cold that the hospital directly abandoned those patients without money, but the hospital wasn't a charity after all. Gu Ning hesitated for a while, then still walked to Miss Peng. The moment Gu Ning walked near, Miss Peng noticed her and knelt down in front of her. Miss Gu, please lend me some money for my younger brother's surgery. I promise I'll pay you back with my salary. I'm willing to do anything for you. Miss Peng recognized Gu Ning and she knew that Gu Ning was very kind, so she became hopeful again. In fact, if Gu Ning was unwilling to help her, she wouldn't complain either, but only felt hopeless. Other people all shook their heads when they saw that Miss Peng went to borrow money from a young girl. An operation cost at least hundreds of thousand yuan, and it was impossible for a young girl to lend so much money to a stranger. Gu Ning was surprised when Miss Peng called her name. Actually, since Gu Ning walked towards her of her own accord, it meant that she had intention to help her. Gu Ning felt touched when Miss Peng promised to do anything for her in order to save her younger brother. Only family members were willing to sacrifice for each other. No problem, I can lend you money, but I need to see your younger brother first, Gu Ning said. It was obvious that Miss Peng's younger brother was seriously injured, and he probably couldn't survive even if he had the operation. Therefore, Gu Ning wanted to see Miss Peng's younger brother first and help him survive. Onlookers were shocked when Gu Ning really agreed to help. Sure. Miss Peng got back to her feet at once and led the way for Gu Ning. Before Gu Ning left with Miss Peng, she took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lu Xiao. You can wait here for Xiaichu. Tell her to take this pill when she arrives. It's very helpful for her recovery. Great. Lu Xiao took it without hesitation. Afterwards, Gaoyi and Xiaoye left with Gu Ning following Miss Peng. Some onlookers along with the doctor also followed them. Miss Peng's full name was Peng Xiaoman, and she was 28 this year. Her younger brother was Peng Xinghao, who was in his early 20s this year, but he was placed in a bed at a corner of the hall because he couldn't have the operation. Peng Xiaoman wasn't able to afford the surgery fee, so Peng Xinghao couldn't stay in the ward. When Gu Ning saw Peng Xinghao, his head was still bleeding. There was a fruit knife in his head that hadn't been removed yet, because he couldn't have the operation, and it was very dangerous. Because of losing too much blood, Peng Xinghao had a pale face and labored breathing. Seemed like he could die at any second. Without delay, Gu Ning walked ahead and held Peng Xinghao's hand to secretly put her magical power into his body. Gu Ning wouldn't cure him with her magical power, but would help him survive. What's she doing? No idea, it seems like she's taking his pulse. Really? Who knows? Gu Ning was secretly putting her magical power into Peng Xinghao's body with one hand, and put a pill to his mouth with another hand. What is this? The doctor asked. Although he couldn't do the operation on Peng Xinghao, he didn't want him to die in the hospital. Gu Ning didn't answer his question. Onlookers got nervous and began to discuss it again. This girl is so bold. What if anything terrible happens to the young man? She must take responsibility. A group of onlookers were criticizing Gu Ning, but Gu Ning stayed silent. Peng Xiaoman was also surprised when Gu Ning put the pill into Peng Xinghao's mouth, but she didn't stop Gu Ning. She didn't think that Gu Ning was going to hurt Peng Xinghao, especially in public. If Peng Xinghao died after taking her pill, Gu Ning would be in big trouble, and there was no reason for Gu Ning to do that. As time went by, Peng Xinghao's breath gradually stabilized and he began to breathe normally. After a few minutes, Peng Xinghao's face began to change. Onlookers who stood a distance away couldn't see it, but the male doctor was able to notice it and he was totally shocked. He couldn't believe that Peng Xinghao began to recover once Gu Ning helped him take a pill. He was curious about the pill now. After that, the male doctor turned to stare at Gu Ning. He wanted to ask Gu Ning for more information about the pill, but he knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to do that in public right now. Peng Xiaoman almost burst into tears of excitement when she saw Peng Xinghao's face becoming normal. She knew that it must be the effect of Gu Ning's medicine. Miss Peng, you can go to register now before your younger brother has the operation, Gu Ning said to Peng Xiaoman and withdrew her hand. Gu Ning only helped Peng Xinghao stay alive, but he still needed to have an operation to remove the knife from his head. If she directly removed the fruit knife in public, it would be strange and nobody would believe it. Peng Xinghao still needed a doctor to help him. Gu Ning would give him some power crystals to help him recover faster after the surgery. Right. Peng Xiaoman ran to do it at once. She didn't have enough money for the operation, but she could afford the fee for registration. When Peng Xiaoman left to register, the male doctor told those onlookers to leave. Then he asked Gu Ning with curiosity, "Miss Gu, what kind of medicine is this pill?" "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't tell," Gu Ning said. The male doctor didn't insist, because he knew that Gu Ning was unwilling to tell him. Before Peng Xinghao was pushed into the operating room, Xia Yichu arrived. Actually, Xia Yichu wasn't severely injured and only broke her leg. She only needed to rest for a few days after putting her bones back in their normal positions. Lu Xiao was too nervous, so it had seemed to be a serious problem. Once Xia Yichu came, Lu Xiao told her to take the pill that Gu Ning gave him. With the help of Gu Ning's power crystal, Xia Yichu would be able to move within a day. Before long, Peng Xinghao was going to have the operation. Gu Ning asked Peng Xiaoman when there was nobody around them, "Miss Peng, can you tell me what happened to your younger brother?" Hearing that, Peng Xiaoman looked furious. "My younger brother's major was clothing design in college. He went to have an interview in a company a few days ago, and provided several design drafts. The company kept his drafts and told him to wait for the information. My younger brother has waited for the result for a long time, and saw a clothing design competition by accident on the internet. He found his work in the top 3 participants, but his name was removed. He then went to ask the company for a reason. I don't know what happened later, but I just received a call from the hospital that my younger brother was in great danger. I rushed to the hospital and I also called the police, but the police wouldn't help me find the criminal." Peng Xiaoman was disappointed in the police now. Gu Ning was also angry after knowing the truth. At the same time, she was aware of the cruel fact that the powerful always bullied the poor with their power and influence. When Gu Ning and Gu Man still lived a hard life, other people in the Gu family also loved to bully them. Tang Aining was reincarnated in Gu Ning's body afterwards, and nobody dared to bully them again. If the poor didn't want to be bullied all the time, they must grow to become strong. Unfortunately, not every poor person could grow strong one day, so bullying would exist as usual. Since Peng Xinghao's major was clothing design in the university, and he was able to win a place in an important design competition, Gu Ning thought that she could hire him to work for her in her garment company. Although her garment company wasn't shorthanded now, she wouldn't mind hiring skilled people. No matter what, Gu Ning made up her mind to help Peng Xinghao this time. Right when Gu Ning was about to say something, Peng Xiaoman opened her mouth first. Miss Gu, I know that you have a garment company under your name, and my younger brother is an outstanding clothing designer. If you think he's qualified, he can work for you and will pay you the money back with the salary. You can fire him whenever you want to, of course. Their parents passed away very early, so she had to quit school when she was only a freshman. Although she didn't have many skills, her younger brother was outstanding. Gu Ning was willing to hire Peng Xinghao if he was really good at clothing design. But she wouldn't fire him casually unless he made a terrible mistake. If Peng Xinghao could become a successful clothing designer, he could make a lot more money than the medical fee. Gu Ning decided to give Peng Xinghao a chance. It totally depended on Peng Xinghao's skills whether he could get a job in Gu Ning's garment company. Gu Ning was kind but wasn't dumb after all. If your younger brother is a skilled designer, I won't miss the chance to hire him, but I'm a businesswoman and I need to have an interview with him first, Gu Ning said. Of course I understand. Peng Xiaoman was cheered up. If Peng Xinghao could really become a clothing designer, she would be super happy for him. In fact, she had great confidence in Peng Xinghao. Moreover, she hoped that they could pay back the money in this way. Gu Ning understood that Peng Xiaoman was very kind and grateful to her. Miss Peng, do you have your younger brother's photos in your phone? Gu Ning asked Peng Xiaoman later. Yes, Peng Xiaoman said. She didn't know why Gu Ning asked her for Peng Xinghao's photos, but she believed that Gu Ning wouldn't hurt them. She sent Gu Ning a photo of her younger brother at once. Gu Ning then called Kay without delay. She didn't walk away and talked with Kay on the phone right in front of Peng Xiaoman. I'll send you a photo of a young man. Can you investigate XX company to see what happened to the young man at 12 p.m.? Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Peng Xiaoman realized that Gu Ning was helping them to collect evidence. Gu Ning was going to seek justice for them. Thinking of that, Peng Xiaoman asked, Miss Gu, are you? Since you're going to work for me, I should help you find out the truth, Gu Ning said. Peng Xiaoman almost cried at this moment. Miss Gu, thank you so much. Xia Yichu's treatment was also done, and there was no need for her to stay in the hospital. When she left, Lu Xiao called Gu Ning and told her about Xia Yichu's situation. Gu Ning had made good arrangements for Peng Xinghao as well, so she didn't need to stay here. Peng Xiaoman would take good care of Peng Xinghao. Nevertheless, before she left, she gave Peng Xiaoman 2 power crystals and told her to help Peng Xinghao take them once he was pushed out of the operation room. The pill would melt once it was put into Peng Xinghao's mouth, so he could take it even if he was still unconscious. If she was available, she would come to see them, and if Peng Xinghao was in danger again, Peng Xiaoman could call her. When Peng Xinghao woke up, they could talk about his job then.
Peng Xiaoman repeatedly hanked Gu Ning.
When Gu Ning walked out, Xia Yichu was already sitting in Lu Zhao's car. Her agent and assistant were also with her. The interlude Xia Yichu sang for a new TV show was released recently, and it ranked high on the list of the most popular music within 3 days. It was even more popular than the opening song and ending song. As a result, Xia Yichu gained greater fame. Before Xia Yichu made her debut, she had caused a sensation several times on the internet, so she wasn't a strange face in many people's eyes. Fenghua Entertainment had also become a famous entertainment company now, so all its artists shared its fame. In addition, Pei Hina's fans became Xia Yichu's fans later. Xia Yichu was prettier than Pei Hina too, so she was more likely to be a popular singer. The music video Xia Yichu was shooting was precisely for her new song Lose. This was Xia Yichu's first song, and she also had 3 other songs waiting to be released. Xia Yidong wrote one of them, while a famous composer finished the other 2. The other 3 songs would be released when Lose brought greater fame to Xia Yichu. Since Xia Yidong wrote songs for Xia Yichu, he also got paid by Fenghua Entertainment, But because Xia Yidong didn't have much fame now, the pay wasn't high. Nevertheless, Xia Yidong didn't care about it, because he was writing songs for his older sister. However, although Xia Yichu had signed a contract with Fenghua Entertainment, Xia Yidong hadn't yet. With the help of Xia Yichu's influence, Xia Yidong had many followers on Weibo as well. Xia Yidong used his own photo as the profile photo. Xia Yichu was very beautiful, and Xia Yidong was attractive too. "Hi, boss." When Guning walked over, they all greeted her with respect. Guning nodded and her sight fell on Xia Yichu. "How do you feel now?" "It's not painful now." "Thank you, boss," Xia Yichu said with a smile. If it hadn't been for Guning's pill, she probably would have to stay in the patient bed for days. "Great, Lu Xiao will drive you home, and you can start to work again after making a full recovery," Guning said. "Sure," Xia Yichu said. After that, Lu Xiao drove Xia Yichu home, and Guning went back to her company. On the way, Kay called Guning and told her that he already got the surveillance video. Guning said that she was still on her way to the company, and that she would watch it after she arrived. She called Kay once she was in her office, and Kay went to see her with his computer. Kay showed Guning the surveillance video, and the evidence of the dirty secrets about the senior management of the Tang organization, especially about Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin. Guning watched the surveillance video first. At 12:15 p.m., Peng Xinghao walked into the building of XX Company. He didn't have a reservation, and wasn't allowed to walk inside, so he argued with some staff members in the hall. About 5 minutes later, the front desk received a call and let Peng Xinghao in. Peng Xinghao went to the HR department and said something, but Guning couldn't hear it, because the surveillance cameras only captured pictures without sound. At the beginning, the HR manager stayed calm facing Peng Xinghao, but it seemed that their negotiation failed. The HR manager changed his expression and his attitude seemed to be threatening Peng Xinghao. Peng Xinghao was mad and turned around to leave. Right at this moment, a young man dashed inside and pointed at Peng Xinghao, criticizing him in anger. After arguing for a minute, the young man grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and stabbed Peng Xinghao in the head. Peng Xinghao wasn't prepared and was seriously injured. The young man was scared too and drew his hand back at once. The HR manager talked with him for a short while, then made a call. About 20 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and sent Peng Xinghao to the hospital. After that, the hospital called Peng Xinghao's older sister, Peng Xiaoman. The young man was the heir of this company. His father dealt with this problem without delay, so the police ignored Peng Xiaoman's call for help. "Send what you've got to my email," Guning said to Kay. She wanted to slowly read the evidence of the dirty secrets about the Tang family. "No problem," Kay said. There were too many files, so it took a long while for Kay to successfully send them to Guning. Afterwards, Guning told Kay to leave. Then she began to read the files about the Tang family. No businessman was innocent. Even Guning had broken the law sometimes. She had dug many ancient graves before, which was illegal, but she didn't hurt other people. She hadn't done something like bribery and tax evasion either. Guning had powerful connections, and there was no need for her to bribe someone. She made a lot of money, so she didn't bother to evade tax. Because old surveillance videos were replaced by new ones every year, Kay could only do the investigation with this year's surveillance videos. He couldn't know what those related people had done before this year. As for those deleted surveillance videos, Kay wasn't able to get them back either. For example, if Guning told Kay to investigate into the case about Peng Xinghao later, the surveillance video could have been deleted. It would be harmful to keep it anyway. Kay hadn't found many dirty secrets about Tang Bingsen. Tang Bingsen was a cunning old businessman after all, and it wasn't easy to find his dirty secrets. Besides, Tang Bingsen had a gang to help him deal with many things, so there was no need for him to do bad deeds in person. When Tang Aining was still alive, she had solved many problems for Tang Bingsen. However, Tang Aining was dead now, so nobody would know what had happened before. Even if Guning was clearly aware of those bad deeds, she had no evidence. Tang Bingsen hadn't been found guilty of bribery and corruption. Kay only found out about Tang Bingsen's sexual relationship with Tian Feifei, his mistress, and his love child. Gu Ning wasn't surprised because she already knew that Tang Bingsun had a mistress and a love child, but she didn't know who they were. Tang Bingsun's mistress was Feng Lin, who was the HR manager in a company under the control of the Tang organization. Their son was Feng Qila. He was 15 this year and was in 10th grade. Kay also had the videos of Tang Bingsun meeting with Feng Lin, but they always gathered together with a large group of people. They only had a private meeting 3 times. Feng Qila also showed up at the 3 private meetings by accident. Gu Ning didn't know whether Feng Qila was aware of the fact that Tang Bingsun was his biological father. As for the major directors of the Tang organization, most of them had committed bribery. Other than that, there were sectional conflicts in the Tang organization as well. Someone wanted to get the chair of the chairman, so there were 2 factions inside. This director who wanted to be the chairman was quite outstanding, and he had a secret relationship with the president of another large business group which was the Tang organization's enemy. As a major director of the Tang organization, he had contact with the president of its business enemy, which meant that they must face the same opponent. In other words, this director planned to cooperate with the president to unseat Tang Bingsun. However, no one knew who would benefit most from their conflict. Gu Ning didn't think that they could succeed, because Tang Bingsun had the support from a gang. This gang would be Gu Ning's first target in order to deal with Tang Bingsun. Gu Ning didn't know where the gang's base was, but she knew some of its members stayed beside Tang Bingsun as his bodyguards and helpers. Therefore, Gu Ning decided to investigate them to see what she could find out. Qi Ziyue's and Tang Yexin's dirty secrets were much more exciting than Tang Bingsun's and the major directors. Gu Ning knew that Qi Ziyue wasn't a loyal man to the Tang organization nor to Tang Yexin. Qi Ziyu always had the ambition to steal the Tang organization. Gu Ning was clearly aware of it after her reincarnation. She wasn't surprised by Qi Ziyue's disloyalty to Tang Yexin either. Qi Ziyue had an unusually high self-esteem, and he ached to have power and wealth. He only cared about himself, and he was too selfish to be loyal to another person. Qi Ziyue was born in an ordinary family, and many people thought that he was a freeloader when he became Tang Yexin's boyfriend. It was the undeniable truth, but Qi Ziyue was unwilling to accept it. He was eager to prove his own ability to everyone one day. However, no matter how much he had achieved afterwards, people still believed that he relied on Tang Yexin to be successful. Without Tang Yexin's help, he couldn't get into the Tang organization. Qi Ziyue hoped to marry into the Tang family through Tang Yexin, which would help him get real control of the Tang organization. Precisely because Qi Ziyue realized that other people always regarded him as a freeloader, he felt uncomfortable. Besides, Qi Ziyue knew that Tang Yexin wasn't loyal to him either, but he couldn't question her in order to keep his position in the Tang family. As a result, Qi Ziyue also cheated on Tang Yexin. In Qi Ziyue's eyes, power was much more important than a relationship. Tang Yexin, on the other hand, loved Qi Ziyue deeply, but she still couldn't remain loyal to him. She only played around when Qi Ziyue wasn't in the capital so that Qi Ziyue wouldn't find it out. And Qi Ziyue didn't have any proof, because he didn't want to do the investigation. Kay was able to find out about their dirty secrets because he had videos of Qi Ziyue having sex with other women, and Tang Yexin having sex with other men. Because Kay only had videos of this year, he only had found out about 2 or 3 of their sex partners. Gu Ning decided to make this dirty secret their wedding gift. Qi Ziyue also had many useful connections, but it was nothing in Tang Bingsun's eyes. Although Tang Bingsun was very confident, it didn't mean that he wouldn't fail. Tang Aining had failed in the game with Qi Ziyue in the previous incarnation. Even though she was much better than Qi Ziyue at fighting, Qi Ziyue had still successfully schemed against her. Therefore, in this incarnation, Gu Ning kept a low profile and became much more careful. Although she was a kung fu master with a powerful family background, she still didn't think that she could do anything she wanted to. There would always be someone who was better than her in this world. Cultivators, mutants, and other kinds of monsters were much stronger than her after all. The old man she had encountered yesterday was also able to tell her fortune. In that case, she couldn't be more cautious now. Gu Ning stored those files into her USB flash disk. She couldn't make sure that her computer wouldn't act up, so it was safer for her to store them in a USB flash disk. Other than that, Gu Ning also printed them out and put them in her telepathic eye space. After that, she needed to deal with Peng Xinghao's case. Gu Ning called Peng Xiaoman and asked her whether the operation was already done. Peng Xinghao's operation had lasted for 2 hours, so he was in a ward now, and he looked fine. Doctors were all shocked by Peng Xinghao's current conditions, and they believed that it was a miracle in the medical industry because they knew nothing about Gu Ning's pills. Peng Xiaoman didn't mention Gu Ning either, because she didn't want to cause Gu Ning trouble. In order to not reveal this secret, Peng Xiaoman helped Peng Xinghao take the pill when they were all gone. Knowing that Peng Xinghao was in a stable condition now, Gu Ning told Peng Xiaoman that she already had the evidence in her hands. She also told Peng Xiaoman to prepare Peng Xinghao's injury report, which would be of great use. Peng Xiaoman was excited to hear that, and she was surprised by Gu Ning's efficiency. Although the young man who had seriously injured Peng Xinghao was much more powerful than them, he was no match for Gu Ning. Nevertheless, before they took action, Gu Ning told Peng Xiaoman to call the police again. Gu Ning was aware that the police wouldn't take it seriously, but she needed a policeman's words as evidence. No matter what, it was the police's duty to catch criminals. Peng Xiaoman listened to Gu Ning and called the police once more. The moment a policeman picked up her call, Peng Xiaoman pressed the recording button. The policeman lost patience once he heard that XX company was involved. "Miss, you better give up, because the Zheng family isn't a family you can mess with. If they're mad, you're unable to bear the consequences of failure. Do you still refuse to administer punishment?" Peng Xiaoman wasn't surprised by the answer, but she was still mad. "To be honest with you, the Zheng family has called and we won't do anything," the policeman said. "As the police, shouldn't you help the innocent punish the evil?" Peng Xiaoman questioned in anger. "Miss, don't be so naive. We're willing to help, but you're too weak in front of powerful people. Don't talk about duty with me. The truth is that powerful people make the decisions," the policeman said. This policeman wasn't cautious at all, which was a great chance for Peng Xiaoman to collect evidence. However, this policeman was also being very honest, and his attitude proved it wasn't an uncommon thing. Being weak was a fault. "Do you mean you'll side with whoever is more powerful?" Peng Xiaoman asked. She always had a good impression of the police, but what had happened to her younger brother ruined it. There were black sheep in every group, and she believed that this policeman couldn't represent every policeman. "Yeah, that's right," the policeman said without hesitation. He didn't bother to hide his real thoughts. "Great, very good, let's wait and see," Peng Xiaoman said and hung up the call. After that, she sent the voice recording to Gu Ning. Gu Ning was also angry at this policeman, but she understood that it was a common occurrence. If Peng Xiaoman hadn't met her, Peng Xiaoman would have to tolerate it and swallow her anger. Actually, if Gu Ning wasn't so successful now, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. Therefore, only people with bravery, power, or wealth dared to fight against evil. Gu Ning then told Xiaoya to pick up Peng Xinghao's injury report in the hospital. During this time, Gu Ning told Kay to investigate the director of the branch of the Public Security Bureau in the Southern District and the Zhang family. They didn't need to rush, so she told Kay to help her collect detailed information about them. He could give her the result tomorrow morning. It was almost 6 p.m. now, so it was too late for her to go to the branch now. Gu Ning wanted to know the addresses of the director and the Zheng family, because she wanted Gao Yi and Xiaoya to sneak into their houses to get some evidence about their dirty secrets. There was a lot of evidence that Kay couldn't get as a hacker, because he was only good at hacking into local computers and surveillance cameras. Many people might lock their confidential documents in a safe. Before long, Kay found out the basic information and addresses of the director and the Zheng family. The director's name was Chong Bingjian. He was born in one of the 4 most powerful families in the capital, the Chong family. There were 4 most powerful families in the capital. The Lung family was the leading one, and the following families were the Yuan family, the Rong family, and the Chong family. They all held important positions in politics, business, and the military. The four dominant families were competing against each other, because all of them supported different people. The person who was in the most powerful position of this country would be replaced once in 3 years, and each of the four dominant families hoped that its choice could be the one chosen. The Lung family was the leading family of the four most powerful families in the capital because the man in that position was supported by the Lung family. However, even if the man in that position didn't have support from the Lung family, the Lung family was still the most influential among the four families. Except for the Lung family's connections, which were well known to the outside, it also had a mysterious force that no outsider was aware of. Most of the members of the Lung family didn't even know about it. Even Master Lung only knew a little about it, because it came from Lung Shouting. Master Lung only knew that Lung Shouting was the team leader of the Red Flame, and the real boss of Shengshi, but he didn't know Lung Shouting's other connections. The Red Flame held a higher rank than any other army, so even though Lung Shouting was only a major general, he had greater power than a colonel general. The Red Flame only obeyed commands from the man who was sitting on the most powerful position of this country. At the same time, Lung Shouting also had the right to choose what to do and what not to do. He could refuse to do what he didn't want to do. Only the man in the most powerful position had the power to order him to do anything. All in all, Lung Shouting had great power and influence in this country. As for the Zheng family, it was only an ordinary rich family in the capital. The young man who seriously injured Peng Xinghao was called Zheng Kai. His father was Zheng Lichang, the chairman of XX Company. Once Gu Ning had the addresses of Chong Bingjian and Zheng Lichang, she gave the task to Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Meanwhile, Kay continued to find other useful information. When Gu Ning left her company, she received a call from Su Qinin inviting her to dine together. Gu Ning was free, so she agreed. Because Su Qinin said that they would drink tonight, Gu Ning didn't drive, and it was decided that they would hire a designated driver. Gu Anna came with Su Qinin, and the two stayed together almost all the time. Although Su Qinin had many friends, she seldom brought her other friends to meet Gu Ning in case Gu Ning wasn't happy about it. After having a meal together, they went to Song Nan's bar. Coincidentally, Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang were there too. Jiang Ruiqin felt a little embarrassed the second he saw Gu Ning, because he had liked Gu Ning before. He knew it was impossible for them to be together, so his affection towards her faded away. He had only met Gu Ning several times after all, so it wasn't difficult for him to gradually forget her. Although they couldn't be a couple, they could still be friends. What a coincidence! Come here, let's share a table, Jiang Ruiqin said with a broad smile. Why not, your treat? Su Qinin said. Gu Ning didn't mind either. No problem. Jiang Ruiqin agreed. Where is Ba Tianyang? Gu Ning asked Tang Qingyang because Ba Tianyang was absent. Oh, I asked him to deal with something for me. He'll be here later, Tang Qingyang said.
Gu Ning nodded.
A while later, Ling Xiaojia came. She came with several of her friends. When Gu Ning saw Ling Xiaojia, she squinted but soon went back to normal. She enjoyed her drink and ignored Ling Xiaojia. Gu Ning didn't want to interact with Ling Xiaojia, but Ling Xiaojia had a different idea. The second Ling Xiaojia noticed Jiang Ruiqin, her eyes lit up, but her expression changed when her sight fell on Gu Ning, who sat across Jiang Ruiqin. She couldn't believe that Gu Ning was still fine. The killer she hired was supposed to have taken action by now. Ling Xiaojia didn't know that the killer's name was Luca, so she only called him the killer. And what she didn't know was that Luca was already dead. Even though Ling Xiaojia hated Gu Ning, she didn't dare to do anything now because of Jiang Ruiqin's presence, so she walked away with her friends and went to another table. It wasn't a secret that Gu Ning never got along with Ling Xiaojia, so her friends understood why she looked annoyed. Although Ling Xiaojia walked away, she still glanced at them once in a while. Her sight fell on Gu Ning, then moved to Jiang Ruiqin. Ruiqin, it seems that Ling Xiaojia likes you because she's looking at you all the time, Gu Ning said. Jiang Ruiqin put on a wry smile. He was aware of it, but he disliked Ling Xiaojia. I don't care. It's her own business, Jiang Ruiqin said. Ling Xiaojia is too mean and unkind. I don't think she deserves Ruiqin, Su Qining said with obvious hatred towards Leng Xiaojia. They didn't want to pay attention to Leng Xiaojia, so they soon dropped the topic. After drinking for a while, Gu Ning stood up and walked to the ladies' room, and Leng Xiaojia followed Gu Ning. Therefore, when Gu Ning walked out of the ladies' room, she saw Leng Xiaojia glaring at her. It was obvious that Leng Xiaojia stood in her way on purpose. Gu Ning squinted at Leng Xiaojia and remained silent. It wasn't time for her to teach Leng Xiaojia a lesson yet, so Gu Ning did nothing and wanted to leave. However, Leng Xiaojia stopped her. Gu Ning, since you're going to marry into the Leng family, you should stop playing around outside. Don't bring shame to the Leng family. Leng Xiaojia criticized Gu Ning as if Gu Ning's behavior had humiliated the Leng family. Play around.
Kuningsneered.
Did you see me doing anything inappropriate? Can I not have male friends after I started dating? Shouting? Who do you think you are? I was born in the Leng family, but you weren't. You're still an outsider even if you can marry into the Leng family, Leng Xiaojia said with disdain.
Kuningsneered.
She wouldn't regard Leng Xiaojia as her family member. There was only hatred between them. Leng Xiaojia, you should be smart and stay away from me. You have no right to judge me, understand?
Kuningsaid koldli.
You? Leng Xiaojia was furious and ached to slap Gu Ning. You better think twice if you want to attack me. You're no match for me, Gu Ning said, staring straight at Leng Xiaojia. You? Leng Xiaojia clenched her teeth. It was true that she was no match for Gu Ning. Gu Ning was a kung fu master while she was too weak. Leng Xiaojia didn't think that Gu Ning would hesitate to beat her, even for the sake of the Leng family, after so many things had happened. Gu Ning lost her patience in the end and walked out. Leng Xiaojia didn't dare to stop Gu Ning again and watched her leave. If looks could kill, Leng Xiaojia would have killed Gu Ning right then and there. At the same time, Leng Xiaojia was also confused about why the killer hadn't taken action yet. The killer would send her a message to tell her the result if he had already taken action. Leng Xiaojia wanted to ask the killer, but her other phone was left in her home. Nevertheless, she could ask Smith for the answer. Therefore, once Gu Ning was gone, Leng Xiaojia took out her phone and called Smith. Honey, are you missing me? Smith flirted with her the second he picked up her call. I'm in no mood for a joke. I left my other phone in my home. Help me ask the killer about the progress. Why hasn't he taken action yet? I just saw Gu Ning in a bar, Leng Xiaojia said. She knew it took time, but she couldn't wait now. As long as Gu Ning was fine, she felt uncomfortable. Relax, let me ask him for you, Smith said. When Gu Ning was back in the hall of the bar, she saw a group of people fighting against each other at the table next to theirs. Su Qining and Gu Anna were scared, and Tang Qingyang along with Zhang Ruiqin moved at once and helped the two girls to leave safely. However, right at this moment, a bottle flew straight towards Su Qining. Gu Ning was afraid and ran to her right away, trying to stop the bottle. Unfortunately, there were too many people in her way, and Gu Ning could barely move. Tang Qingyang pressed Su Qining to his chest and protected her from being hit by the bottle with his own body. The flying beer bottle directly hit the back of Tang Qingyang's head. Tang Qingyang moaned in pain and felt something warm flowing down his neck. He was bleeding. However, there was no time for Tang Qingyang to deal with his injury right now, so he focused on moving Su Qining out of danger. Su Qining was struck dumb, so she didn't know that Tang Qingyang was injured because of her. Gu Ning took out a power crystal at once and said to Tang Qingyang, "Take it now." However, Tang Qingyang was protecting Su Qining with his arms, so it wasn't convenient for him to take the pill with his own hand. Although he didn't know how effective Gu Ning's pill was, he didn't hesitate to take it. After that, Gu Ning ran to the group of people in a fray. She grabbed the hand of a man who wanted to hit someone with a beer bottle, and used great force to dislocate his wrist. F***CK. The man was furious and wanted to hit Gu Ning with his other hand, but Gu Ning kicked him to the sofa. When he fell, he knocked two men over. Gu Ning injured him but not seriously. Although many people ran away in the mess, some still stayed and watched the fight from the side, and were all amazed by Gu Ning's strength. Jesus, she just kicked a man away. She could be stronger than the man. People were complimenting Gu Ning with admiration. Jiang Ruiqin and the others were already out of this chaotic place, but Gu Ning was still left in the hall. They knew that Gu Ning wasn't weak at all, but they were still worried about her safety. Nevertheless, they couldn't go to help her right now, because they would probably only burden Gu Ning in such a situation. Song Nan wanted to go over but was stopped by others. Gu Ning also stopped the security guards of the bar from coming, because she could handle it alone. Those security guards listened to Gu Ning and stayed outside. "Oh no, you're bleeding." Song Nan was shocked when his sight fell on Tang Qingyang's wound. "Go to the hospital now." "What? You're bleeding." Su Qinin didn't realize that Tang Qingyang was injured because of her until now. "It's fine," Tang Qingyang said. "Let's go to the nearby clinic now," Su Qinin said. "How about Gu Ning?" Tang Qingyang didn't want to leave right now. "She'll be fine." Su Qinin raised her voice in anxiety. She believed that Gu Ning was able to beat all of those men on her own. "Qingyang, you can go and we'll stay here," Jiang Ruiqin said. Tang Qingyang nodded, then left with Su Qinin. Gu Ning at the same time beat those men up within a minute, one by one. They shouted in pain while lying on the table, sofa and the ground. Some were injured by Gu Ning, but some were injured by their companions. Gu Ning's fighting skills and unbelievable strength completely shocked all the onlookers. "No way. She's so cool." Song Nan walked to Gu Ning when it came to an end. Leng Xiaojia was full of disappointment seeing the scene. This group of men who caused trouble here had nothing to do with her, but she hated to see that Gu Ning was so strong. "Who the F***ck are you? How dare you to interfere in our personal grudge?" A man shouted at Gu Ning. "This is my friend's bar, and you just injured my other friend," Gu Ning coldly said. The man was struck dumb for a second, then closed his mouth. He was completely drunk at the beginning, but now sobered up a bit because of the pain. Nevertheless, someone wasn't clear-headed. "F***ck you? Who the damn is your friend? I don't ***king care." Another man was quite aggressive. He was too drunk to be reasonable, so Gu Ning directly ignored him. "Did you call the police?" Gu Ning asked Song Nan. "Yeah, the police will be here soon," Song Nan said. Before the police arrived, Gu Ning figured out the cause of the affray first. The group of men sat together at the large table next to Gu Ning and her friends. Not every one of them knew each other, and some were friends of friends. They were all drunk and began to argue loudly. All of them were impulsive young men, so they soon began to fight. Before long, the police came and took them away. As for the loss of the bar, the police told Song Nan to calculate the damages before he went to negotiate with the bunch of young men. Although the bunch of young men had just caused trouble in the bar, other people weren't involved in it, so they continued to have fun inside. Therefore, Song Nan broadcast that each table could have a box of beer for free if they stayed. In fact, it wasn't an uncommon thing to see people fighting in a bar. So even if they couldn't have a free box of beer, most people would still be willing to stay. As a result, they all stayed. Leng Xiaojia and her friends also stayed. It wasn't very late now, so there were vacant tables in the bar. Gu Ning couldn't help but sigh that she could always encounter a chaotic fight when she came to Song Nan's bar. "Where is Qingyang and Qinin?" Gu Ning asked when she failed to see Tang Qingyang and Su Qinin. Qingyang was injured, so Qinin took him to the nearby clinic for treatment, Jiang Ruiqin said. "Oh,"
Gu Ning nodded.
Although Tang Qingyang would be fine after taking a power crystal, he still needed to care for and dress the wound. Shortly after they moved to another clean table, Tang Qingyang and Su Qinin were back. Because Tang Qingyang was injured, they were in no mood to have fun here. But they needed to wait for Ba Tianyang to send Tang Qingyang home. Ba Tianyang walked inside later, and simply gave Gu Ning a glance of respect when he saw her, because Gu Ning had told him not to reveal their relationship outside. What happened? Ba Tianyang was surprised when his sight fell on the bandages around Tang Qingyang's head. "Not a big deal. A group of men just had a fight here, and I was injured by accident," Tang Qingyang said. Afterwards, Ba Tianyang drove Tang Qingyang home, and the others also left the bar. Gu Ning didn't walk far, because she planned to pay Ling Xiaojia back tonight. However, before she did that, she needed to disguise herself as another person. Therefore, she found a place without surveillance cameras, and put on a suit of sportswear along with a baseball cap and mask. She then went back to wait outside Song Nan's bar in a dark corner with no surveillance cameras. Although there were surveillance cameras everywhere, not every corner could be captured. Gu Ning waited for 20 minutes before Ling Xiaojia walked outside alone. She was in a terrible mood right now because Smith told her that he failed to get through to the killer. Ling Xiaojia went to the bar to drink, so she didn't drive and instead took a taxi, so she needed to take a taxi back home too. Gu Ning didn't follow her in another taxi. Instead, she began to run. There were people running in the night, so her behavior wasn't strange at all and wouldn't attract people's attention. When Gu Ning made sure where Ling Xiaojia was leaving for, she stopped a taxi and gave them the name of a city block. Ling Xiaojia's apartment was in that block, and Gu Ning had found out about it a long time ago. Gu Ning wanted to arrive at the block earlier than Ling Xiaojia, so she told the taxi driver to drive faster. The taxi driver listened to her and soon overtook the taxi that Ling Xiaojia was in. Therefore, Gu Ning entered the living area before Ling Xiaojia. There were many small living areas in that block, so cars from outside were allowed to drive in. Gu Ning got off the taxi at the area where Ling Xiaojia lived. However, only the residents were allowed to walk into the building, so Gu Ning had to wait outside. Nevertheless, because Gu Ning already disguised herself as another person, she didn't bother to hide. About 2 minutes later, Ling Xiaojia arrived and took out a key while walking towards the door. However, Gu Ning dashed to her all of a sudden, then punched and slapped her with great force. Ling Xiaojia had no idea what was happening and had to tolerate it. People around them were scared by the scene, but nobody dared to stop Gu Ning. Security guards in that living area found out about it at once and ran over without delay. Gu Ning finished quickly because she didn't want other people to interfere. She wouldn't completely disable Ling Xiaojia, but seriously injured her. Ling Xiaojia would have to lie in a hospital bed for months. After punching Ling Xiaojia for a while, Gu Ning stepped on Ling Xiaojia's waist and secretly put her magical power into Ling Xiaojia's body. In that case, Ling Xiaojia's waist would be painful for a long time. Before the security guards came, Gu Ning left. She disappeared in seconds, so those security guards failed to catch her. F***CK. Ling Xiaojia knelt on her knees on the ground with her hair in a mess. She couldn't move at all because she felt sharp pain once she moved. She could only cry and moan in pain. Because Ling Xiaojia had offended many people in her life, she didn't think of Gu Ning right away. Besides, she didn't think that Gu Ning would attack her in ambush because Gu Ning wasn't afraid of her at all. She thought that Gu Ning would attack her face to face if Gu Ning really wanted to hurt her. Only those who were scared of her would attack her in ambush, but either way, Ling Xiaojia didn't have any proof. Jesus, what grudge do they have against each other? It looks so serious. Who knows? Maybe this woman has stolen another woman's boyfriend or husband. It often happens. I hate mistresses and they deserve a lesson. Right, maybe a married man bought her an apartment here. If she can afford an apartment here, she doesn't need to be a mistress. Right. Every onlooker believed that Ling Xiaojia was a mistress, which annoyed her, but she could do nothing about it now. Actually, Ling Xiaojia would have preferred to faint right now so that she wouldn't feel the pain nor hear those onlookers' criticisms. Even those security guards began to believe that Ling Xiaojia was a mistress. They stood in a circle and looked at Ling Xiaojia with disdain. However, they still called the police and an ambulance for her. Miss, can you tell me your family members' numbers? I can help you contact them. A security guard asked Ling Xiaojia. Unfortunately, Ling Xiaojia couldn't move or speak at all. In that case, they had to wait for the police. About 5 minutes later, the police came. Because Ling Xiaojia couldn't move nor speak, a policewoman went to search for her information in her bag. She found Ling Xiaojia's ID card and tried to contact Ling Xiaojia's family. Right at this moment, Ling Xiaojia's phone rang and the caller was Shi Yinyan. Shi Yinyan called Ling Xiaojia in order to ask her whether she was home safely. The policewoman picked it up right away. Hi, this is the police. May I know your relationship with the owner of this phone? Shi Yinyan thought that Leng Xiaojia lost her phone, so she said, I'm her friend. Did she lose her phone? No, she's seriously injured outside where she lives. I need to contact her family, but she can't move or speak now. Can you help us with that? The policewoman asked. What? Xiaojia is seriously injured. Shi Yinyan was shocked. Can you help us contact Miss Leng's family? The policewoman asked again. I don't have her family's numbers, but I know the password of her phone, Shi Yinyan said. After that, Shi Yinyan asked the policewoman whether Leng Xiaojia was sent to the hospital yet, because she needed to visit her. The policewoman told her to go to the nearby hospital, and that Leng Xiaojia would be sent there soon. When the policewoman called Leng Xiaojia's mother, it was already 11 p.m. and Jiang Shuyuan just lay down on the bed. Leng Xiaojia wasn't a kid anymore, and she had her own life, so Jiang Shuyuan didn't care whether she would come back to live with them. Leng Xiaojia had her own apartment, so she could live wherever she wanted. Hey babe, Jiang Shuyuan said once she answered the call from Leng Xiaojia's phone. Hi, this is the police. Are you Leng Xiaojia's mother? The policewoman asked. Hearing that, Jiang Shuyuan got nervous and sat up on the bed at once. Yes, I am Leng Xiaojia's mother. What has happened to my daughter? Jiang Shuyuan was anxious. Miss Leng was seriously injured outside where she lives. The ambulance will arrive soon and will send her to the nearby hospital, the policewoman said. What? Jiang Shuyuan couldn't believe her ears. Who did it? Is it serious? At the same time, she jumped up from the bed and put on her shoes. Leng Yuanqian pushed the door of their bedroom open and heard Jiang Shuyuan's angry voice. What's wrong? Jiang Shuyuan, however, wasn't in the mood to answer his question. We don't know who did it yet, and Miss Leng needs to have a check in the hospital, but she can't move or speak now, the policewoman said. I'll be right there, Jiang Shuyuan said. Without delay, Jiang Shuyuan began to change her clothing. What happened? Leng Yuanqian asked again. Xiaoji's is seriously injured, and she'll be in the XX hospital later. Let's go now, Jiang Shuyuan said. Damn it. No matter who dared to do that to Xiaojia, I'll pay them back. What? Xiaojia is seriously injured. Leng Yuanqian was shocked as well. Although he knew that Leng Xiaojia had a bad temper and many enemies, she was his daughter after all, and he would definitely defend his daughter. When Jiang Shuyuan was done, they left the house in a hurry. The rooms in the Leng family's old house were far away from each other, so Master Leng and Leng Yuanqian and his wife didn't hear their movements. However, when they rushed out, some domestic servants saw them, but they didn't dare to ask anything about it. A while later, Leng Xiaojia was sent to the hospital. A policeman stayed to check the surveillance cameras, while the policewoman went to the hospital with Leng Xiaojia. When Leng Xiaojia arrived at the hospital, Leng Yuanqian and Jiang Shuyuan were still on their way. They didn't show up until Leng Xiaojia finished the medical check. When the policewoman saw Leng Yuanqian, she was stunned. Commissioner Leng? She recognized Leng Yuanqian. Leng Yuanqian was an important official in the country, and he often showed his face on TV. To the policewoman's astonishment, Leng Xiaojia's father was Leng Yuanqian. Leng Xiaojia cried loudly the second she saw her parents. She couldn't utter a word and could only whimper. My daughter, my dear daughter, who did this to you? Jiang Shuyuan cried at once. Mrs. Leng will find out as soon as possible. The policewoman made a promise right away. Leng Xiaojia was born in the Leng family, so the policewoman realized that it was a serious matter. How is she now? Leng Yuanqian opened his mouth. He was a man of power, so everyone felt stress standing around him. She only has external injuries, so she will be fine after resting for a week or two, a doctor said. Although the doctor heard the policewoman call Leng Yuanqian Commissioner Leng, he didn't know exactly how powerful Leng Yuanqian was, so he wasn't afraid of him. The doctor failed to find out what Guning had done to Leng Xiaojia. Leng Yuanqian and Jiang Shuyuan felt relieved when the doctor said that, but they were determined to find the criminal. When Guning got home, Gaoyi and Xiaoyo were already back. Xiaoya didn't find any useful evidence in the Zeng family's house, but Gaoyi had found a lot in Chang Bingjian's home. Chang Bingjian wasn't a model of probity at all. For example, Chang Bingjian had accepted a bribe from the Zeng family and refused to deal with Peng Xinghao's case. They believed that Peng Xinghao was simply an ordinary person without fame, wealth, or any influence. As long as they ignored him, he couldn't do anything about it. However, Gu Ning showed up. With Gu Ning's help, Peng Xinghao was able to punish them. Gaoyi found a notebook from the safe in Chang Bingjian's home, and there were records of what bribes he had accepted and for what reason. This notebook was like a time bomb, and it could ruin a lot of people's lives. Gu Ning read through the notebook and found that Chang Bingjian had accepted bribes of nearly 200 million yuan. Other than money, he had also accepted many houses. Once this notebook was exposed, Chang Bingjian would certainly be put in jail. Those who had bribed him would also be punished according to the law. Therefore, Gu Ning would make full use of it. The next day, Kay reported what he had found to Gu Ning once she arrived at the company. Kay didn't find much useful information, but the notebook Gaoyi had gotten was enough for Gu Ning to unseat Chang Bingjian. In a surveillance video, Chang Bingjian met Zheng Lichang's secretary, and the secretary gave him a carton of cigarettes. Normally, corrupt officials accepted bribes in cash because it was much safer. Besides, they wouldn't show the cash in the open, and would instead put it in a box or something else to hide it. On the surface, it looked like Chang Bingjian accepted a carton of cigarettes, which wasn't clear proof. However, Kay got Chang Bingjian's call records with Zheng Lichang. It was true that Zheng Lichang had told Chang Bingjian to ignore Peng Xiaoman's report. In addition, Gu Ning also had the voice recording of the arrogant policeman's conversation with Peng Xiaoman on the phone. The policeman made it very clear on the phone that the Zeng family had made a call to tell their director not to deal with this case. Chang Bingjian also had a mistress and a love child. If he was a businessman, it wouldn't be a serious problem, but he was an official. This time, Chang Bingjian was doomed to be put in jail. Actually, if he did his job, Gu Ning wouldn't bother to collect his dirty secrets, but he didn't. With the evidence and the injury report, Gu Ning went to the branch of the Public Security Bureau in the Southern District. Although she could use her influence to easily deal with it, she still wanted to see whether this branch was really protecting the Zeng family. Since she decided to seek justice for Peng Xinghao, she had to deal with it in person. The capital was a very large city with 10 districts in all. The largest district was the Center District, and the 4 major districts in the north, east, south, and west were near the city center. Gu Ning now lived in the Southern District. A district in the capital was as large as a third-tier city, so it took Gu Ning almost half an hour to arrive at the branch from her company by car. Gu Ning told Gao Yi to wait in the car, while Xiaoya followed her. Because of Gu Ning's outstanding appearances, she attracted much attention from the policeman inside. "Miss, may I help?" A policeman who was about 34 years old walked to Gu Ning. "I need to report an attack," Gu Ning said. "What attack?" the policeman asked. "My friend's younger brother was injured by someone with a fruit knife at 12 p.m. yesterday. He was seriously injured, but the police refused to deal with it even after my friend made several calls, so I came here in person," Gu Ning said politely. "What? How is it possible?" "Miss, please wait a second," the policeman said in annoyance. After that, he turned to walk into the duty room. There were 2 policemen in the duty room every week, and they were responsible for answering calls. "Who was answering the calls at noon yesterday?" he questioned the 2 policemen. "I was," a young policeman said. Before the middle-aged policeman asked further about it, the young policeman continued. "Captain Zhua, the Zeng family is involved in this case and made a call earlier on. The director told us to ignore it, so you better not interfere in it." "What? The Zeng family? The director told us to ignore this case." Zuanrong was surprised, then got angry. "So what? Don't forget that you're a policeman." The young policeman was scared when Zuanrong shouted at him. "Captain Zhua, if you're not afraid of the director, you can deal with this case yourself, but I won't." He was only a young policeman, and didn't dare to act against the director. "I will." Zhuanrong said and walked out. He was afraid of the director as well, but he hated it when the police chose to side with the evil powerful people against the innocent poor people. It was a common phenomenon in today's society, and he was aware of that. Once Zhuanrong walked out, the young policeman called Chang Bingjian and reported it to him. Zhuanrong walked to Guning later and said, "Miss, please wait for a while. I'll deal with it myself." Guning heard Zhuanrong's argument with the young policeman in the duty room, and she was very satisfied with his behavior. There were indeed good policemen. Although Guning didn't know Zhuanrong's rank in the police system, his behavior proved that he was a good policeman. "Are you sure that you can handle it? I don't think your director will allow you to investigate it," Guning said. "I'm only an unimportant policeman, and I'm no match for the director, but I can report it to the deputy director," Zhuanrong said. It seemed that he wasn't worried about it at all. There was always competition for power in any institution. The director and the deputy director of this branch never got along with each other. The deputy director had the ambition to replace the director, but he didn't have the ability to do it. In fact, he just hadn't found anything on the director yet. Chang Bingjian had the Chang family's support, and the deputy director also had support from a senior leader in the capital. As long as the deputy director could find criminal evidence about Chang Bingjian, his supporters would help him unseat Chang Bingjian. This case could be a great chance for them to do that. Zhuanrong was aware of the disagreement between the director and the deputy director. He knew that they were scheming against each other, but he wasn't in their factions. He simply hated evil people. Since the director was unwilling to deal with this case, he would report it to the deputy director. Guning understood that Chang Bingjian must have a disagreement with the deputy director after hearing Zhuanrong's explanation, so she thought that it wasn't a bad idea. "Great." Guning nodded with satisfaction. However, when she was about to say something else, a male voice interrupted her. "Zhuanrong." Hearing the voice, everyone turned to have a look, and Chang Bingjian showed up. Chang Bingjian came in a hurry to stop Zhuanrong. He was angry when he heard that Zhuanrong was going to report this case to the deputy director. The other policemen in the branch moved aside at once, in case the director vented his anger at them. "Director Chang." Zhuanrong greeted Chang Bingjian as usual, but didn't show any respect this time. After all, what Chang Bingjian had done was totally unacceptable in Zhuanrong's eyes. However, he was only a captain of a small police team, while Chang Bingjian was the director, so he had to curb his anger. "I need you to deal with something right now," Chang Bingjian said on purpose. Zhuanrong knew it very well, but he couldn't act against the director, so he said, "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Chang Bingjian turned to look at Guning. "Miss, can we have a private talk about it?" He planned to threaten Guning. Hearing that, Zhuanrong looked at Guning with worries, but Guning stayed as calm as always. She didn't think that it was dangerous because she could handle it herself. In addition, Guning was curious to know how Chang Bingjian would talk with her. "No problem." Guning and Xiaoya then followed Chang Bingjian to his office. Zhuanrong was concerned, but he could say nothing at this moment. The deputy director was on a business trip, and nobody knew when he would come back. Therefore, he had to wait and see what would happen. Chang Bingjian seated himself in the office, trying to take Guning and Xiaoya a notch down. However, neither Guning nor Xiaoya was frightened by him. Chang Bingjian focused on their reactions, and was surprised that neither of them were afraid of him. "Tell me what happened?" Chang Bingjian purposely asked Guning, although he already had the answer. Since Chang Bingjian pretended that he didn't know, Guning decided to finish the act with him. "My friend's younger brother, Peng Xinghao, was attacked by someone with a fruit knife at XX company yesterday. His life was in great danger, but the police refused to investigate it even after my friends made several calls. My friend couldn't afford the medical fee, so she turned to me for help. I lent her some money for the operation. She needs to take care of her younger brother, so I came to report it again for her." "What's your name and where are you from?" Chang Bingjian asked Guning all of a sudden. He didn't take Guning's report seriously. Guning understood what Chang Bingjian wanted to do, and she said as he wanted, "My name's Guning, and I'm from City F." Hearing that, Chang Bingjian showed obvious disdain on his face. City F was a small city compared to the capital. He didn't think that Guning could be more influential than him. "What do you do?" Chang Bingjian continued. "I'm a student and I just finished the National College Entrance Examination. I plan to apply for a university in the capital, so I'm having a vacation here," Guning said. Chang Bingjian sneered. "You're simply an ordinary student who just arrived at the capital. How dare you to mind other people's business?" Chang Bingjian asked with arrogance. "So? As an ordinary student, can't I help other innocent people? Shouldn't the police help the innocent punish the evil?" Guning questioned him in anger. No matter how mad Guning was, she was a nobody in Chang Bingjian's eyes. "A kid is a kid, and you know nothing about the rules in this society," Chang Bingjian sneered. "Let me tell you, there are countless people of power in the capital, and your life can be ruined if you accidentally offend any one of them. Do you mean one has to tolerate it if he or she is bullied by the powerful?" Guning asked. Chang Bingjian remained silent, but his expression showed that he agreed with Guning on that. "What if you're murdered or disabled by someone who's more powerful than you, Director Chang?" Guning asked again. "Shut your mouth." Chang Bingjian was angry when Guning said that. "You're just a little girl, and I'm being very kind to you. You should be grateful for my advice. No matter who wants to murder me, he'll be killed." Guning snorted. "It's a double standard. One may steal a horse while another may not look over a hedge. It's not fair." "So what? Sue me," Chang Bingjian said in an arrogant tone. "Great, let's see." Guning smiled and left. Chang Bingjian squinted at Guning's back. He stood up and followed her outside. "Arrest them. They just attacked the police." To everyone's surprise, he gave an order. Several policemen surrounded Guning and Xiaoya at once to arrest them. Chang Bingjian was their leader, and they had to listen to him even if he was wrong. Guning and Xiaoya stayed calm, but they wouldn't stand still and wait to be caught. "Wait a second."
Guning said loudly.
Those policemen stopped at once and focused on her. After that, Guning turned to look at Chang Bingjian. "Director Chang, are you sure that we've attacked the police?" Guning coldly asked. Chang Bingjian said, "Of course you have. Arrest them now." He gave the order again. "Very well, I don't mind making it the truth," Guning said, then began to fight with those policemen. Xiaoya didn't hesitate to do it either. Those policemen were no match for them, and they were soon beaten up. "You!" Chang Bingjian was shocked by Xiaoya's and Guning's fighting skills, and he moved backwards in fear. He couldn't believe that they dared to have a fight right in the Public Security Bureau. "What?" Guning stepped to Chang Bingjian with a fake smile on her face, which looked quite scary. Chang Bingjian was frightened and kept retreating. All of a sudden, he pulled out a gun and pointed at Guning. "Stop there or I'll shoot. Do you think I'm afraid?" Guning smiled with disdain. Even if Chang Bingjian shot at her, she could easily avoid the bullet. Xiaoya also understood that Guning could deal with it very well, so she wasn't worried at all. However, Guning stopped and asked, "Director Chang, as the director of a branch of the Public Security Bureau, you refuse to punish the evil for the innocent and accept bribes. Aren't you afraid to be put in jail? Do you have any evidence?" Chang Bingjian snorted. Although he was shocked by Guning's fighting skills, he had a gun in his hands right now. "My family is the famous Chang family in the capital, while you're merely a nobody. What can you do? Do you think the Chang family will protect you when you're in big trouble? You will be abandoned because you're useless and harmful," Guning said. "Bullshit," Chang Bingjian retorted, but without confidence because Guning was right. The Chang family only wanted and needed useful people. Therefore, the Chang family always told him to be careful and not to give other people ammunition. If he was in trouble, the Chang family might help him if it was possible. Otherwise, he would directly be abandoned. However, Chang Bingjian thought that his family was too powerful to be stopped, so he didn't restrict his behavior when he did certain things. He had never gotten in trouble before, so he didn't bother to behave himself. For example, he wrote down the records of bribes he had accepted in a notebook. Although he locked it up in a safe and ordinary people couldn't open it, it wasn't a problem at all in Gao Yi's eyes. Chong Bingjian believed that he was very smart, but there actually were many people who were smarter than him. Let's see.
Kuningsait.
She lost her patience and moved towards Chong Bingjian like lightning the next second. Before Chong Bingjian could see it clearly, Gu Ning had already grabbed the gun from his hand. Chong Bingjian was stunned. Why you? He couldn't believe his eyes now. Gu Ning was pointing a gun at him. Chong Bingjian was scared that Gu Ning might shoot him, but to his surprise, Gu Ning disassembled the gun without hesitation. There was no need for her to deal with Chong Bingjian using a gun. Chong Bingjian was relieved and amazed by her ability. Who are you? Chong Bingjian asked. He was very sure that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl. She probably came from a family much more powerful than his. I introduced myself to you at the very beginning, Gu Ning said, then ignored Chong Bingjian and walked away. They were on the second floor, so not many people noticed what they were doing. However, right when Gu Ning and Xiaoya turned around and walked away, Chong Bingjian ran to pull another gun from the pocket of a policeman who was beaten on the ground, then shot at Gu Ning. The bullet flew straight towards Gu Ning. Chong Bingjian put on an evil expression. No matter who dared to challenge or threaten him, he would teach him or her a lesson. Chong Bingjian didn't aim at fatal parts of Gu Ning's body, but pointed at her leg. He simply wanted to teach her a lesson instead of killing her. Nevertheless, Gu Ning easily avoided the bullet. The next second, the bullet hit a window and broke it into pieces. This scene shocked Chong Bingjian again. He couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to avoid a bullet. Gu Ning glared at Chong Bingjian with her eyes full of warning. He shot at her from behind. Although Gu Ning was 7 meters away from Chong Bingjian, she still dashed to him within a second and grabbed his hand. Without delay, Chong Bingjian's hand was dislocated and the gun fell to the ground. Chong Bingjian shouted in pain. Gu Ning felt disgusted and kicked his belly. She didn't use great force, but Chong Bingjian was still kicked to the ground. There were ceramic tiles on the floor, so it was slippery and Chong Bingjian slipped for a few meters under the effect of inertia and didn't stop until he hit the wall. Chong Bingjian felt that his bones were all broken after the continuous damage. The gunshot alerted every policeman in this branch, and they ran upstairs at once. Within 10 seconds, 7 policemen gathered at the second-floor landing. They were shocked by the scene, then all pulled out their gun except for Zhua Anrong. Freeze! The leading policeman shouted at Gu Ning and Xiaoya. Gu Ning and Xiaoya weren't scared at all even though they were facing 7 guns, but they had to be cautious. How dare you attack people in the Public Security Bureau? A policeman snapped at Gu Ning. So? Your director shot first. Do I have to wait to be killed by him?
Kuningsneeret.
Hearing that, everyone was greatly surprised. They couldn't believe that their director shot first. Actually, neither Gu Ning nor Xiaoya had a gun when they walked in here, and only their director and those policemen had a gun. However, for policemen among them didn't think that their director would shoot first, because they were Chong Bingjian's people. Zhua Anrong and 2 other policemen were very dissatisfied with Chong Bingjian's behavior, but they didn't say anything before they learned more details. You must have done something inappropriate for our director to shoot first, the leading policeman said. His name was Yang Ku, and he was also a captain in this branch. You can check the surveillance cameras to see who shot first, Gu Ning said. Great, we'll check the surveillance cameras, but you two must stay here before the truth comes out, Captain Yang said. No problem. Gu Ning agreed. She didn't think that they would let the truth come out, because she was indeed innocent, while Chong Bingjian was guilty. However, she had to stay, because she hadn't finished what she needed to do here today. Get them to the interrogation room. Captain Yang gave an order, and 2 policemen walked to Gu Ning and Xiaoya at once. Wait a second. Gu Ning was displeased. We're not suspects or criminals. Why should we sit in the interrogation room? We need an office. Gu Ning was reluctant to be humiliated like that. You've attacked the police, so you're a suspect, another policeman said. I just defended myself.
Kuninkarkuet.
You? The policeman still wanted to say something, but Zhuanrong interrupted him and said to Captain Yang, "Captain Yang, they can stay in the meeting room and we can send 2 men to check the surveillance cameras." They had enough policemen in this branch. Although Zhuanrong trusted Gu Ning, he needed solid proof to help her out. Without clear evidence, Gu Ning could be severely punished according to the law. Captain Yang hesitated for a while, then agreed. The meeting room was the next room. So Zhuanrong went to open its door and invited Gu Ning and Xiaoye to walk inside. He along with another 6 policemen stayed to guard Gu Ning and Xiaoye. When Gu Ning was seated, she took out her phone to play on, but a policeman snapped at her. "You can't play on phone here. Is it illegal to play on the phone?" Gu Ning gave him a cold glance, and the policeman closed his mouth. After that, Gu Ning asked Zhuanrong, "Captain Zhua, your director is injured and I don't think he's able to work now. Why don't you call your deputy director?" Zhuanrong understood Gu Ning's meaning, and they indeed needed their deputy director's order right now, so he called their deputy director. Although their deputy director was on a business trip, he still needed to report it to him. Several policemen in the room were Chang Bingjian's people, but they weren't aware of Chang Bingjian's relationship with their deputy director. Therefore, they didn't think it was a bad idea to call their deputy director. Zhuanrong told their deputy director that the director was injured, and they needed him to manage the work in the branch. Coincidentally, the deputy director was already back, and he was on his way to the branch now. When the deputy director heard that Chang Bingjian was injured, he felt excited, but didn't show it on his face. He told his chauffeur to speed up at once, because he needed to see how serious Chang Bingjian's injuries were. He hoped that Chang Bingjian was injured as seriously as possible. Before long, Captain Yang and his people walked back. "Sorry, the surveillance cameras on the 2nd and 3rd floor are broken, so we found nothing," Captain Yang said to Gu Ning. "What? How is it possible?" Zhuanrong didn't believe it. The next second, Zhuanrong realized that Captain Yang must have deleted the surveillance videos. Thinking of that, Zhuanrong blamed himself for this fault. He just wanted to protect Gu Ning and totally forgot that Captain Yang was Chang Bingjian's man. Captain Yang must have done it for Chang Bingjian. Gu Ning and Xiaoye, on the other hand, weren't surprised at all. They knew that Captain Yang would do everything to ruin the evidence. Nevertheless, they weren't worried about it at all, because Gu Ning was well prepared. When she followed Chang Bingjian to the 2nd floor, she took out a miniature camera and recorded everything. That was the reason why they stayed quiet in the meeting room. Besides, since those policemen chose to side with Chang Bingjian, Gu Ning made up her mind to teach them a lesson too. "Well, does it mean that we're definitely guilty of attacking the police?" Gu Ning asked. "You're right," Captain Yang said. "Great, but your deputy director is on his way here, and we can wait a while for him," Gu Ning said. She didn't want to waste time on them. Although she didn't know the deputy director, she understood that he would help her. "What?" Captain Yang was struck dumb for a second, then abruptly turned to look at Zhuanrong. "Zhuanrong, did you just call the deputy director?" "Why not? The director is injured, so we need to report it to the deputy director," Zhuanrong said. He knew what Captain Yang was thinking. "You!" Captain Yang didn't know what to say now. It was totally reasonable that the deputy director needed to show up now that the director was injured and couldn't work. However, the director had a bad relationship with the deputy director, and the deputy director was highly likely to make the situation worse. Captain Yang was worried at first, but then he remembered that the evidence was already ruined. Without evidence, it was useless even if the deputy director came. However, he forgot that Gu Ning came here for another case. "Great, we can wait," Captain Yang said, then walked out with his people. "Miss Gu, you don't seem worried at all." Zhuanrong was curious when he saw that Gu Ning looked very calm. He was worried about her, but she wasn't worried at all. Gu Ning could see that Zhuanrong sided with her, and she had a good impression of him. "I believe that the deputy director will clear my name," Gu Ning said. She made it sound as if the deputy director would help her find out the truth. Zhuanrong somehow felt like it wasn't that simple. About 20 minutes later, the deputy director came. Chong Bingjian was already sent to the hospital, so he didn't see Chong Bingjian's injuries, but he wasn't disappointed. He needed to interrogate the suspect first, so he didn't go to the hospital to visit Chong Bingjian right now. Zhou Anrong didn't tell him much on the phone, so the deputy director had no idea that he had a great chance to be promoted today. Because Gu Ning and Xiao Ye couldn't provide evidence, they became suspects and were taken to the interrogation room. Gu Ning didn't mind and agreed. Since the deputy director was already here, she believed that they would be safe. The deputy director's name was Tang Quanjun. He was about 40 and stayed in shape. Chong Bingjian was much fatter than him. Tang Quanjun also had a much better appearance than Chong Bingjian. The interrogation room was very big, and there were 2 seats in front of the interrogation table. At the right side there was a smaller table with a computer on it. A policewoman was sitting there to do the recording. A camera was also placed on the smaller table. At the left corner of the interrogation room were 3 chairs for people to sit in on the interrogation. Deputy Director Tang, they are the suspects who injured the director and 3 policemen, Captain Yang said once he took Gu Ning and Xiao Ye into the room. Tang Quanjun was surprised when he found out that the 2 suspects were a woman and a young girl. He knew that they wouldn't have a fight for no reason, especially in the Public Security Bureau. Attacking the police was a serious crime, especially when the victim was the director. Chong Bingjian must have done something unacceptable. Have a seat, Tang Quanjun said lightly, but made people feel stressed. After that, Captain Yang pushed Gu Ning and Xiao Ye to sit down on the chairs before the interrogation table. Then he began to handcuff them. Wait, we're not criminals. How can you handcuff us? Gu Ning stopped him at once. You're not criminals. You've injured the director, and you can't provide the evidence to prove that you're innocent, Captain Yang sneered. Captain Yang, don't forget why we came here, Gu Ning said. You! Captain Yang panicked a little. Tang Quanjun squinted at Gu Ning. This matter wasn't simple at all. Fine, let them be, Tang Quanjun said. Although Captain Yang was Chong Bingjian's man, he still had to listen to Tang Quanjun. After that, the interrogation began. Tang Quanjun would hold the interrogation, while Zhou Anrong and Captain Yang sat in on it. Name, age, city of birth, Tang Quanjun said to Gu Ning.
Kuning 19, city fi, Kuningside.
Xiao Ye also said. Xiao Ye 27 city K. Xiao Ye was also from a small city. Why did you hurt Director Chong? Tang Quanjun asked calmly. He didn't sound angry at all. In fact, he was more than happy to hear the news. Well, the story begins from yesterday, Gu Ning said, but Captain Yang interrupted her at once. Make the long story short. Just tell our deputy director why you hurt our director. Captain Yang didn't want Gu Ning to reveal what had happened to Peng Xinghao. Yang Ku, do you want to do my job? Tang Quanjun was annoyed. Tang Quanjun understood that Captain Yang must be hiding something. Captain Yang was scared and shut his mouth at once. He also realized that he had behaved inappropriately. Although this matter was to the disadvantage of Chong Bingjian, Captain Yang didn't think that Chong Bingjian would be in trouble because Chong Bingjian had the Chong family's support. Go on, Tang Quanjun said to Gu Ning. Gu Ning then continued. The story begins from yesterday. My friend's younger brother was injured by someone with a fruit knife at 12 p.m. yesterday. He was seriously injured, but the police refused to deal with it even after my friend made several calls. My friend told me that the Zheng family was involved in this case and made a call to Director Chong and told him to do nothing about it. What? Why? Just because of the Zheng family's call. Tang Quanjun was mad. Tang Quanjun was really angry about it. Although he had the ambition to replace Chong Bingjian, he was still willing to handle the responsibility of his job. Although he couldn't punish the evil for the innocent all the time, he had never broken the law. Sometimes, he had to give in before power, but it only happened when the matter wasn't serious. If it was illegal, he would refuse to help. Actually, he was aware that Chong Bingjian had broken the law many times, but he didn't have clear evidence till now. As long as he could get something on Chong Bingjian, he would be able to unseat him. Gu Ning could also see that Tang Quanjun was very angry, so she had a better impression of him. What happened next? Tang Quanjun asked. About half an hour ago, I came here to report the case in person on behalf of my friend. Captain Zhua decided to help us, but was stopped by Director Chang. He told Captain Zhua to deal with something else, and said that he wanted to have a private talk with me. As for what happened next, you can watch the video yourself, Gu Ning said and took out the miniature camera from her pocket. Gu Ning was willing to take out the miniature camera right now because she was sure that Tang Quanjun sided with her. They had the same enemy after all. When the others saw the miniature camera, they were all shocked. Tang Quanjun was amazed by Gu Ning's cleverness. Although she looked very young, she was unusually smart. It was obvious that she was well prepared before she came here. Zhua Anrong and Captain Yang were also surprised. Zhua Anrong didn't understand why Gu Ning didn't look afraid at all until now. Gu Ning was indeed a very smart girl. Captain Yang, however, had a premonition. He had ruined the surveillance videos by himself just then, to prevent other people from watching them. To his astonishment, Gu Ning had a miniature camera in her pocket. Captain Zhua, give it to me, Tang Quanjun said in a hurry. Tang Quanjun gave that order to Zhua Anrong, because he knew that Zhua Anrong was an upright man. Captain Yang, on the contrary, might damage the camera again. Sure, Zhua Anrong said. Then handed the miniature camera to Tang Quanjun from Gu Ning's hand. Tang Quanjun played the video right away. At this time, Captain Yang moved to Tang Quanjun's back, and they watched it together. They saw what Chang Bingjian had said to Gu Ning in the office. Even though the camera moved a little, they were still able to watch the video clearly. Gu Ning had done nothing inappropriate in the office, but Chang Bingjian had threatened Gu Ning many times. When they finished talking, Gu Ning and Xiaoya walked outside, followed by Chang Bingjian. However, when they had just walked out of the room, Chang Bingjian gave a sudden order to arrest them with the excuse of attacking the police. Gu Ning defended herself and had a fight against several policemen, but Chang Bingjian directly pulled out a gun to point at Gu Ning. Gu Ning then snatched like lightning, which shocked everyone. Because the miniature camera was hidden behind Gu Ning's collar, it clearly recorded her movement. They turned to look at Gu Ning with great surprise and curiosity. However, they said nothing because they still needed to finish watching the video. Gu Ning and Xiaoya wanted to leave and didn't injure Chang Bingjian, but Chang Bingjian pulled out another gun from a policeman who was lying on the ground, then shot at Gu Ning. The miniature camera turned to another angle when Gu Ning walked away, so everyone could clearly see Chang Bingjian's actions in the video. When they heard the gunshot, all of them got anxious and nervous. In the video, Gu Ning easily avoided the bullet, which shocked everyone again. They couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to avoid it so easily. Actually, they didn't believe that anyone could do that. There was only a short distance, and the bullet was shot towards her back. Tang Quanjun went to a military school, and he thought that he was excellent at martial arts, but he didn't think that he was able to do the same thing as Gu Ning. Even if there was a longer distance, it was impossible for him to do it. Only the top special forces probably could do it. Gu Ning avoided the bullet, which was only 5 meters away from her, which even the top special forces might find very difficult. Tang Quanjun had a feeling that Gu Ning wasn't simple at all. The next second, Gu Ning dashed towards Chang Bingjian. She broke his wrist and kicked his belly. Right at this moment, the other policemen all pointed their guns at Gu Ning and Xiaoya. After that, they began to argue with each other and mention the surveillance cameras. Tang Quanjun heavily hit the desktop after watching the video. How dare Chang Bingjian do that? What he has done is totally unacceptable. Then Tang Quanjun turned to question Captain Yang. Why are the surveillance cameras broken all of a sudden? Did you do it on purpose? It was obvious that Tang Quanjun was suspicious of Captain Yang. I didn't. Captain Yang denied it at once. You didn't? Really? Tang Quanjun didn't believe him. Although Tang Quanjun didn't have evidence to prove it, he knew that Captain Yang was Chang Bingjian's man. There were many important documents in the Public Security Bureau, so the surveillance cameras were checked every day. Even if they were broken, they would be repaired right away. Captain Yang denied it without hesitation, but he looked guilty. He didn't dare to meet Tang Quanjun's eyes at all. If he really hadn't done that, he wouldn't panic when Tang Quanjun questioned him. I. Captain Yang didn't know what to say now. He tried to defend himself, but couldn't find any reasonable excuse. Tang Quanjun ignored him, then said to Gu Ning, Miss Gu, I promise that I'll find out the truth in person. Gu Ning had attacked Chong Bingjian and the 3 policemen when her life was in danger, which was understandable and legal. In addition, Gu Ning provided him with solid proof, so he should thank her. Thanks, but what has happened to my friend's younger brother should also be investigated, Gu Ning said. This was her real aim of coming here. I will send someone to investigate it, Tang Quanjun said. Although he trusted Gu Ning now, he still needed to collect enough evidence. Without enough evidence, the police couldn't arrest the criminal. Don't bother because I can show you the evidence, Gu Ning said and took out a USB flash disk. This is the surveillance video of the crime scene. I don't think XX company will keep it. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They couldn't believe that Gu Ning could get the surveillance video, which could have already been deleted by XX company. Even if she didn't get the video herself, it still proved that she wasn't simple at all since she managed to have it. Captain Zhua, go get it for me, Tang Quanjun said. Yes, sir, Captain Zhua said. He walked to Gu Ning and took the USB flash disk. Gu Ning then continued. The first file is the surveillance video of the crime scene. The second file is the call records between Zhang Lichang and Chong Bingjian. The third file is the evidence of the secret meeting between Zhang Lichang's secretary and Chong Bingjian. Although Zhang Lichang's secretary only handed Chong Bingjian a carton of cigarettes, I think we all know what's inside. Tang Quanjun was an important official in the police system, so bribery and corruption weren't strange to him. All the other people in the room were astonished when Gu Ning said that. Gu Ning alone was able to collect so much evidence. Tang Quanjun took the USB flash disk, then inserted it into the computer. He read through all the files. Gu Ning was right about everything. The victim didn't have a physical altercation with the HR manager, but a young man suddenly ran into the office when the victim was about to leave, and they had a fight. However, the victim was simply protecting himself from the beginning to the end, and had never attacked the young man of his own accord. In that case, it was the young man's responsibility. The carton of cigarettes was simply the cover for bribes. Although they couldn't see money in the video, Chong Bingjian had indeed ignored this case because Zhang Lichang had bribed him. What was in the carton wasn't important right now because other files were enough to prove that Chong Bingjian was guilty. Gu Ning said, My friend's younger brother is Peng Xinghao, and he went for an interview at XX company the other day. He's a great clothing designer, but XX company stole his designs without telling him. Peng Xinghao found out that his designs showed up in a clothing design competition through the internet, and his designs won third prize. But the designer's name became Zheng Kai, the heir of XX company. Chong Bingjian, Zheng Lichang, Zheng Kai, all of them are guilty. Tang Quanjun was angry. He knew that there were too many unfair things in this world, and he had witnessed a lot before. After taking a long breath in, he calmed himself down, then said to Gu Ning, Miss Gu, I'm willing to trust you, but we still need to do our job. If Zheng Kai really has injured Peng Xinghao with intent, he will be punished according to the law. Tang Quanjun would definitely take this case seriously. Even though Chong Bingjian might not be put in jail, he couldn't be the director anymore. As long as Tang Quanjun dealt with this case well, he could be promoted to the director. I understand and thank you so much for your help. Oh, I also have Peng Xinghao's injury report with me, Gu Ning said. After that, she took out a document from her backpack. Zhua Anrong went to get the document for Tang Quanjun as usual. Although Tang Quanjun could see that Peng Xinghao was seriously injured from the video, he was shocked when he saw the injury report. The interrogation was over now, so Gu Ning and Xiaoye could leave. However, they were parties in this case, so they needed to show up at the court when needed. Gu Ning was willing to cooperate. Therefore, she and Xiaoye left their phone numbers. After that, Tang Quanjun walked Gu Ning and Xiaoye out. Gu Ning had offered him clear evidence to his advantage, and he felt grateful to Gu Ning, so he was very polite to her. Although Gu Ning did it for her friend, it was helpful for his work too. Captain Yang, on the other hand, didn't know what he should do now. If the director was in big trouble, he would be involved as well. Even if he wouldn't be put in jail, he would lose his job. However, the director was in the hospital right now, so he couldn't get through to him. When they walked outside, Gu Ning said to Tang Quanjun, "Deputy Director Tang, please don't blame me for being too straightforward. Although I'm not very sure about it, I feel that you don't get along with Chang Bingjian. You two are even enemies." Hearing that, Tang Quanjun seemed alert. "What do you want to say, Miss Gu?" Gu Ning noticed his reaction, and was even more sure that he was in the same group with her. "Well, I just want to say that an enemy's enemy is a friend, so I can help you."
Kuning smilet.
Tang Quanjun was surprised. "How can you help me? I have a more important document to give you," Gu Ning said. She took out another document folder from her backpack and gave it to Tang Quanjun. "There is the criminal evidence that I've collected about Chang Bingjian's dirty secrets. It might be incomplete, but I think it's enough to unseat him. I don't want to be exposed, so please take this as anonymous information. If you still can't punish Chang Bingjian because of the Chang family, you can call me." Hearing that, Tang Quanjun was more excited. He believed that he could finally replace Chang Bingjian this time. Given Gu Ning's ability, Tang Quanjun was sure that the criminal evidence in the file folder was enough to unseat Chang Bingjian. Although Chang Bingjian had the Chang family's support, he also had support from another powerful family. Therefore, it was highly likely that the Chang family would abandon Chang Bingjian when it became serious. The Chang family was reluctant to be involved in big trouble after all. In fact, the Chang family was also guilty of many bad deeds, and was unwilling to be exposed. Because of the Chang family's importance and influence in this country, the government couldn't punish them. However, if they caused big trouble, they would still be punished. Tang Quanjun said, "Miss Gu, since you're willing to trust me, I won't disappoint you. You're right that Chang Bingjian and I are enemies, so I'll make full use of the evidence you've given me." "Great, all the documents I've given you are copies, because I don't want the originals to be damaged. If you need them, you can tell me then," Gu Ning said. "It's fine." Tang Quanjun thought that it was a good idea to keep the originals safe. After that, Gu Ning left. Once she got in her car, she told Gaoi to drive to the hospital because she needed to visit Peng Xinghao. Peng Xiaoman just sent her a message and told her that Peng Xinghao was awake now. Gu Ning then sent K a message and asked him to find out who Tang Chuanjuan's supporter was. Gu Ning was simply curious, and she didn't need to know more about Tang Quanjun, because there was no conflict of interest between them. Gu Ning also asked for Brave Eagle's phone number. She wanted Brave Eagle to stay and protect Peng Xiaoman and her younger brother for the time being. She wasn't sure whether the Zheng family would cause them trouble after the case was exposed. Anyway, since Gu Ning decided to help them, she would help them till the end. The second Gu Ning had Brave Eagle's phone number, she called him. She briefly told Brave Eagle what she needed him to do, and told him to go to the hospital where Peng Xinghao stayed as soon as possible. Brave Eagle's name was Zhou Weifan, but it wasn't his real name. He was a professional killer after all, so he used another man's ID card. Zhou Weifan was more than happy to receive a task assigned directly from his boss. He packed up his stuff and left for the hospital at once. When Gu Ning was gone, Tang Quanjun quickly went back to his office to check the criminal evidence about Chang Bingjian's crimes. He was totally shocked the second he read Chang Bingjian's notebook containing the details of his bribery. To his astonishment, the criminal evidence was a notebook containing details of his bribery. It was fatal evidence. Even the Chang family wouldn't dare to defend Chang Bingjian this time. He knew that Chang Bingjian had accepted bribes, but he wasn't aware of the details, and he was shocked by the amount of money Chang Bingjian had accepted as bribery. If it was reported to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Chang Bingjian would be doomed to be put in jail. Tang Quanjun had worked with Chang Bingjian for years, so he was very sure that it was Chang Bingjian's handwriting, and it had to be real. Other than the notebook, Chang Bingjian also had a mistress and a love child, which was completely unacceptable for an official. However, the notebook alone was enough to put Chong Bingjian in jail. Tang Quanjun had to admit that Gu Ning was much more effective than he had thought. Gu Ning couldn't be simple, and Tang Quanjun had the idea to find out more information about her. But he wouldn't do that because Gu Ning was very kind to him. In fact, Tang Quanjun could simply search Gu Ning's name on the internet to learn more about her. In order to successfully put Chong Bingjian in jail, Tang Quanwan needed help from a more important figure, because he was afraid that the Chong family would make things difficult for him. Thinking of that, Tang Quanjun made a call before he left the Public Security Bureau. Kei soon found out who was supporting Tang Quanjun, and it turned out that the person was in the same group as the Lung family, which was a piece of good news for Gu Ning. When Gu Ning arrived at the hospital and saw Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao looked much better, but he was still very weak and he had to stay in bed for a few more days. Peng Xinghao was seriously injured, and he recovered a lot with the help of Gu Ning's magical power. But Gu Ning couldn't cure him right away, because it would be very strange and abnormal. It would take about a week for him to make a full recovery and he could leave the hospital then. Peng Xinghao wanted to thank Gu Ning once Gu Ning showed up. However, he couldn't sit up at all. "Please don't move." Gu Ning stopped him. Peng Xinghao listened to her and lay down again. "Goddess Gu, I heard everything from my older sister, and I honestly don't know how to thank you. I'm willing to do anything for you in the future," he said. He admired Gu Ning and regarded her as his idol. He used to think that it was impossible for him to see Gu Ning in real life, but he was going to work for her now. He was more than happy to join Gu Ning's company. Although they still owed Gu Ning a lot of money, Peng Xinghao made up his mind to work hard to pay it back. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, he could have been dead after all. And in addition, Gu Ning also planned to seek justice for them. "If you want to work for me, you must have skills," Gu Ning said. "I understand." Peng Xinghao smiled with confidence. He made a promise to be useful and successful in the future. Before Zhou Weifan came, Gu Ning told them that she arranged for someone to protect them in case the Zhen family attacked them after this case was exposed. Peng Xiaoman was scared, because Peng Xinghao just survived from the terrible accident, so they accepted Gu Ning's arrangement and thanked her. About half an hour later, Zhou Weifan showed up. Because he needed to stay in the hospital for several days, he prepared a change of clothes and some daily necessities. Peng Xinghao stayed in an ordinary single ward, but there was a sofa. There was also a kitchen and a bathroom in the ward so they could cook inside. There was only one hospital bed in the ward, but it was very big so Zhou Weifan could share it with Peng Xinghao. Although Peng Xiaoman felt a little uneasy when a strange man stayed in the room with them day and night, Peng Xinghao was also in the room and she wouldn't be alone. In addition, Zhou Weifan was staying there for their safety. Before the case was settled, the three of them couldn't separate from each other, so Qiao Ye bought enough food for 3 days. It was possible that Peng Xiaoman could be kidnapped if she went outside alone. It was also possible that their enemy would attack them if Zhou Weifan was absent. In that case, they had to be very cautious. After all, one could never be too careful. Gu Ning introduced Zhou Weifan, Peng Xinghao, Peng Xiaoman to one another. Afterwards, she went back to her company. In another hospital, Leng Yuanqian left after staying for a while because he still needed to work tomorrow. Jiang Xuan stayed to keep Leng Xiaojia's company. Although there were many maids in the Leng family, they still preferred to take care of their daughter on their own. Leng Yuanqian told Master Leng about what had happened to Leng Xiaojia that morning. Master Leng disliked Leng Xiaojia's behavior, but she was still his granddaughter, so he felt angry too. At the same time, Master Leng also criticized Leng Xiaojia for her inappropriate behavior and bad temper. He believed that Leng Xiaojia must have done something wrong first for her to have suddenly been attacked. Leng Yuanqian didn't argue about it because he had the same idea. Therefore, Master Leng told Leng Yuanqian not to investigate it, because Leng Xiaojia only had external injuries. Although Leng Yuanqian was unwilling to do that, he had to admit that Master Leng was right. During the past few years, Leng Xiaojia had bullied many people by relying on her powerful family many times. This could be a good lesson for her to learn to behave herself from now on. Leng Xiaojia asked for today's result. If the Lung family still spoiled her, Lung Xiaojia would learn nothing from it and continue to be aggressive. Lung Yuanqian agreed that Lung Xiaojia needed to learn to behave herself, so he listened to Master Lung and gave up investigating it. After breakfast, Master Lung went to visit Lung Xiaojia in the hospital. Lung Yuanjin and Yuyin were busy today, so they didn't go there with Master Lung. Lung Xiaojia only had external injuries after all. In the hospital, Lung Xiaojia was able to talk after she got up in the morning. Her waist was still painful, but other parts of her body were fine now. Nevertheless, she couldn't move at all because of her painful waist. Therefore, she kept moaning in pain and sounded very weak. Jiang Xuan asked Lung Xiaojia whether she knew who the attacker was, but Lung Xiaojia had no idea. They needed to wait for the surveillance cameras. Jiang Xuan then asked Lung Xiaojia whether she had names in her mind. Lung Xiaojia was aware that she had offended many people till now, so she didn't know which of them could be the attacker. This week, she had argued with 2 women in a bar, and almost had a fight with one of them. And other than that, she had also fought against other women earlier on. Could it be Gu Ning? Jiang Xuan said all of a sudden. Hearing that, Lung Xiaojia thought that it was possible, but she didn't think Gu Ning would attack her in an ambush. After that, Lung Xiaojia told Jiang Xuan what had happened in the bar last night. Gu Ning left the bar a short time earlier than her, so it was impossible for Gu Ning to change clothing and follow her later. Jiang Xuan nodded and gave up being suspicious of Gu Ning. Since neither of them had an idea, they could only wait for the police. When Master Lung visited Lung Xiaojia, he asked about her injuries with concern, but he also criticized her. Lung Xiaojia stood in awe of Master Lung, and she knew that for years she hadn't behaved herself, so she didn't argue with Master Lung. Nevertheless, she was very displeased. When Master Lung told her that he didn't plan to investigate it, Jiang Xuan and Lung Xiaojia couldn't stay calm. "No, I can't tolerate it. We must find the attacker," Lung Xiaojia retorted. She was too selfish to care about other people's feelings. It was precisely because she was selfish and mean that she didn't think that she should learn a lesson from this. Instead, she thought she could bully others as she wanted, but that other people couldn't get revenge. "What did you say? Don't you know that it's your fault? If you hadn't bullied others, why would other people get revenge on you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want with the Lung family's support?" Master Lung was mad. "If you continue to behave like this, you could be murdered one day." It was a kind warning from Master Lung, because it was possible that Lung Xiaojia would lose her life because of her arrogance. Hearing that, Lung Xiaojia was scared and closed her mouth. Actually, she thought of what she had done to Gu Ning behind the Lung family's back. She knew that it was possible that the same thing would happen to her, so she had to listen to her grandfather. Jiang Xuan was also frightened by Master Lung's words, but she didn't think that it was that serious because she had never been through or done something like that before. "Father, it's not possible. You're scaring Xiaojia." She comforted Lung Xiaojia. After that, she held Lung Xiaojia's hand tight. Lung Xiaojia, however, was still afraid. "Really? Have you already forgotten what happened to the Hu family before? The Hu family's daughter used to be arrogant and aggressive. She was then schemed against by someone and lost her legs in a car accident. Do you think it's funny?" Master Lung said. The Hu family was a common rich family in the capital, but it had an alliance with the Rong family, so it had the Rong family's support. However, even though the Hu family had the Rong family's support, it still couldn't protect its daughter well. The Rong family had tried in vain to find the criminal. Power didn't mean everything, and there were still some things that a powerful family couldn't do. Thinking of that, both Jiang Xuan and Lung Xiaojia were scared. "Xuan, you were born in a super-rich family as well, and you've joined the Lung family for years. You shouldn't be so naive. Do you think that you are completely safe with the support of a powerful family? The truth is quite the opposite. The richer or more powerful you are, the more dangerous the situation you are in will be," Master Lung said. Both Jiang Xuan and Lung Xiaojia were too naive in Master Lung's eyes, and he thought that he needed to remind them to be clear-minded. The Lung family was among the 4 most powerful families in this country, and they always competed against each other. No one could escape from it. Even if Leng Xiaojia was a girl and didn't have a position in the government, she could still be in big trouble. Leng Xiaojia was a member of the Leng family after all, and her behavior would affect it. Therefore, Master Leng always told the younger generation in the Leng family to keep a low profile. The other grandchildren listened to him, but Leng Xiaojia refused to do that and even caused a lot of trouble. You can love your daughter as much as you want, but you can't spoil her, Master Leng said in the end. He had already said everything he could say to them. If they still didn't listen to him, there was nothing he could do. After that, Master Leng went back home. Once Master Leng was gone, Jiang Shuan said to Leng Xiaojia, "Xiaojia, did you hear what your grandfather just said? You should learn to behave yourself from now on." "I understand." Leng Xiaojia nodded. However, the pain in her waist was torturous. "Mom, my waist is really sore." Leng Xiaojia complained in tears. It was like a toothache, which wouldn't kill her but tortured her the entire time. Leng Xiaojia couldn't sleep or sit at all now, which was exactly what Guning wanted. "Tolerate it for a while and the pain will go away," Jiang Shuyuan said. The doctor said that Leng Xiaojia's waist was fine, so there was nothing they could do. "I can't stand it." Leng Xiaojia raised her voice. "I don't know what to do either." Jiang Shuyuan sighed. Although Tang Quanjun was in the same faction of the Leng family, he had no direct relationship with it. Instead, he had a relationship with an important official who was connected to the Leng family. Therefore, Tang Quanjun went to meet this official later. This official's name was Shi Youheng, and he held a high position in the government. When Shi Youheng saw the evidence, he was more than happy, because this was a great chance for Tang Quanjun to replace Chang Bingjian. They wanted to have more of their people in the government. After all, little things added up and many hands make light work. They needed to accumulate their influence and they were working for it. However, it wasn't easy. Every faction had a lot of supporters in every city around the country, and most of them hid their dirty secrets very well. It was difficult to investigate every one of their enemy's supporters when they had no clear evidence or a reasonable excuse. As a result, even though they were aware that Chang Bingjian was guilty of many things, they couldn't do anything to punish him. Shi Youheng couldn't help Tang Quanjun casually, to prevent their relationship from being exposed. All of them had to be super careful. Fortunately, they had gotten criminal evidence about Chang Bingjian now, so it would be very easy for them to unseat him. Tang Quanjun had promised that he wouldn't tell other people that it was Gu Ning who had provided him with the evidence. But Shi Youheng was different. When Shi Youheng heard Gu Ning's name, he somehow felt like it sounded very familiar. Seeing Shi Youheng's reaction, Tang Quanjun was confused. After thinking for a while, an idea dawned on Shi Youheng. He stood up and went to his computer to search for Gu Ning's information on the internet. He found some photos of Gu Ning, and asked Tang Quanjun whether the girl in the photos was Gu Ning. Tang Quanjun was surprised, but nodded in agreement. Shi Youheng had heard Gu Ning's name before because his son was Gu Ning's fan. His son had introduced many of Gu Ning's achievements to him, so he had a deep impression of Gu Ning. He had to admit that Gu Ning was very outstanding among her peers. Given what Gu Ning had done before, Shi Youheng understood that it wouldn't be hard for her to get the criminal evidence about Chang Bingjian. At this time, Tang Quanjun read a lot of news about Gu Ning on the internet as well, and he was shocked too. He knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple, but he was still amazed by her achievements. She was personally very successful and also had powerful connections. "Jesus, she's so unbelievable," Tang Quanjun said. "Right," Shi Youheng said. After a while, he thought of something and asked, "How did she give you the criminal evidence on Chang Bingjian?" Tang Quanjun showed Shi Youheng the criminal evidence once he met him, and didn't have time to tell him the whole story until now. Shi Youheng was mad at what Chang Bingjian had done, and he decided to deal with it right away. Since Gu Ning was unwilling to expose her identity, Shi Youheng respected her decision and decided to give the credit to Tang Quanjun. About 11 a.m., 2 policemen came to visit Leng Xiaojia in the hospital. They had checked the surveillance cameras, but still failed to find out who the attacker was, because the attacker showed up and disappeared within seconds. Although Leng Xiaojia and Jiang Shuyuan agreed to give up, They were still annoyed that they couldn't find out who the attacker was. After they calmed down, Jiang Xuan told the two policemen to stop investigating it. She acted very kind and tolerant, which left a good impression on the two policemen. Since Jiang Xuan was willing to stop searching for the attacker, the two policemen agreed. After lunch, Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call, and they chatted with each other for a while on the phone. She didn't tell Leng Xiaoting what she had been through these days, because she didn't want to worry him. At 2 p.m., a group of policemen went to Libong Company, the Zheng family's business, and took Zheng Kai, the HR manager, and Zheng Lichang away. Zheng Kai was guilty of causing grievous bodily harm with intent, the HR manager was guilty of shielding, and Zheng Lichang was guilty of shielding and bribery. In the beginning they struggled and argued, but they had to close their mouths when the police showed them the evidence. It caused a great sensation in the Libong Company, and all of the staff members were surprised. Actually, it wasn't a secret that Zheng Kai had purposefully injured a man in their company, but they were forbidden to talk about it. Therefore they were surprised because this secret was exposed so soon. They disliked Zheng Kai's behavior, and also hoped that he could be punished. When Zheng Kai was arrested by the police, no one had sympathy for him. At the same time, they were also worried that they might lose their jobs if the company got in trouble. If they lost their jobs, they wouldn't have an income, and it wasn't easy to find a new job at this time. Will the company be closed? I hope not. I thought it would be fine when we were forbidden to talk about it, but it's still been exposed. Although I don't want to lose my job, they're too arrogant and hateful. I feel good that they've been punished according to the law. Does anyone know anything about the injured young man? He looked terrible when the fruit knife cut into his head. No idea, but I hope he survived. Me too. They worked for Libong Company, but they had principles. However, even if they were clearly aware that what Zheng Kai had done was illegal, they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't have power, wealth, or influence, so they could only stand aside. Therefore, they hoped that the injured young man would be fine and that Zheng Kai would be punished. They didn't care much about the HR manager. Because a large group of policemen came in several police cars, many passers-by were attracted to the scene and they took many videos when Zheng Lichang was arrested. Many of them placed the video on their social media. When the Libong Company got in trouble, Chang Bingjian couldn't stay calm. He wasn't seriously injured but couldn't move for the time being and had to stay in the hospital for a few days. In the meanwhile, Tang Quanjun and several other officials of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection went together to Chang Bingjian's ward. Chang Bingjian was stunned when they showed up. He didn't know what had happened. He thought that Tang Quanjun was still on a business trip. Hi, nice to see you here, Chang Bingjian said in panic. Director Chang, you're accused of accepting bribery and breaking the law, so we need to conduct an investigation, said the head of the Public Security Department. Chang Bingjian knew that it wasn't good news, but he forced himself to calm down. Great, I need to see who wants to slander me. It sounded as if he was really innocent. Actually, all the other important officials had seen the evidence, but they still needed to finish the legal procedures. After that, Tang Quanjun began to ask him questions. Director Chang Zheng Kai, the son of Zheng Lichang, who is the chairman of Libong Company, injured a young man called Peng Xinghao with intent at noon yesterday. Peng Xinghao's older sister, Peng Xiaoman, reported it to the branch, but you refused to deal with it. Is it true? Absolutely not. It's a lie. Chang Bingjian denied it right away. He even pretended to be mad. Chang Bingjian didn't know that they already had solid evidence in their hands, so he still tried to get away with it. A girl named Gu Ning also showed up at the branch yesterday, and Zhua Anrong, the captain of the number 1 team, wanted to help her but was stopped by you. You threatened Gu Ning to shut her mouth and even pointed a gun at her, Tang Quanjun continued. He was more than happy to see the terrible situation that Chang Bingjian was in now, but he had to be serious on the surface. Nonsense. It's ridiculous and I've never done anything like that, Chang Bingjian argued. Then why did the girl attack the police? Tang Quanjun asked. Well, Chang Bingjian didn't know what to say. You can check the surveillance cameras if you want to know the reason. Chong Bingjian believed that the surveillance cameras were already broken. The surveillance cameras are broken and we can get nothing from them, Tang Quanjun said. Hearing that, Chong Bingjian was relieved. Since the surveillance cameras are broken, there is no evidence. Do you mean that you still want to deny it? Said the head of the public security department. I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Chong Bingjian insisted. The head of the public security department wasn't in the same faction as the Chong family, nor the Lung family, so he stayed neutral in this case. However, the other officials from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection were the Lung family's people. Tang Quanjun continued. Let me be honest with you, the girl had a miniature camera with her when she walked into your office, and she had a video recording of everything. What?
Impossible.
Chong Bingjian retorted. Why? Tang Quanjun asked. Are you panicking now? Chong Bingjian felt humiliated. I know that you won't admit it without evidence, so we can show you, Tang Quanjun said, and a policeman who stood by his side took out a computer at once. When Chong Bingjian watched the video, he was stunned. He couldn't believe it and refused to believe it, but he knew that it was real. Before the video even ended, Chong Bingjian was despairing. Yeah, I admit that I threatened Guning and shot at her, but it isn't a big deal. She's fine now, and do you think that you all aren't guilty of doing anything illegal? Why can't you turn a blind eye to it? In addition, my family is the Chong family, and nobody can get any benefit from it if it becomes big trouble, Chong Bingjian said. He tried to use his family's influence to protect himself from being punished. Although the four most powerful families in this country were at the same level, none of them was willing to act against others without gaining any benefit. They wouldn't take action unless they had solid proof. In that case, Chong Bingjian could be fine and he would probably just be transferred to another city to avoid trouble. However, his notebook of bribery was also exposed this time. Therefore, the Chong family wouldn't protect him. So? I don't think the Chong family will protect you this time, and it will directly give you up, said the head of the public security department. No one could help Chong Bingjian out this time. That's impossible, Chong Bingjian said with confidence. Do you think that we only have this video?
Tang Quanjun's no.
Hearing that, Chong Bingjian was struck dumb for a second. What else do you have? He asked. You're accused of having a mistress and a love child, which is totally unacceptable because you're an important official, Tang Quanjun said. Chong Bingjian was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Do you have evidence? Chong Bingjian almost shouted. Tang Quanjun gave a glance to a policeman, and the policeman showed Chong Bingjian the evidence. Chong Bingjian couldn't deny it right now, but he still argued. There are other officials who have a mistress and a love child in the government. Why are you only targeting me? Look at this. Tang Quanjun took out a notebook. It was a copy, but Chong Bingjian grabbed it away. No, it's impossible. It's fake. He still tried to get away with it. He couldn't admit it, because the Chong family would abandon him once he admitted it. You know it's your handwriting and it was found in a safe from your house, Tang Quanjun said. Chong Bingjian didn't know what to say now. He was reluctant to accept it, but there was nothing he could do now. He was doomed to be put in jail this time. All right, whether you admit it or not, we're sure that you're guilty of many crimes, said the official from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chong Bingjian remained silent. That afternoon, Chong Bingjian's scandal erupted on Weibo, and many internet users began to talk about him. Another corrupt official. When can all of those corrupt officials be put in jail? I don't think it's possible. There are both corrupt and good officials in our country. Right. We can't ignore good officials just because a corrupt official is caught. I doubt that. There are too few good officials. I think it might have been exposed because of the conflict among different factions. I agree. Come on, it's undeniable that Chong Bingjian is a corrupt official, and he should be put in jail. Right. I think you're defending this corrupt official. Although the internet user pointed out the truth, He was amid criticisms within a short time and didn't dare to talk about it further. Once the scandal broke, the Chong family heard about it. It was angry but chose to abandon Chong Bingjian. There was solid proof, and the Chong family might be involved in big trouble if it tried to help Chong Bingjian out. As a result, the Chong family wasn't annoyed at Tang Quanjun, but Chong Bingjian because he was too careless. It wasn't a secret that Chong Bingjian had accepted bribes many times. However, Chong Bingjian made it public this time. Besides, although the Chong family was aware of Chong Bingjian's bad deeds, it didn't know that he had accepted such a huge amount of bribes. In that case, Chong Bingjian was doomed to be put in jail. He was too dumb to be a good pawn now. People in power actually couldn't do whatever they wanted. Instead, they had to be more careful than ordinary people. Precisely because they were powerful, only those who were more powerful than them could cause them trouble. However, once their dirty secrets were exposed, no one would be able to help them out. After Chong Bingjian was arrested by the police, the other members in the Chong family had to be more careful than ever. They didn't know whether their enemy's target was only Chong Bingjian or the whole Chong family. In order to keep the whole family safe, the members of the Chong family had to investigate to find the person who had the ability to put Chong Bingjian in jail. At 4 p.m., Su Qining planned to go to Tang Qingyang's home and cook for him. Tang Qingyang was injured because of her, so she needed to thank him. However, Su Qining didn't have Tang Qingyang's phone number, so she asked Zhang Ruiqin. Tang Qingyang was single, and he felt bored when he was alone in his house, so he often stayed in Zhang Ruiqin's place. Although Ba Tianyang stayed by his side, he seldom talked with him. The two didn't have common interests, and Ba Tianyang wasn't talkative either. Zhang Ruiqin lived in a big house after all, and he was single too. He felt bored as well, so he welcomed Ba Tianyang and Tang Qingyang to visit him. Zhang Ruiqin was unwilling to go back to the Zhang family's old house, because his parents always urged him to find a girlfriend. He knew that he wasn't young, but it wasn't easy for him to find a girl he liked. To be specific, he needed to find a girl who liked him too. For example, he liked Guning, but Guning already had a boyfriend. When Su Qining heard that Tang Qingyang was in Zhang Ruiqin's home, she directly drove to visit them. Zhang Ruiqin didn't know why Su Qining wanted to see Tang Qingyang, so he was surprised when she showed up with bags of meat and vegetables. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Ruiqin asked. "To cook." Su Qining smiled at him. "Wasn't Qingyang injured because of me yesterday? I think I should thank him by cooking for him." Saying that, Su Qining pushed the door open and walked into Zhang Ruiqin's place as if it were her own. She and Zhang Ruiqin grew up together, so it was totally fine for her to do that. Zhang Ruiqin nodded and followed her. Su Qining was good at cooking, so he loved to eat food cooked by her. In addition, he always dined outside, and it wasn't healthy. If his parents could stop urging him to find a girlfriend, he would be more than willing to go back to live in the Zhang family's house. Tang Qingyang was a good cook too, but he was injured now. "Miss Su, did you want to see me?" Tang Qingyang said from the living room. The next second, he was surprised by the bags of meat and vegetables in her hands. "Yeah, and I want to thank you by cooking for you tonight," Su Qining said and shook the bags in her hands. "Miss Su, you don't need to do that. I'm already fine," Tang Qingyang said. He was indeed much better now, because he wasn't seriously injured and had the help of Guning's pill. "Don't fool me. You were bleeding the entire time yesterday," Su Qining said. Afterwards, she walked straight to the kitchen. "Come on. Just wait to enjoy the meal." Zhang Ruiqin patted Tang Qingyang's shoulder. Since Su Qining already went to cook in the kitchen, Tang Qingyang accepted it in the end. However, Tang Qingyang still felt it was a little inappropriate, so he walked into the kitchen and asked Su Qining, "May I help?" "No thanks, you'll only cause trouble here," Su Qining said. Tang Qingyang didn't know what to say because he was actually a good cook. "Qingyang, don't worry. Qinxin can handle it herself. It's a piece of cake for her," Zhang Ruiqin said and pulled Tang Qingyang away. Since Su Qining didn't need his help, Tang Qingyang followed Zhang Ruiqin back to the living room. Once in a while, Tang Qingyang would look towards the kitchen, but he didn't know why. Jiang Ruiqi noticed and asked, Qingyang, why are you always glancing at the kitchen? Do you have a special feeling for Qinyin? Nonsense. Tang Qingyang denied it at once. Really? Jiang Ruiqi cocked his eyebrow. Tang Qingyang didn't know how to explain it, so he directly closed his mouth. No woman had ever cooked for him before, and Tang Qingyang had a deep impression of Su Qinyin. However, Jiang Ruiqi thought that Tang Qingyang stayed silent because he had a guilty conscience. To be honest, I think you two would be a perfect couple. Do you want me to help? Could you please stop talking about it? There is a huge gap between Qinyin and me. Tang Qingyang gave Jiang Ruiqi a glare. Su Qinyin's family was much more influential than his, and he felt inferior to her. In addition, even if he liked Su Qinyin, they could only be together if Su Qinyin also liked him. Most importantly, he still needed to focus on his revenge. Come on, don't say that. I think you're a good quality man, Jiang Ruiqi said. Although Qinyin's family is indeed more influential than yours, you're very outstanding among your peers. Tang Qingyang was a major shareholder of the Tang organization after all, and he had over 1 billion yuan in wealth. Compared with Tang Qingyang, Jiang Ruiqi was much poorer. All right, can we drop this topic? Tang Qingyang said. Fine. Jiang Ruiqi didn't want to embarrass him. Even though he thought Su Qinyin and Tang Qingyang would be a perfect couple, it was their personal affair. After the little argument with Jiang Ruiqi, Tang Qingyang didn't dare to look at the kitchen anymore. He didn't want Jiang Ruiqi to talk about it when Su Qinyin walked out later. Su Qinyin made 5 dishes for the 4 of them. She also cooked a nutritious soup for Tang Qingyang. Gu Ning suddenly wanted to have seafood, so she decided to dine outside. When she arrived at the restaurant, she ran into Bailey Zongyang in the hall. Bailey Zongyang came with 2 of his friends. What a coincidence. Nice to see you, Miss Gu, Bailey Zongyang said. He already had the result of the investigation on Gu Ning, and he was aware of Gu Ning's changes before and after the car accident. About a year ago, Gu Ning used to be a weak and unsociable girl, but she completely changed after the car accident. It seemed as if there was a different soul in the same body. Bailey Zongyang was a man from the cultivation world, but he didn't believe in reincarnation. Therefore, Bailey Zongyang thought that Gu Ning probably pretended to be weak. However, Gu Ning became a kung fu master after the car accident too, which was difficult for him to understand the reason for. He knew nothing about Gu Ning's life in the past, so he regarded it as her disguise. Moreover, Gu Ning was unusually good at stone gambling, and she started Jade Beauty Jewelry doing it, which was another big question in Bailey Zongyang's mind. He didn't understand why Gu Ning was so excellent at stone gambling. Cultivators needed magical power to practice their cultivation, and magical power from Jade was one of their energy sources, so they began to learn stone gambling at a very early age. He knew stone gambling wasn't easy at all. Even a Jade expert couldn't get Jade every time when stone gambling. Bailey Zongyang thought that Gu Ning could probably sense the magical power in the Jade, but it was only a guess. As a senior cultivator, Bailey Zongyang couldn't sense the magical power in Jade. Therefore, he didn't think it was very likely. As for other things which had no relationship with magical power about Gu Ning, Bailey Zongyang had no interest in learning them. He had even slipped into Colane's factory once to check its medicines. He felt magical power from them, but failed to find its source. He was confused. Mr. Bailey, nice to see you too. Gu Ning smiled at him. She didn't know that Bailey Zongyang had done an investigation on her, so her attitude towards him stayed the same. Actually, even if she was aware of it, she wouldn't mind, because Bailey Zongyang had no intention to hurt her. In addition, Gu Ning kept in touch with Bailey Zongyang, because she wanted to learn more about the cultivation world. Miss Gu, I've always wanted to invite you to share a meal together, but don't have the chance to see you. Would you mind dining with us today? Bailey Zongyang said politely. If he wanted to know more secrets about Gu Ning, he had to interact with her more often. Gu Ning understood that Bailey Zongyang was sincere, and she also wanted to spend more time with him, so she agreed. Well, I see your friends are here with you. Is it appropriate? She asked. It's fine, we're just hanging out together. It's nothing serious, Bailey Zongyang said. Right, said Bailey Zongyang's two friends. Great, let's go now, Guning said. After that, they went to the private room that Bailey Zongyang booked. Bailey Zongyang handed Guning the menu and invited her to order first. Guning didn't hesitate and ordered some seafood she liked. Bailey Zongyang noticed her preference for seafood, so he ordered a seafood hot pot. During the meal, Bailey Zongyang casually asked Guning why she was so excellent at stone gambling. I've studied stone gambling and learned a lot about it. I'm also very lucky, so it's more likely for me to cut out a piece of jade, Guning said. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang cocked his eyebrow. He couldn't believe that Guning relied on her luck to play stone gambling. Although he didn't know whether it was a lie or not, he chose to accept this explanation. There were many unbelievable things and people in this world after all. He came from the cultivation world, and he knew a lot more about strange things than mortals. As a result, he agreed that Guning was very different from other people. To prevent Guning from becoming suspicious, Bailey Zongyang dropped this topic. At 6:30 p.m., Su Qinin finished cooking the meal. Once Su Qinin invited them to sit by the dining table, Jiang Ruiqin ran towards her. May I help? Tang Qingyang asked Su Qinin again after he watched her being busy in the kitchen for nearly an hour. Jiang Ruiqin gave Tang Qingyang a glance but said nothing. He knew that Tang Qingyang didn't want to talk about his feelings towards Su Qinin right now. It's fine, you can just sit, Su Qinin said. Then turned to get the other dishes in the kitchen. Since Su Qinin said that, Tang Qingyang sat down at the table. After a short while, Su Qinin placed the nutritious soup before Tang Qingyang and said, Qingyang, thank you so much for your help last night. My pleasure, Miss Su, Tang Qingyang said. If it hadn't been for you, my face could have been disfigured, Su Qinin said with a serious expression. Su Qinin still felt scared of it in retrospect. Afterwards, they began to enjoy the meal. Guning left the restaurant alone after having dinner with Bailey Zongyang. Bailey Zongyang planned to hang out with his friends in a bar tonight, and they invited Guning to have fun together. But Guning said that she wanted to go home. When Chang Bingjian was arrested by the police, those who had bribed him also got into big trouble. Some officials had bribed Chang Bingjian for promotions, so they were going to be punished too. 5 officials were arrested that afternoon. 2 of them worked in the capital, while the other 3 came from other cities. Although they didn't hold high positions in the government, they were still guilty. And although they had a close relationship with Chang Bingjian, they weren't the Chang family's people. It wasn't easy for an official to choose a faction to side with after all. Because of Chang Bingjian, other corrupt officials stayed alert. Most of them didn't have a notebook of bribery, but some of them did, and they destroyed it right away. Corrupt officials could never be completely eliminated, because the desire for wealth or power always got the better of them. As for the Zheng family, Zheng Kai couldn't deny what he had done because of the solid proof. However, this case hadn't been brought to the court yet, so he was kept in the Public Security Bureau for the time being. The HR manager was also under arrest now, and he was going to be held in detention for a few years. Zheng Lichang was bailed out because of his good attitude of confessing to his crimes. He would be lightly punished in the future. Guning didn't care how Zheng Lichang would be punished, because Zheng Kai was the key person in the case. She aimed to see Zheng Kai punished according to the law. Because the court hadn't begun yet, the amount of compensation Peng Xinghao could get wouldn't be revealed until it was over. In order to be successfully bailed out, Zheng Lichang didn't tell his wife, and instead called his brother-in-law. His wife wasn't a reasonable woman, and he was afraid that she might cause him more trouble. As a result, his wife wasn't aware of the case until he was back home in the night. Once she heard that Zheng Kai could be put in jail in the future, she argued loudly with Zheng Lichang and forced him to get Zheng Kai out. Actually, if the Zheng family had called the police when the accident happened, it wouldn't have become a big problem later, but they hadn't done that. The Zheng family didn't lack money at all, and it could easily afford the medical fee for Peng Xinghao. Besides, Zheng Lichang had given Chang Bingjian a bribe of a lot of money as well. Sometimes people had to pay more for their stupid mistakes. When Zheng Kai won third place in the competition with the help of Peng Xinghao's designs, Zheng Lichang didn't want to see any bad news about Zheng Kai. He thought that Peng Xinghao was simply an ordinary citizen, so he could easily bully him. To his astonishment, Peng Xinghao met Gu Ning this time. If Peng Xinghao had died, there would have been no testimony of a witness, and Zheng Kai could use his designs to win the competition. Zheng Lichang was too arrogant, so he made such a stupid mistake. He couldn't tolerate his wife's bad temper, and went to the study with his wife's younger brother, Lu Yu, to talk about it. "What else can we do now?" Lu Yu asked. "I have an idea, but I don't know whether it'll work," Zheng Lichang said with a frown. "What is it?" Lu Yu asked. "We can give Peng Xinghao some money to shut his mouth," Zheng Lichang said, but he didn't have much confidence. "We can give it a try. Even if Zheng Kai can't be released without being punished, he could get a lighter punishment," Lu Yu said. "I know, but I can't do that in person right now. Can you help?" Zheng Lichang said. "Sure." Lu Yu agreed with alacrity. It wasn't very late now, so Lu Yu decided to visit Peng Xinghao as early as possible. Lu Yu was grateful to Zheng Lichang because Zheng Lichang had helped him with his business. His business almost went bankrupt last time, and it was Zheng Lichang who lent him a lot of money to overcome the crisis. At that time, he didn't need a small amount of money, he needed over 10 million yuan. It wasn't much for the Zheng family, but it wasn't little either. Therefore, even though Zheng Lichang had broken the law, Lu Yu was still willing to help him. When Lu Yu walked outside, Zheng Lichang's wife, his older sister, stopped him. She asked whether they had a good idea to get Zheng Kai out. Lu Yu told her that they were thinking about it. At the beginning, Peng Xiaoman felt uncomfortable with Zhou Weifan's presence, but Peng Xinghao talked to him a lot. Both of them were men after all. Moreover, Peng Xinghao and Zhou Weifan were playing the same game, Battle in the Sky, these days, so they soon became close. Zhou Weifan moved up in ranks at a high speed, and Peng Xinghao admired him, but he admired Gu Ning more. He didn't know how long Gu Ning had played the game, but he believed that it didn't cost her much time to get to a high level. Because Peng Xinghao's head was still injured, he couldn't play the game for long, otherwise he would have a competition with Zhou Weifan. After getting along with each other for hours, Peng Xiaoman relaxed, after which she also began to talk with Zhou Weifan. Lu Yu knew which hospital Peng Xinghao stayed, but he didn't know the ward number, so he went to ask the receptionist. Ordinary wards weren't confidential, so the receptionist told him. Only special wards were kept secret. Lu Yu came to offer an olive branch, so he brought some gifts with him. He went to Peng Xinghao's ward and knocked on the door. Because they didn't go to sleep yet and Peng Xiaoman thought the visitor was the doctor, she directly told him to come in. When a stranger walked inside, Peng Xiaoman was surprised and asked, "May I know your name?" Lu Yu was also struck dumb for a second when his sight fell on Peng Xinghao, because Peng Xinghao was awake and looked fine. He had heard that Peng Xinghao was seriously injured. "Oh, nice to see you. My name's Lu Yu, and the Zheng family hopes that I can have a talk with you about the accident," Lu Yu said. He didn't bother to hide his intention. However, Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao changed their expressions once they heard the Zheng family. "We have nothing to talk about with the Zheng family. If you want to have a talk, you can talk with the police or the court." Gu Ning had already told them that Zheng Kai was arrested and would be put in jail in the near future. They were very grateful for what Gu Ning had done for them. It was impossible that they would give it up right now. Even though Peng Xiaoman refused to talk with him, Lu Yu still insisted. "Miss Peng, Mr. Peng, I understand that it's very unfair, and it's understandable that you hate the Zheng family, but the Zheng family is willing to pay you 2 million yuan. Hearing that, neither Peng Xiaoman nor Peng Xinghao showed excitement or greed. Instead, they were very mad. "If you really want to do something for us, you should have done it earlier on. We don't care about money and we don't want the 2 million yuan now," Peng Xiaoman said in anger. In fact, if the Zheng family had been willing to give them 500,000 yuan back then, they would have yielded because they knew they were no match for it. Nevertheless, things were different right now. Gu Ning had saved Peng Xinghao's life, and the Zheng family was unforgivable. Lu Yu frowned but wasn't surprised by the answer. Miss Peng, Mr. Peng looks fine now, and there is no need for you to be so stubborn. You can save more than 1,000,000 yuan after the operation if you're willing to accept the compensation. He looks fine now? Xinghao was able to survive the fatal accident, but not because of you, and you're guilty of it forever. Peng Xiaoman was furious. Peng Xinghao couldn't stay calm either. Do you think money can buy everything? Will you be willing to accept 2,000,000 yuan after I kill you? You? Lu Yu was also annoyed, but he didn't dare to argue with them. You can leave now. Peng Xiaoman lost her patience. Miss Peng. When Lu Yu wanted to say something else, Zhou Weifan walked over. Mr. Lu, please leave now, otherwise you won't be able to bear the result. Since Zhou Weifan came to protect Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao, he had to do his job well when it was necessary. Zhou Weifan was tall and muscular, which scared Lu Yu. Wait a second. Peng Xiaoman suddenly stopped him after he moved a few steps outwards. Lu Yu stopped at once and thought that Peng Xiaoman changed her mind. Get your stuff out of here. Peng Xiaoman pointed at those gifts prepared by Lu Yu. Lu Yu was angry, but he had to listen to her. Once he left, Peng Xiaoman called Gu Ning and told her what had happened. Although Lu Yu seemed kind this time, the Zheng family might do something else to threaten them later. Peng Xiaoman needed to thank Zhou Weifan, because Lu Yu was scared of them because of him. Peng Xiaoman was a weak woman, while Peng Xinghao was injured. If it hadn't been for Zhou Weifan, both of them might have been hurt. Lu Yu got back in his car, but he didn't start it right away. Instead, he called Zheng Lichang and told him the result. What? They don't want the 2,000,000 yuan. Zheng Lichang was shocked. 2,000,000 yuan was a lot for the poor, and he was greatly surprised that Peng Xiaoman and Peng Xinghao would refuse to accept it. Didn't you threaten them? Zheng Lichang asked. Zheng Lichang had told Lu Yu to threaten them if they were unwilling to cooperate. There is a tall, strong man in the ward, and I think he's their bodyguard, Lu Yu said. I didn't dare to threaten them in front of him. Lu Yu was still scared of Zhou Weifan. Zheng Lichang was disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. The next day, Chen Darong called Gu Ning at 10 a.m. He told her that he and his 3 staff members had been having nightmares these days. He thought that they might have something evil in their store. After meeting Gu Ning, Chen Darong began to believe in evil antiques. He had witnessed the great effect of Gu Ning's pill before, so he could only turn to her for help. Gu Ning also had the idea that there must be an evil antique in his store when she heard his complaint. She decided to go to the antique street right away. When she arrived at Shangyun Antique Store, she sensed and her sight fell on a blue and white porcelain. Chen Darong and other staff members indeed had a pale face. Gu Ning took out several power crystals at once and told them to take it, after which she walked to the shelf. Chen Darong trusted Gu Ning, so he listened to her. Because Chen Darong took it without hesitation, the other staff members followed him. In addition, Gu Ning was like a god in their eyes, so they were willing to obey her orders. After taking the pill, they immediately felt much better. A short while later, their faces began to go back to normal. The great effect amazed them. They were very curious about it but didn't ask anything. At the same time, Gu Ning took the blue and white porcelain out. How did you get this? Gu Ning didn't give it to Chen Darong, so Chen Darong must have acquired it himself. An old man in rags came here a week ago, and he said that he needed money to treat his grandson. He didn't ask a high price for it, so we took it, Chen Darong said. Hearing that, Gu Ning sensed that something must be wrong. Because this antique was evil, the old man couldn't be healthy after staying with it for a long time. Gu Ning didn't want to think that the old man was a bad person, but she needed to be careful. Anyway, she decided to do an investigation. If it really was a coincidence, she wouldn't think further about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't let the old man get away with it. Let me see the surveillance videos, Gu Ning said. There were surveillance cameras in the store, and Gu Ning planned to watch the videos first before she asked Kay to investigate it. Chandarong played the videos for Gu Ning, and she took a photo of the old man, then sent it to Kay. While waiting for the results from Kay, Gu Ning stayed at the street. Gu Ning had prepared another batch of antiques on her way to Shangyun Antique Store, so she wanted to put them on the shelves now. Chandarong was amazed when Gu Ning showed him those antiques. He was curious to know how Gu Ning managed to get so many antiques, but he understood that she didn't want to talk about it. Coincidentally, Gu Ning noticed that someone kept glancing at Shangyun Antique Store and looked unkind after she stayed inside for a dozen minutes. She found a place with a cover, then used her jade eyes. The person was a man about 30, and he had a stand close to the Shangyun Antique Store. Gu Ning had a feeling that this man wasn't kind. However, she found real antiques at his stand. Although it wasn't very valuable, Gu Ning wouldn't miss it since it was real. She told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to wait in the store, then walked outside by herself. Gu Ning didn't know whether the man could recognize her, so she pretended to be a normal visitor. "Miss, I can give you a discount if you want to buy anything," the man said. Gu Ning looked around for a while and picked up a fake antique. "How much is this? You have a great taste. This is..." The man began to brag about it, and Gu Ning listened to him in silence. "You can give me 1,800 yuan if you want it. How about this one?" Gu Ning picked up another. The man bragged about it again before he told the price. The third time Gu Ning picked up the real antique. "How much is this?" The man lost patience this time and directly said, 3,000 yuan. He didn't think that Gu Ning would really buy it, so he gave a high price. "Great, I want this one." Gu Ning nodded, then gave the man 3,000 yuan. The man was surprised. If he had known that earlier, he would have set a higher price. The man definitely didn't know that this antique was real, so he was willing to sell it at the price of 3,000 yuan. Since Gu Ning paid for it, he wouldn't refuse to take her money. Afterwards, he counted the money and gave Gu Ning the antique. Gu Ning then left with the real antique. The man was too happy and he counted the money again, so he didn't see that Gu Ning walked into the Shangyun Antique Store. It was obvious that he didn't know Gu Ning. When Gu Ning came back with an antique in her hands, Chandarong smiled. "Boss, it must be real, right?" "Yeah, it cost me 3,000 yuan." Gu Ning gave it to Chandarong. Chandarong took it and had a look at it, then priced it at 60,000 yuan. In fact, the antiques in Shangyun Antique Store were cheaper than those in other antique stores. When the man was happily counting the paper money, another stand owner next to him said, "Hey, I think you lost a lot of money this time." The man was struck dumb for a second, then asked, "Why? Do you know who that girl is?" the stand owner asked. "No idea, do you know her?" the man replied. "Yeah, she's the boss of Shangyun Antique Store, and I think the antique she just bought could be real," the stand owner said. "What?" The man was shocked, then immediately looked to Shangyun Antique Store. He had a bad feeling when he really saw Gu Ning in it. Seriously? That antique could be real. The man was unwilling to believe it. If it was real, he would indeed lose a lot of money. "She's pretty good at antiques, but it doesn't mean that every antique she chooses is real, so it's hard to tell," the stand owner said. The man already accepted Gu Ning's money, so he couldn't regret it now. Actually, the stand owner told the man the truth because he was jealous of the man. He couldn't sell a single object for a long time, but the man easily sold the antique within minutes. All of a sudden, the man stood up and walked to Shangyun Antique Store. "Hey, stop there." The stand owner tried to stop him, but it was too late. He gave up and waited to see a drama. The man walked into Shangyun Antique Store and put on a sad expression the second he saw Gu Ning. "Miss, I just remembered that this antique is my family heirloom. My father told me to take good care of it when he passed away. Can you give it back to me?" Before Gu Ning said anything, he began to wipe his eyes. However, Gu Ning already had heard his conversation with the stand owner, so she didn't believe him. "Sure, I can give it back to you," Gu Ning said, staring at him. Hearing that, the man's eyes lit up at once. "You can pay 60,000 yuan for it if you want it back," Gu Ning said. "You!" The man was mad. This antique was priced at 60,000 yuan now. You know that you can't regret it after you took my money, right? Gu Ning added. The man absolutely was aware of this rule, but he wanted to deny it. He didn't want to lose so much money after all. I don't have that much money. Can I give you 10,000 yuan for it? The man said. Gu Ning only paid 3,000 yuan for it, so she still could gain a lot by selling it at the price of 10,000 yuan. However, that was his own idea, and Gu Ning disagreed with him. I know what you're thinking, but I can make much more by selling it at the price of 60,000 yuan. If you can't afford it, I can sell it to other people, Gu Ning said. She wasn't dumb after all. The man was struck dumb for a second. Don't you have any sympathy for me? The man was unwilling to give up. Gu Ning thought for a while, then said, Well, I can give you a discount. You can get it back by paying 50,000 yuan. How about that? You? The man was annoyed. There was no difference between 50,000 yuan and 60,000 yuan. In fact, this antique could be sold at a high price in an antique store, but its price would be lower at a street stand. The man had heard a lot about Shangyun Antique Store, and he knew it had the support of many important figures in this industry. Therefore, he didn't dare to mess with Gu Ning. In the end, he had to leave. Once he walked out, Gu Ning told Gao Yi to follow him, because she thought that this man's behavior was very strange. A short while later, Gu Ning received Kay's message. Kay told her that the old man was paid by a man to sell the blue and white porcelain to Shangyun Antique Store. That the old man had a grandson waiting to be treated was a complete lie. Besides, the old man made up the sad story and sold the blue and white porcelain at a low price in order to let Chandarong take it. It was obviously a scheme. Since it was a scheme, Gu Ning wouldn't allow the old man to get away with it. As a result, Gu Ning told Kay to find out who the mastermind was. She also reminded Chandarong and the other staff members to be more careful from now on. If they felt uncomfortable again, they could turn to her for help. Nobody wanted evil antiques, so Gu Ning put the blue and white porcelain into her telepathic eye space. Chandarong was surprised when he learned that it was a scheme. Shangyun Antique Store was very popular and many people were jealous of it, but it had Master Zhang's and Master Su's support, so its enemies only dared to scheme against it. Ordinary people wouldn't know that it was an evil antique. Even experienced antique experts couldn't distinguish it from other normal antiques. If Chandarong didn't have Gu Ning's help, he could have lost his life. In that case, they had to stay alert. Gu Ning didn't rush to leave before she finished what she needed to deal with here. Gao Yi was back yet, so she needed to wait for him. Because of the problem Chandarong encountered, she came in a hurry, and didn't have much time to walk around the antique street. Therefore, Gu Ning told Chandarong to call her once Gao Yi was back, because she needed to have a walk outside. After that, Gu Ning left with Xiao Ye. However, before she could find a good antique, she ran into someone she didn't want to see again. That person was the fortune teller. Because Gu Ning didn't want to see him, she immediately turned around to walk away. Nevertheless, the fortune teller already saw her and caught up to her excitedly. Hey miss, why did you turn around the second you saw me? The fortune teller shouted at Gu Ning's back. I don't want to see you, Gu Ning said in annoyance. Why? The fortune teller asked. I hate medium psychics like you. Gu Ning was a little rude. Why? The fortune teller asked again. Although I'm wandering around, I'm not a terrible man, and my fortune telling is very accurate, he added. That's none of my business, and please stay away from me. Gu Ning lost patience. Hearing that, the fortune teller stumbled and almost fell. How could you be so rude to an old man? He was angry. Stay away from me, please, Gu Ning said. Miss, I'm really good at fortune telling. Can you give me a chance? The fortune teller thought that Gu Ning disliked him because she thought he was a liar. No need thanks, Gu Ning said. Boss, you can leave first and I'll stop him, Xiao Ye said. What? The fortune teller turned to glare at Xiao Ye. Gu Ning instead agreed at once. Great. Without delay she walked away, while the fortune teller was stopped by Xiao Ye. He began to fight back, but he was no match for Xiao Ye, so he had to watch Gu Ning walking away. You! He was furious but still shouted to Gu Ning's back. You can't avoid me forever, and I'm determined to tell your fortune. Gu Ning's fortune was so special that he was reluctant to give up. However, their argument attracted much attention from passers-by. People had a bad impression of fortune tellers, so they all began to criticize him. He's just a liar. Right, he simply wants money. He will deceive you into doing something meaningless and useless. I agree. Many liars disguise themselves as fortune tellers for money, so many people hated them. The fortune teller was mad and felt humiliated. However, he had to admit that many people had been deceived by liars who disguised themselves as fortune tellers. Therefore, he gave up arguing with them and left in anger. After that, Xiaoya also walked away. Actually, the fortune teller didn't walk far away, but hid himself in a corner. He tried to find Gu Ning by following Xiaoya. Xiaoya was a professional killer, and soon noticed that the fortune teller was following her. Given Xiaoya's ability, it was super easy for her to get rid of him. Within a minute, the fortune teller lost Xiaoya. He was angry at himself when Xiaoya disappeared in his sight. Unfortunately, there were too many people at the antique street, and it was impossible for him to find Xiaoya again. After getting rid of the fortune teller, Xiaoya went back to Shangyun Antique Store, but Gaoi was still absent. Gu Ning went to the second floor of Shangyun Antique Store in case the fortune teller saw her again. She used her jade eyes to see where the fortune teller was so that she could avoid him later. The fortune teller walked down to the end of this street. When Gu Ning's sight fell on his body for 2 seconds, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the direction of Shangyun Antique Store. Gu Ning was scared and withdrew her sight. Was it possible that the fortune teller could sense her look? There was a long distance between them. Was it just a coincidence? Gu Ning thought that it couldn't be a coincidence, so she thought this fortune teller was very dangerous. About 20 minutes later, Gaoi was back. The man Gaoi followed went back home after he left the antique street. He made a call and said everyone was fine in the Shangyun Antique Store on the phone afterwards. Except for that, he said nothing more. Gu Ning realized that this man must have something to do with the evil blue and white porcelain. However, it seemed this man was paid by someone else to cause Shangyun Antique Store trouble. When it was done, Gu Ning and her 2 bodyguards left. It was time for lunch after they left the antique street. They went to dine together first before they went back to the company. During the meal, Gu Ning received a call from Tang Quanjun. He told her that the court would deal with this case at 2 p.m. that afternoon because Chang Bingjian already confessed to his crimes. However, they needed the original of Chang Bingjian's notebook, so he hoped that Gu Ning could give it to him. Gu Ning agreed, and decided to meet him later. If it was possible, she also wanted to sit in on the case. It was 12:30 p.m. when Gu Ning finished lunch. There was always a traffic jam in the capital, so Gu Ning set off right away to the court. When Gu Ning finally arrived, it was only half an hour from the beginning of the trial. She called Tang Quanjun the second she arrived. Tang Quanjun said that he would come in a few minutes. Gu Ning then waited for him at the parking lot. A few minutes later, Tang Quanjun came and Gu Ning got out of her car with Xiaoya, while Gaoi stayed inside. Right when Tang Quanjun was about to call Gu Ning, he saw her walking towards him. Miss Guam.
Tang Quanjun politteli Greetet Gu Ning.
He thought that it wasn't a bad thing if he could draw Gu Ning over to his side. Nice to see you again. Gu Ning also smiled at him. Gu Ning understood that Tang Quanjun must have learned a lot about her achievements from his attitude. Without delay, she gave Tang Quanjun the original notebook. Miss Gu, thank you so much for your help. You've done a lot for us in this case, Tang Quanjun said. I don't care about the credit, and I just hope those guilty people can be punished according to the law, Gu Ning said. She knew Tang Quanjun had support from other more important officials, because he alone couldn't handle it properly. Gu Ning didn't mind it at all. At the same time, she wanted to protect herself by hiding her effort in this case. Even though the Chang family didn't stand out for Chang Bingjian this time, it wouldn't give up getting revenge on those who put him in jail. If the Chang family found out that Gu Ning was also involved, she might be in trouble. Shi Youheng actually already reported this case to Leng Yuanjun, because Lung Yuanjun had an important position in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. When Lung Yuanjun learned that Gu Ning had gotten Chong Bingjian's notebook of bribery, he was astonished. And although Lung Yuanjun was aware of it now, he didn't tell anyone else, including Master Lung. Lung Yuanjun didn't tell Shi Yoheng about Gu Ning's relationship with the Lung family either, because it wasn't necessary. It's hot outside. Let's get in now, Tang Quanjun said. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. They walked into the court building and sat in the lounge. You can sit with me where the audience seats are, and you don't need to attend it yourself. We have clear evidence about Chong Bingjian's crimes, so it'll be done today, Tang Quanjun said. No problem.
Kuning noted.
The Chong family didn't show up at the court, but Chong Bingjian's family did. His father, older brother, younger sister, wife, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law all came. When they saw Tang Quanjun, they looked angry because they blamed him for everything. In their eyes, it was Tang Quanjun who put Chong Bingjian in jail. The notebook was the key evidence in this case, and Tang Quanjun reported it to his leader without hesitation. Chong Bingjian and Tang Quanjun were opponents in politics, so there was no reason for Tang Quanjun to hesitate to do that. Actually, if Tang Quanjun was in trouble, Chong Bingjian would do the same thing to throw him in jail. Luckily, Tang Quanjun was comparatively honest and upright. There was no absolutely honest official in politics. Sometimes an honest official would be forced to take some gifts and do some favors for people. It was legal to receive some small gifts, as long as they weren't too expensive. There was no perfect person or official in this world. Not everyone in the same faction as the Lung family was completely honest, but most of the Lung family's allies were good officials like Tang Quanjun and Shi Yoheng. The style of the members in a faction relied on their supporters. If their supporters had no intention to break the law, they wouldn't do it either, and vice versa. Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to help the Lung family get rid of a corrupt official if she found any in the same faction as it. Tang Quanjun didn't bother to face Chong Bingjian's family, and he simply gave them a glance. Chong Bingjian's family, on the contrary, walked towards him in great anger. Tang Quanjun, you? Chong Bingjian's younger sister, Chong Chiwei, began to shout at Tang Quanjun once she walked near, but Master Chong stopped her. Shut your mouth. Chong Chiwei was unwilling to do that, but she had to listen to her father. It was not only Chong Chiwei. The other family members of Chong Bingjian also glared at him. Deputy Director Tang, good for you, Chong Bingjian's father said in a very unkind tone. I'm flattered, Master Chong, Tang Quanjun said calmly. Chong Bingjian's father was the younger brother of the leading role in the Chong family, and other people called him Master Chong when his older brother was absent. However, Master Chong and his older brother didn't share the same mother, because their father had a wife and several concubines. Back in the old time, it was very common for a rich man to have a wife and concubines. As a result, Master Chong had a neither bad nor good relationship with his older brother. His older brother had actually helped his family a lot. Because they were a family after all, they worked together to bring glory to their family. The direct line of descent of the Chong family abandoned Chong Bingjian because his crimes were totally unacceptable. Master Chong didn't want to see the result, but he understood it, so he didn't complain about it at all. He was reluctant to affect the Chong family. Chong Bingjian's family was mad at Tang Quanjun, so they sat far away from him. However, they still glared at Tang Quanjun once in a while. In fact, Chong Bingjian's family was aware of the cruelty of the competition in politics. Enemies always acted against each other. Nevertheless, one of its members was in big trouble now, so they were quite angry. Besides, if Chong Bingjian was put in jail, his family would lose a lot too. When it was only 10 minutes away from 2 p.m., the gate of the courtroom opened, and people walked inside one after another. Tang Quanjun and Gu Ning sat on the right side, while Chong Bingjian's family sat on the left side. Once it was 2 p.m., Chong Bingjian was brought to the court. His eyes were full of hatred when he saw Gu Ning and Tang Quanjun. Even though he already confessed to his crimes, it didn't mean that he would stop hating Tang Quanjun and Gu Ning. The judge came later, and the trial began. Because Chong Bingjian had confessed to his crimes, the trial was over within an hour. It was impossible for him to deny his crimes, so he had to accept the result. Because Chong Bingjian had accepted too many bribes, he was directly sentenced to death. Actually, as long as the number of bribes was over tens of million yuan, the official would be sentenced to death. Chong Bingjian had accepted over 200 million yuan this time. Hearing the sentence, Chong Bingjian's wife fainted and Master Chong was also shocked. Even Chong Bingjian couldn't believe his ears. No, it's impossible. Chong Chiwei said out loud. They knew that Chong Bingjian had seriously broken the law, but they still believed that Chong Bingjian could survive because of his close relationship with the Chong family. They planned to get Chong Bingjian out of jail when the Chong family pushed its people to the most powerful position in this country. It was much better than staying in jail forever. However, Chong Bingjian was directly sentenced to death. Chong Bingjian's family refused to accept the result, but there was nothing they could do now. It was already done. Chong Bingjian was taken away later, and his family had to leave. Because Chong Bingjian's wife already passed out, his older brother carried her on his back, and Master Chong was supported by Chong Chiwei's husband when they walked outside. Since the trial was over, Gu Ning also left. Chong Bingjian's family still glared at Tang Quanjun once Tang Quanjun showed up. Chong Chiwei ran to Tang Quanjun and shouted at him when they were out of the court. Tang Quanjun, it's all your fault. You've ruined. She even wanted to slap Tang Quanjun. Stop her now. Master Chong was mad and said to Chong Chiwei's husband. Chong Chiwei's husband then went to pull her back. Unfortunately, it was too late for Chong Chiwei's husband to stop her, and she was about to touch Tang Quanjun. Although they wanted to see Tang Quanjun in trouble, Chong Chiwei couldn't do that in public. Tang Quanjun was an important official in the police system, and he wasn't weak at all, especially when a woman attacked him. Therefore, Tang Quanjun easily avoided Chong Chiwei. Chong Chiwei instead couldn't stop her steps right away, and she bumped into the pillar behind Tang Quanjun. With a loud sound, her forehead started swelling. Gu Ning was amused by the scene, so was Xiaoya. Chong Chiwei's husband went to help her get back to her feet at once. What are you doing? This is the court. Don't cause trouble here. Chong Chiwei wanted to argue, but her father stopped her again. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Go back home now. They couldn't wait to pay Tang Quanjun back, but not now. As for Chong Chiwei's injury, she could only accept it and swallow the anger. Chong Chiwei was reluctant to leave, but she had to listen to her father. After that, they gave Tang Quanjun a glare and left. Deputy Director Tang, you must be careful these days, Gu Ning said. Thanks, I will, Tang Quanjun said. He knew that Chong Bingjian's family wouldn't leave him alone, because he caused the death of Chong Bingjian. Even if they wouldn't attack Tang Quanjun themselves, they might hire a killer to do it for them. Oh, the Zheng family's case will be brought to court in a few days, Tang Quanjun said. Great.
Gu Ning nodded.
She actually didn't care about the date, because she only wanted to see Zheng Kai punished. After that, Gu Ning went back to her company. When she was back in her car, she checked her phone and found a message from Kay. Kay had the result and emailed her. Gu Ning decided to read it after she was back in her office, because it was more convenient to use her computer to read the email. Once Gu Ning was in her office, she clicked the email open. Kay followed the old man who sold the blue and white porcelain to them through surveillance cameras, and he found the man who paid the old man to do that. It all began with this evil blue and white porcelain. At 9 a.m., a man carried a bag of objects to an antique store named Ancient Charm at the Antique Street. The evil blue and white porcelain was in the bag. Gu Ning knew Ancient Charm. Actually, she remembered the name of every antique store at the Antique Street. Ancient Charm used to be as popular as Shangyun Antique Store, but Shangyun Antique Store became much more popular than Ancient Charm after Gu Ning took it over. The boss of Ancient Charm liked the man's objects, so he bought them. Normally, the purchase price was very low, because everyone knew that those objects were stolen from graves. Gravediggers already had a sell and buy agreement with antique stores. Because grave digging was illegal, Gravediggers couldn't directly sell those objects they had stolen to buyers. They had to sell them to antique stores. Antique stores wouldn't accuse them nor call the police, because they were in the same boat. Gravediggers also thought that the purchase price was too low, but they didn't have a better way to make more money. Li Maosong and his friends sold their objects in the black market, but they still couldn't make as much money as they were supposed to get. Speaking of Li Maosong, he and his friends arrived at the capital a day later than Gu Ning. The crew of the new show needed more people to help, so Gu Ning told them to go to the crew first. Therefore, Li Maosong and his friends were working in the crew of an empress of military blood now. After the boss of Ancient Charm bought the bag of objects, he took a liking to the blue and white porcelain at first glance. Nevertheless, another man visited Ancient Charm once the gravedigger was gone. It was very hot, but he still put on black clothing with a baseball cap and a mask. It seemed like he didn't want to touch the sunlight. Gu Ning had a strange feeling when she saw the man in the video, but she couldn't see his face clearly. The man said that he wanted to see the bag of objects the gravedigger just sold to the boss. The boss of Ancient Charm definitely wouldn't refuse to make a deal, but he wanted to keep the blue and white porcelain himself. The man in black didn't give up, but had a talk with the boss of Ancient Charm aside. Gu Ning could only see the picture without sound from the video, so she had no idea what the man in black was talking about with the boss of Ancient Charm. In the end, the boss of Ancient Charm still refused to sell the blue and white porcelain, so the man in black bought something else. Gu Ning guessed that the man in black must have told the boss of Ancient Charm the problem of the blue and white porcelain. She thought of cultivators at once. From the man's outfit, he must be a member of the evil practice if he was really a cultivator. Anyway, it was only Gu Ning's guess, because she didn't see the man with her own eyes and couldn't make a judgment from his breath, but she thought that it was close to the mark. After the man in black was gone, the boss of Ancient Charm said something to one of his staff members, then the staff member walked to the backyard right away and he came back with a man. The man was precisely the person who made a deal with the old man and told the old man to sell the evil blue and white porcelain to Shangyun Antique Store. The boss of Ancient Charm said something to the man, then the man made a call and left with the evil blue and white porcelain after about half an hour. He had a secret meeting with the old man. There were few people around them, but there were surveillance cameras, which was the reason why Kay was able to discover him. The old man took the evil blue and white porcelain from the man and walked away afterwards. It was clear that it was a scheme planned by Ancient Charm. It was jealous of Shangyun Antique Store, so it played a dirty trick. Gu Ning used to think that she should severely punish the mastermind behind the scheme, but now she changed her mind. It wasn't a big deal after all, and she also gained a valuable blue and white porcelain. As a result, Gu Ning decided to forget it, but she wouldn't forgive them if it happened again. However, Gu Ning was interested in the man in black. If she was able to meet him once more, she would seize the chance to deal with him. Kay called Gu Ning shortly after she was in her office. Gu Ning told him that she was in her office, so Kay went upstairs to see her. "Hey boss, are you free now?" Kay asked anxiously. "Yeah, what's up?" Gu Ning asked. "Log in the game right now. You have no idea how crazy those players are." Within only a few days, several of them already made the intermediate grade. They must be ace game players, and they keep adding you as their friend in the system. They want to challenge you but aren't getting a response, so they're annoyed now, Kay said. What? Gu Ning was surprised. If Kay didn't tell her that, she would have almost forgotten about the game. "Alright, I'll go check," Gu Ning said and took out her phone. As soon as she opened the game, she saw many messages which reminded her to add a friend. Kay walked out after telling Gu Ning the news. Those gamers were online all the time, so they immediately saw it when Gu Ning accepted their request to add her as their friend. There were only 8 of them, so Gu Ning spent some time chatting with them and told them that she had been busy recently. It wasn't a secret that Gu Ning had several companies, so they understood why she was absent for days. Afterwards, they asked Gu Ning whether she was free for a round. Gu Ning gave them an affirmative answer. Then they began to play the game together. Players needed to play in teams in the game, and each team could only have 5 members at the most. There were 8 of them, so they had to be separated into several teams. Nevertheless, more than 5 players wanted to team up with Gu Ning. That being the case, another player stood out and became a team leader, and the other players would be randomly assigned by the system to join his or Gu Ning's team. The number of members could be decided by the team leader. Gu Ning decided to have 4 team members, so only 3 players could join her team. After a short while, the 2 teams were done. Some players who wanted to be in the same team with Gu Ning felt a little disappointed when they failed to do so, but they were willing to challenge her as well. They could only challenge her when they played against her. After that, they began to play the game. At the beginning of the game, they showed up separately in a beast forest. They needed to find their teammates and fight against their enemies at the same time. As long as all of the members of a team were killed, the other team won. Teammates could contact each other by typing or voice chatting, so that they could talk about their locations and strategies. It was harder for a player to move up in ranks alone, because he had to play against pseudo-enemies. All the players who already became Gu Ning's friends were ace game players, so it wasn't easy for Gu Ning to win the game either. In the end, Gu Ning's team still won, but it lost 2 members. Only Gu Ning and another teammate survived. Anyway, it was still awesome to win the game when they had fewer teammates. After playing several rounds, Gu Ning made an excuse and left. During those rounds, Gu Ning's team won every time. The other players had to admit that Gu Ning was much better than them. When Gu Ning left, they also stopped playing the game to have a rest. They posted a screenshot of Gu Ning's team's victory on the forum and showed off their experience, which drew a lot of envy from other players. What? They have already played the game with Goddess Gu. They're so unbelievable that they could add Goddess Gu as their friend within such a short time. Goddess Gu is my idol. Another game player later posted a video of Gu Ning fighting against a beast in the game, which attracted more compliments. Wow, Goddess Gu's skills are so impressive. It's so cool. Exactly. Is the role in the game really Goddess Gu? Of course, we even talked with each other by voice chatting. Leng Xiaoming went to visit Leng Xiaojia on Saturday, once he was back in the capital. His heart ached for her after knowing what she had been through, but he also thought that she asked for it herself. Leng Xiaojia had a bad temper, and she had to learn to behave herself. They had reminded her not to be so aggressive before, but she wouldn't listen. If Leng Xiaojia still couldn't change her attitude towards others, her future might be ruined by herself. Leng Xiaojia had been lying in the bed for 2 days, but her waist was as painful as always. She kept moaning in pain, but the doctor failed to find the reason. In the night, she relied on anesthetic to fall asleep, but it wasn't good for her body, so her family was very worried about her. No, it's so painful. Leng Xiaojia complained. Why? What should we do now? The doctor said that she's fine, but she's moaning all day long. Jiang Xuan felt heartbroken seeing Leng Xiaojia's miserable expression. Her waist is hurting, but the doctor can't tell why? Leng Xiaoming felt it was strange. Should we transfer her to another hospital? This hospital actually wasn't the best hospital in the capital, but it was the closest one to where Leng Xiaojia got injured. It was located in the city center, so it wasn't a bad hospital, but Leng Xiaoming thought that it didn't mean that this hospital wouldn't make mistakes. If they transferred Leng Xiaojia to a better hospital, they might find out why her waist was always hurting. Jiang Xuan thought about it, then agreed with Leng Xiaoming. Great, we should go to another hospital for the medical exam, Jiang Xuan said. After that, Leng Xiaojia was transferred to the best hospital in the capital. Unfortunately, the doctor there still failed to find out why Leng Xiaojia still had a painful waist. Her waist looked totally fine on the medical equipment. If they couldn't find out the reason, they didn't know how to treat Leng Xiaojia. As a result, the doctor could only advise Leng Xiaojia to apply an ointment to the painful part of her waist to see whether it was effective. Jiang Xuan and the others didn't know what else they could do now, so they listened to the doctor. Because it was Saturday, Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi were back in the Leng family's house too, and they learned what had happened to Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoshuan had no sympathy for Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoxi disliked Leng Xiaojia as well. Both of them believed that Leng Xiaojia deserved it. Leng Xiaojia was too aggressive in her daily life, so she had to learn a lesson sooner or later. In fact, she should have learned the lesson earlier on. Although Leng Xiaoxi was comparatively quieter and was always bullied by Leng Xiaojia, it didn't mean that she was a coward. Instead, she clearly remembered what Leng Xiaojia had done to her. But she didn't dare to get revenge on Leng Xiaojia. Only Leng Xiaoxuan dared to act against Leng Xiaojia. Although Leng Xiaoxi hated Leng Xiaojia, she had no intention to hurt or kill her. They were a family after all. Yuyin told them to visit Leng Xiaojia when they were free. Although Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi were unwilling to do that, they still had to visit Leng Xiaojia to show their manners. However, they didn't know that Leng Xiaojia was already transferred to another hospital, so they didn't see her. Leng Xiaoxuan was annoyed and called his mother at once. Yuyin told him to ask Zhang Xuyuan, but Leng Xiaoxuan refused, and since Leng Xiaoxuan refused to visit Leng Xiaojia, Leng Xiaoxi wouldn't go either. Yuyin understood their feelings, so she didn't force them to do it again. They wouldn't go to visit Leng Xiaojia, but they knew that Gu Ning was in the capital now, so they decided to dine with her. Gu Ning was their idol, and they didn't think they were strangers even though they had only met each other a few times. Without delay, Leng Xiaoxuan called Gu Ning and invited her to dine together. Gu Ning was free that afternoon, so she accepted their invitation. The capital was very large, so Leng Xiaoxuan asked for Gu Ning's location in order to save some time. Gu Ning gave him the address and Leng Xiaoxuan thought of a famous restaurant which was near to her. Then they decided to meet there. It was almost 5 p.m., so they decided to meet at 6 p.m. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoxuan made a call to book a private room right away. He then sent Gu Ning a message to tell her its number. Gu Ning had been to the restaurant before, and it only took her about 20 minutes to get there. She didn't go with Gao Yi and Xiaoye this time. When she arrived, it was about 5:40 p.m. This restaurant wasn't built for business people, but looked like a Sihiyuan in an ancient and yet modern style, which was quite special. It was very popular, and almost half of its hall was occupied before 6 p.m., and even though there were some vacant tables, they were probably reserved for other diners. Actually, although this restaurant was very big and popular, it wasn't crowded every day. However, the prices there were lower than in a 5-star hotel, so it was affordable in many people's eyes. Gu Ning went straight to the private room once she arrived. Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi were still absent, so she sat down to wait for them. When it was almost 6 p.m., Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi still didn't show up, but they gave Gu Ning a call. "I'm sorry. We're caught by a traffic jam on the road, so we'll be a few minutes late," Leng Xiaoxuan said. "It's fine. You don't need to rush and you must be careful," Gu Ning said. She knew that the traffic jam was terrible in the capital, so she stayed calm. Leng Xiaoxuan was aware that Gu Ning had a good temper, but he still needed to give her a call if he was going to be late. Although they regarded Gu Ning as a member of their family, it didn't mean they could be impolite. About a dozen minutes later, Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi arrived, and they ran to the private room without hesitation. They apologized to Gu Ning again before they seated themselves to order. Once the waiter left after they finished ordering, Leng Xiaoxuan said to Gu Ning with excitement, "Ning Ning, I must share a piece of good news with you. Leng Xiaojia was beaten by someone." Saying that, Leng Xiaoxuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, nobody knows who the attacker is, but we all know that it must be Leng Xiaojia's fault, because she's always arrogant and aggressive. In addition, she isn't seriously injured, so Grandpa told them to stop investigating it. Gu Ning was surprised when Leng Xiaoxuan told her that the Leng family would give up investigating it. She used to be worried about it, so she kept it a secret from others. Besides, they thought that Leng Xiaojia wasn't seriously injured, because they didn't know her waist was damaged by Gu Ning's magical power. Anyway, the Leng family was a reasonable family because it knew Leng Xiaojia's personality very well. Gu Ning actually didn't think that Zhang Xuyuan and Leng Xiaojia would be willing to listen to Master Leng, because they were very mean. They probably agreed on the surface, but would still continue to investigate it behind Master Leng's back. Nevertheless, even if they wouldn't give up, Gu Ning would be fine. "Are you happy that she's injured?" Gu Ning looked at Leng Xiaoxuan with a smile. "Of course. I hate her because she's always arrogant. She should have learned her lesson earlier on. Leng Xiaoshuan said. My mother told us to visit her today, but she's transferred to another hospital, so we decided to see you instead. Leng Xiaoshuan added. Ningning, how's your engagement with Shouting now? Leng Xiaoxi asked with concern. She liked Guning very much, and couldn't wait to see her legally become a member of the Leng family. She admired Guning, and hoped that Guning could be with Leng Shouting forever. When will you be engaged? Leng Xiaoshuan asked with anticipation. I think we probably need to do that next year, Guning said. In fact, she was a little disappointed when she heard the news, but she didn't think it was a big deal. They were only going to be engaged instead of getting married, and it wouldn't change their life but only titles. Leng Shouting, on the contrary, was unhappy about it for a long time. Next year. Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi looked disappointed too. They thought that Leng Shouting and Guning would be engaged soon. In the Leng family's house, Leng Yuanjin, Master Leng's youngest daughter, and her husband along with their daughter came. Leng Yuanjin and her husband just heard about what had happened to Leng Xiaojia, so they came back with their daughter. Because of the delay of their flight, they didn't arrive until the night. They didn't live in the capital, but a first-tier city which was a little far away, so it wasn't easy for them to come back to the capital. Leng Yuanjin knew that Leng Xiaojia wasn't seriously injured, so she decided to go back to the Leng family's house before she went to the hospital. Once they showed up, the Leng family welcomed them, and they went to dine together before they left to visit Leng Xiaojia. Because Jiang Xuyuan and Leng Xiaoming stayed in the hospital to keep Leng Xiaojia company, they were absent now. Because Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi failed to see Leng Xiaojia, Master Leng called Jiang Xuyuan and asked where they were right now. They transferred Leng Xiaojia to another hospital, but didn't tell Master Leng. So Master Leng was annoyed and criticized them. Oh, have you found out who the attacker is yet? Leng Yuanjin asked all of a sudden. Leng Yuanjin had married into another family for years, so she didn't know much about Leng Xiaojia's personality. Although Leng Xiaojia was already a spoiled kid when she was young, Leng Yuanjin thought that she had grown up now. She didn't think that Leng Xiaojia would be as naughty as a kid. Leng Yuanjin came back to visit the Leng family about 2 or 3 times a year, but she didn't see Leng Xiaojia often. The Leng family was a very influential family in this country, and she couldn't believe that someone dared to attack Leng Xiaojia. She also knew that the Leng family was a reasonable family, so they wouldn't deny their faults. In fact, Leng Yuanjin didn't get along with Jiang Xuyuan either, and they frequently argued with each other before Leng Yuanjin married into another family. Now that they didn't see each other often, they became polite to each other. However, Leng Yuanjin didn't think that Jiang Xuyuan would change. Master Leng looked a little mad. We won't investigate it because Xiaojia should learn from it. If she can't learn to behave herself from now on, our family will be involved in trouble one day because of her. Hearing that, Leng Yuanjin frowned. It seemed that she had the wrong opinion of Leng Xiaojia. Although the Leng family was very influential in this country, it still had a lot of strong enemies. Leng Yuanjin was disappointed in Leng Xiaojia, then cared less about her. Oh right, how about the date of Shouting's engagement with his girl? Leng Yuanjin asked again. Because Leng Yuanjin kept in touch with Master Leng, and they cared about Leng Shouting very much, they talked about him every time they called each other. As a result, Leng Yuanjin knew a lot about Leng Shouting and Guning. Before Leng Yuanjin married into another family, she treated Leng Shouting very well because among their siblings, she had the closest relationship with his father. Unfortunately, Leng Shouting was used to being cold to others, so he and Leng Yuanjin were kind of strangers now. Even if Leng Yuanjin wanted to talk with Leng Shouting more often, she didn't know what to say and she had to learn more information about him through Master Leng. Moreover, it was hard for others to contact Leng Shouting before he met Guning, because he stayed in the military base most of the time. He was never able to relax. He only learned to enjoy his life after meeting Guning. It was true that Guning had completely changed him and his life. Tang said that there is no good date this year, so they will be engaged next year, Master Leng said. I understand. It's fine if they need to wait for a while longer, Since they're deeply in love now, Leng Yuanjin said to comfort Master Leng. Leng Yuanjin had a good impression of Gu Ning. It wasn't easy for a young girl to make so many great achievements. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoting liked her. They all felt happy for Leng Xiaoting after he found his love. As long as Leng Xiaoting found his love, the Leng family was willing to accept a girl from an ordinary family. If it was possible, they naturally hoped that Leng Xiaoting could find someone from a family at the same level as the Leng family. It wasn't because the Leng family was snobbish, but because it wasn't an ordinary family, and it needed powerful support as much as possible. Therefore, the young generation from powerful families couldn't make decisions for their marriages on their own. Except for Leng Xiaoting's father, the other members in the Leng family didn't date whoever they wanted to date. It wasn't because of Master Leng, but because they needed to make allowances for the Leng family's benefits. Luckily, they all had happy marriages. In addition to that, the members of the Leng family were all loyal to their partners. For example, even if Jiang Shuyuan had a bad temper, Leng Yuanqian never had the idea to divorce her. Nevertheless, Gu Ning was very outstanding among her peers as to her abilities and family background, which was a great advantage to the Leng family. With Gu Ning's help, the Leng family could be more powerful and be in a safer situation. In the Tang family, although Tang Yunhang hadn't chosen to join a faction in politics yet, the four dominant families in the capital didn't dare to force him to make a choice. And once Gu Ning married Leng Xiaoting, the Tang family would be in the same boat with the Leng family. Even though Tang Jiakai and Tang Zhiyang were still unmarried, they wouldn't marry a girl from the other three families in the future after Gu Ning married into the Leng family. When the Leng family knew the address of the new hospital that Leng Xiaojia was admitted to, they went to visit her after dinner. Leng Yuanjin's family also went there with the Leng family. On the way, Yuyin called Leng Xiaoshuan and told him to go to the new hospital later. At this time, Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoshuan, and Leng Xiaoxi already finished dinner, and they planned to gather together with several other friends tonight. But Yuyin's call interrupted their discussion. Leng Xiaoshuan was unwilling to visit Leng Xiaojia, but Leng Yuanjin's family came, so he had to meet his family. Fine. Leng Xiaoshuan agreed in the end, but he didn't tell Yuyin that Gu Ning was with him. If Yuyin knew, she would tell Gu Ning to visit Leng Xiaojia as well. It wasn't a secret that Gu Ning never got along with Leng Xiaojia, and Leng Xiaoshuan was afraid that Gu Ning might be unhappy. After hanging up the call with Yuyin, Leng Xiaoshuan said to Gu Ning, "Ning, we have to visit Leng Xiaojia now, but I didn't tell my mother that you're with us because I was afraid that you'd be unhappy about it." "Thanks, I am unwilling to see her, but you can go now," Gu Ning said. "Great, see you then." "See you." Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi stood up and were ready to leave. Gu Ning also walked out. To prevent Gu Ning from paying the bill before him, Leng Xiaoshuan ran to settle the bill once he stepped out of the private room, which amused Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoxi. Gu Ning was their guest, so they couldn't let her pay. Afterwards, they went to the parking lot and left in their own cars. Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi went to visit Leng Xiaojia, while Gu Ning went back to Century City. Master Leng and other people arrived earlier. Although the doctor applied ointment to Leng Xiaojia's waist, it was still painful and she kept moaning in pain with a pale face. "What's going on here? Didn't the doctor say that she's fine?" Master Leng asked with a frown. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming answered, "The doctor said she's fine, but her waist is hurting all the time. The medical equipment couldn't find the problem, and the doctor could only give us an ointment to stop the pain, but it's useless." Hearing that, everyone was confused. "I think it's a serious problem if we can't find out why her waist is painful all the time," Leng Yuanjin said. "We thought the pain would go away within 1 or 2 days, but it didn't. Xiaojia could only get some sleep with the help of anesthetics at night. I'm afraid her body will be greatly affected," Jiang Shuyuan said in tears. At this moment, Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi came. When they saw Leng Yuanjin and Song Wenshuan, they politely greeted them, but directly ignored Leng Xiaojia. They were reluctant to see Leng Xiaojia after all. However, they were also confused when they saw Leng Xiaojia's painful expression. Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi exchanged a glance, and both of them saw gloating in the other's eyes. Although the other members in the Lung family wanted to help Lung Xiaojia, they weren't doctors so they could do nothing now. Oh, doesn't Gu Ning have a very effective medicine? Could she cure Xiaojia? Lung Yuanqian suddenly said. Lung Yuanqian forgot his family's bad relationship with Gu Ning when he needed her help. Oh right. How could I forget? Master Lung said. Tell her to get us the pill now. Jiang Xuyuan said in an unpleasant tone. She sounded very mean, as if Gu Ning owed her something. She also forgot how much she hated Gu Ning now. Although Lung Xiaojia didn't want to turn to Gu Ning for help, she was left no choice now. However, they didn't care about Gu Ning's feelings and opinion. Lung Xiaoshuan walked outside at once to call Gu Ning. Lung Yuanjin, however, got curious. Medicine? What medicine? Master Lung then told Lung Yuanjin and her husband about the unbelievable effect of Gu Ning's medicine, shocking them. When Lung Xiaoshuan called Gu Ning was in her house, walking upstairs to her bedroom. Right after she moved a few steps upwards, a picture flashed by in her sight. At the edge of a cliff, a man of the evil practice was standing across from Lung shouting. Gu Ning was scared. Why did Lung shouting run into the evil practice? All of a sudden, her phone rang and interrupted Gu Ning's thought, so the picture disappeared. Gu Ning was mad, but she knew the caller didn't know what she was doing and she couldn't blame the caller for it. However, she had to rush to the edge of the cliff right now. She wasn't sure whether Lung shouting could defeat the man from the evil practice. She knew Lung shouting was a very skilled soldier, but she didn't want him to be in danger. If she didn't see the picture, she wouldn't mind it, but she already saw it now, so she couldn't stay calm. No matter who had appeared in the picture, she wouldn't hesitate to help, especially when the person was Lung shouting. Gu Ning turned around and walked outside. She picked up the call on the way. What's up, Xiaoshuan? Although Gu Ning was very anxious about Lung shouting's safety, she didn't show it at all in her voice. Ning, Lung Xiaojia seems to be seriously injured, and she keeps complaining about her painful waist. They thought of your medicine and planned to ask you for it, but I think Lung Xiaojia doesn't deserve it. Can you turn them down? Lung Xiaoshuan said. Gu Ning put on a wry smile. I can't give it to them even if I want to right now, because I have to leave the capital as soon as possible. It's an emergency and I've got to go now. If they call me later, I'll talk to them. In fact, Gu Ning had no intention to help Lung Xiaojia, even if Master Lung told her to do that. She was already being very kind that she hadn't disabled Lung Xiaojia, and there was no way that she would help her. Fine, be careful, Lung Xiaoshuan said. Since Gu Ning wouldn't give Lung Xiaojia her medicine, Lung Xiaoshuan was satisfied. After hanging up the call with Lung Xiaoshuan, Gu Ning got in her car and drove it away. The picture emerged in her sight, so she knew where the place was. She didn't know how Lung shouting was right now, and she was afraid that she might disturb him, so she didn't call him. In the hospital, although the Lung family knew that Gu Ning's medicine could help Lung Xiaojia, nobody called her. When Master Lung talked with Lung Yuanjin about what had happened to Jiang Zhongyu, Jiang Xuyuan interrupted him with impatience. Father, tell Gu Ning to come with the medicine right now. Xiaojia is being tortured by the pain. She sounded as if it was Gu Ning's duty to help Lung Xiaojia, and Master Lung was displeased by Jiang Xuyuan's attitude. In fact, Gu Ning owed them nothing. On the contrary, Jiang Xuyuan and Lung Xiaojia should apologize to Gu Ning. Therefore, Master Lung criticized Jiang Xuyuan. What? You only think of Gu Ning when you need her help? Did you forget how you've treated her before? Don't you have any sense of shame? Ning owes you nothing. Master Lung had sympathy for his granddaughter, but he sided with his granddaughter-in-law this time. He knew that Gu Ning would help Lung Xiaojia if he opened his mouth, but Gu Ning would definitely feel uncomfortable. Lung Yuanqian felt embarrassed. He knew that his family had treated Gu Ning badly before, and Jiang Xuyuan's attitude was quite annoying. Lung Xiaoming wasn't aware of what Jiang Xuyuan and Lung Xiaojia had done to Gu Ning before, but he knew his mother and sister very well. Given Master Lung's reaction, he knew it couldn't be simple. Lung Yuanjin and his wife remained silent. Lung Yuanjin frowned and started to dislike Jiang Xuyuan and Lung Xiaojia. Jiang Xuyuan, on the other hand, didn't feel ashamed at all. She didn't think that she had done anything wrong. Father, Xiaojia is in a lot of pain now, so we don't need to talk about the past. We should rescue Xiaojia first. Seeing Jiang Shiyuan's attitude, everyone was disgusted. Great, call her yourself, I won't help. Master Leng was furious and left without delay. Leng Yuanjin and his wife and Leng Yuanjin and her husband also left in anger. Jiang Shiyuan wanted to say something again, but was stopped by Leng Yuanqian. Enough! What are you doing? Is this your attitude when you need help from someone? Gu Ning doesn't owe you. Leng Yuanqian disliked Gu Ning, but he had reason. Jiang Shiyuan didn't know what to say now. Mom, what have you and Xiaojia done to Gu Ning before? Ling Xiaoming asked. It's not a big deal. We just argued with her, Jiang Shiyuan said. Just argued with her? Why did you have to argue with Gu Ning when she did nothing wrong? Father has told you not to do that a few times, but you won't listen. You've annoyed shouting too. Leng Yuanqian snapped at Jiang Shiyuan. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming was surprised. If Leng Shouting was annoyed, they must have done something unacceptable. In that case, Leng Xiaoming wouldn't support his mother and sister either. No matter how much they hated Gu Ning, they could simply keep a distance from her. In addition, both Leng Shouting and Master Leng liked Gu Ning very much. If Jiang Shiyuan and Leng Xiaojia kept acting against Gu Ning, they were acting against Leng Shouting and Master Leng at the same time. What should we do now? Jiang Shiyuan panicked a little. She was afraid that Gu Ning might refuse to give them the medicine. Although she hated Gu Ning, she had to admit that Gu Ning's medicine was really effective. I think father still cares about Xiaojia, but he's full of anger now, so we need to wait for a while. You should apologize to father tomorrow, Leng Yuanqian said. Sure. Jiang Shiyuan nodded at once. However, Leng Xiaojia had to suffer the pain for another night. When the Leng family left the hospital, Leng Yuanjin, Song Wenxuan and Master Leng sat in the front car, while Leng Yuanjin, Yuyin, and the other children shared the back car. Once they were in the car, Leng Yuanjin asked, Yin, what has Shiyuan done to Gu Ning that made father so angry? Yuyin then told Leng Yuanjin about what had happened between Jiang Shiyuan, Leng Xiaojia, and Gu Ning before. Shiyuan has always been mean, but I'm still surprised by her terrible behavior now. I know Xiaojia was naughty and spoiled when she was a kid, and I thought she would change when she grew older. It turns out that I'm wrong, Leng Yuanjin sighed. Leng Xiaojia must have offended many people during the past year. If she hadn't been born in the Leng family, she could have died many times. She should suffer the pain for a few more days to learn her lesson. Leng Xiaoshuan snorted with disdain. I think father can ask Gu Ning for the medicine in a few days, and Xiaojia should indeed learn to behave herself from now on, Leng Yuanjin said. She still hoped that Gu Ning would help Leng Xiaojia. Although she hated Jiang Shiyuan and Leng Xiaojia now, they were a family after all. Gu Ning sped up along the way to Phoenix Mountain. The cliff was located there. Phoenix Mountain was about 35 kilometers away from the capital, and many adventurers came here to climb it because of its steep and difficult terrain. 35 kilometers wasn't actually a long distance, but it seemed considerable in Gu Ning's eyes right now. If she could drive there without any difficulties, it would be fine because Gu Ning was a skilled driver. However, she was caught by a traffic jam halfway. She was stuck in the traffic for almost half an hour. Unfortunately, she couldn't put her car into the telepathic eye space and run ahead by herself in such a public place, because there were surveillance cameras everywhere. She couldn't find a corner without any surveillance cameras around. Therefore, she had to be patient. Half an hour later, Gu Ning got on a freeway and continued to accelerate. In the meanwhile, the man of the evil practice chased Leng Shouting to the edge of the cliff at Phoenix Mountain. The man was chasing Leng Shouting, instead of being chased by Leng Shouting. This story began when Leng Shouting ran into the man not long ago. Leng Shouting was normally free on the weekends, and he decided to see Gu Ning in the capital this weekend. He was busy during the day, so he came back at night. The military base Leng Shouting stayed this time was located around the capital, which wasn't far away from Phoenix Mountain, so he needed to pass the mountain to reach the capital. Su Jinshin came back along with Leng Shouting this weekend. However, when they drove by a small village at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, they saw a group of people gathered at its entrance. Someone was crying loudly and attracted Lung Xiaoting's and Su Jinshan's attention. They left their car and walked near, then learned that a young girl was grabbed away by a man in black about a minute ago. The girl's parents failed to catch up to the man, so they had to stay here and waited for the police's help. Knowing that, Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan immediately left to chase the man. But Phoenix Mountain was very large, so it wasn't easy for them to find him. On their way, Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan met an injured villager, and the villager told them that he was injured by the man in black when he wanted to stop him from taking the young girl away. Luckily, the villager was only slightly injured. Su Jinshan treated the villager's injury without delay, and Lung Xiaoting gave him a power crystal. After that, they left him alone because he was fine to go back on his own now. With the help of this villager, Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan knew the direction in which the man in black escaped. Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan ran fast, but it still took them a long time to find the man in black. The man of the evil practice needed a quiet place to suck blood for his cultivation. He couldn't be interrupted by others or he might be hurt. Therefore, he brought the young girl to a cave halfway up the hill, and he was ready to suck the girl's blood. Nevertheless, right when the man was about to bite the young girl to suck her blood, he heard noises. He sensed that someone was coming for him. This place was rocky and steep, so it was hard for ordinary people to come, but he was exposed now. Although the man wasn't sure that the thing approaching was a human, because there were wild animals as well, he hated to be disturbed. In fact, wild animals were scarier than humans, because weak animals couldn't survive here. Besides, wild animals' smell was much sharper than human beings, so they could smell blood from 100 meters away. Once he bit the girl and the girl was bleeding, wild animals might come because of the scent of blood. He needed at least half an hour to suck the girl's blood, and another hour to practice his cultivation. Although he hid himself in a cave, it wasn't deep and couldn't completely cover the scent of fresh blood. However, this place was far away from his place, and he couldn't wait to suck the girl's blood. He hesitated for a while, then had to give up this idea. He put the unconscious girl down in the cave and went outside. It wasn't completely dark right now, and there was still light among the old tall trees. Because the man had a very good sight, he was able to see everything clearly even from a distance. He stood at the entrance of the cave and focused on the noises, trying to figure out the comber's location. As time went by, the noises came closer, but the man had no intention to run away. He didn't think that he wouldn't be able to handle this situation, whether the comber was a human being or a wild animal. Instead, he thought that he could deal with the comber first before he went to suck the young girl's blood. As a result, he stood outside without hiding himself at all in order to let the comber see him. After a short while, he noticed Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan. He snorted with disdain when he saw that they were just mortals. Lung Xiaoting had acute senses as well, and he soon met the man's eyes. From afar he saw a man standing in front of a cave, but he couldn't see him clearly because of the distance. However, the man seemed to be waiting for him. Lung Xiaoting didn't understand it, but he was sure that the man was the person they were searching for. The villagers already told them that the man who brought the young girl away was dressed in all black. Without delay, Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan sped up. Once Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan came closer, the man realized that they weren't weak at all. However, he still didn't take them seriously. When Lung Xiaoting reached the front of the man, he finally clearly saw his appearance and figured out that he could be a member of the evil practice. In that case, the young girl might be in great danger now. Su Jinshan thought that the man looked very strange, but he hadn't heard of the evil practice before, so he didn't think further about it. Lung Xiaoting couldn't tell Su Jinshan the truth right now, so he only reminded him to be careful. Be careful, he isn't an ordinary man. Sure.
Su Jinshan nodded that.
Where is the girl? Lung Xiaoting coldly asked the man. In the cave, the man lazily replied. Do you think you can take her back? Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan put on a serious expression, then began to attack him. The man took Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshan lightly at the beginning, so he didn't use his full strength and was injured right away. Lung Xiaoting shot at his abdomen where his energy center was when he wasn't prepared. The energy center was the most vulnerable part of cultivators. Once it was broken, cultivators would lose all their cultivation and might lose their life. That was what Gu Ning told Lung Xiaoting. So Lung Xiaoting did it at the very beginning of their fight to gain an advantage. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to break a cultivator's energy center, because it was protected by mysterious power. The man was slightly injured after the shot. He was furious in an instant. To his surprise, Lung Xiaoting would choose to attack his energy center first, which made him think that Lung Xiaoting might be aware of his identity. Lung Xiaoting ignored his anger and kept on attacking him. After taking many power crystals, Lung Xiaoting became much stronger, so he was able to deal with the man even though the man began to use his mysterious power. Su Jinshan, unfortunately, couldn't handle the situation at all, and he was shocked by the man's speed. The man moved like lightning, and it was impossible for Su Jinshan to catch him. Moreover, he even could fly up to the tree. Even if Lung Xiaoting didn't tell Su Jinshan that the man was a member of the evil practice, Su Jinshan would find out sooner or later. Su Jinshan was a top soldier as well, but he was no match for the man. By accident, he was heavily hit by the man and was kicked a few meters away. Seeing that, Lung Xiaoting gave Su Jinshan a power crystal at once. The second Lung Xiaoting took it out, the man sensed strong magical power from it, and his eyes were full of greed. "Magical power, you have magical power," the man said and turned to attack Lung Xiaoting, trying to grab the power crystal away. Lung Xiaoting knew that the man wanted the pill, so he decided to lead him away with it. "I'll lead him away, and you can leave with the girl right now," Lung Xiaoting said to Su Jinshan. After that, Lung Xiaoting turned around to fight against the man.